Bonus Locked On Senators, our complete 2025 organizational value rankings.
I'm Jake Sanderson.
I'm Tim Stützle, and you're listening to the Locked On Senators podcast.
Your Locked On Senators, your daily podcast on the Ottawa Senators. Part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for checking out our 2025 OVRs. It's our sixth season ranking every player on the Ottawa Senators in their system, the prospects. Everybody gets to be discussed. I'm Ross Levitan alongside Brandon Pillar and Pilsy. Everydayers, they've already seen, heard our thoughts, but we figured we'll put it all together with timestamps, very important, so that if one player catches your attention through preseason, the start of the regular season, you want a little background info, this will be the place to be.
Yeah, I mean, we rank all 65 players in the Ottawa Senators organization, and we go all the way to number one. And it's important to also look at the tiers. Let us know if you think we got everybody in the right tiers. Are tiers too big, too small, not properly named? Get mad at our list here, because this is the list of all lists.
And we're going to make sure that everybody is engaged. So as you're watching, make your own. I want to see some 65 deep rankings in the YouTube comments here.
Yeah, we've had a couple people make their own list, and I think they've been pretty close from the lists I've seen to ours, and it's going to be fascinating to see year over year. That's why we love tracking it, and you'll see on each graphic card how each player has done in our annual OVRs each year, and there's a lot of players that now have been on there 6 times. So it's cool to see the up, down, even trajectory of all of them.
And we've got our historical data all in a Google document. And I'm going to post a viewing link in the comments on YouTube. So you can go and check out, like, where do we have Matt Murray in 2020 and all that? Dude, we had Alex Galchenyuk one spot ahead of Ridley Gregg right after Gregg was drafted. Like, some of the things you look back and you're like, hey, we needed to improve to move ourselves up the list as things went on. So these lists, despite us putting a lot of effort and thought into them, we could be completely wrong all over the place here. And that's the beauty of playing the games. These players will get the opportunity to move up or down. So let's get to it right now. There's some jump cuts, of course, because we did this in each show over the course of the last couple of weeks, but bear with us and make sure to check out the timestamps below. Enjoy the 2025 organizational value rankings presented by the Locked On Senators podcast. And a reminder that you can subscribe wherever you get your podcasts, including on YouTube, where the comment section is your friend. And so are we. So hit the thumbs up below, be a friend, and tell a friend about Locked On Senators. All right, Pilsy, we've made it, and this is a sure sign that hockey season is around the corner. Our organizational value rankings, and we went back and looked to our first one of these 6 years ago, and hey, it's good for credibility and personal growth, but wow, some of our rankings have been outrageous.
Yeah, and it's important to take yourself back to those times, and players, there's inflation that happens with players, and different things are valued. The market fluctuates, Ross, as we know. But yeah, some of the ups and downs and head-scratching decisions are fun to look at.
The first year we did our organizational value rankings was the COVID year, right after the Sens actually had the 2020 draft, which we remember. Like, I have Tim Stützle's name spelled UE in this one. That's how long ago it was. And we had Erik Brannstrom 5th and Evgeny Dadonov 6th. Matt Murray came in at number 7 before ever playing a game with the Ottawa Senators. But that team had drastically different expectations than the year of 2025, 2026. But we've done this for now 6 seasons. So we're going to look not only at the players' profile this year, what we expect from them, what the goal should be for them, in our opinion, but we're also going to look how the stock has fluctuated up and down throughout. So, of course, you can see the entire graphs on YouTube, but you can listen to us wherever you get your podcasts. We appreciate you guys making us your first listen each and every day. The show would not go on without you great citizens out there, and we're hoping to build off what was an awesome season for the show and for the Ottawa Senators, making it to the Stanley Cup playoffs. Pilsy, want to break down the tiers, and then we'll start our countdown here for the OVRs.
Are we going to go through all the tiers of the whole OVR?
I think just how many there are and where we're starting.
Well, we're going to start at the bottom with the 65th overall player. There are 65 players in our rankings this year. We have 7 tiers. The 7th tier is just prospects. That is our biggest tier for sure. Then we've got Belleville as a tier. We've got NHLers and tweeners, rising prospects, role NHLers, blue chippers, the core, and the final tier, franchise.
No spoilers, but if you listen to Friday's Ring of Honor, plenty of the core is discussed in that episode. But let's start with number 65 in our organizational value rankings, and it is Nicholas Van Tassel, a 7th round pick in 2023. He's going into his 3rd season now with the University of Massachusetts and has been mostly a role player down there.
Yeah, role player. We can go with that. In 37 games with UMass, 2 goals, 2 assists, 4 points, -10, 11 PIMs. Now, those numbers don't jump off the page, Ross, but what if I told you he doubled not only his goals, not only his assists, but his points this season from last season? That sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah.
It also sounds good that he's 6'4", 214 pounds, right shot, right wing. But he's going to have to prove it at the college ranks if he's going to get a contract here. So the Sens hold his rights until the summer of 2027. So this upcoming season and the next. But I think for him, he's going to be looking to play a top 6 role at UMass. Like, that's the next step in his development.
Yeah, especially as a what's the 3rd year of college? A junior. Yeah, especially as a junior. Let's hope for a nice boost here. If he can double his stats this year, like, just keep doubling those stats, Nicholas.
Nicholas Van Tassel came in at number 60 on our OVRs the year that he was drafted, 7th round, 215th overall. Then he dropped down to 64, and now he's down 1 spot to 65th on our organizational value rankings. That brings us to number 64, his teammate at the University of Massachusetts, guest of Locked On Senators, Cam O'Neill, 21 years old, just like Van Tassel. He's 6 feet tall, 194 pounds, right shot, right wing. Pilsy, similar situation to Van Tassel.
Yeah, very similar. I wouldn't be surprised, Ross, if these two played on the same line. I'd have to fact check that, but Cameron O'Neill finished with 27 games, 2 goals, 1 assist, +1, and 6 PIMs. Now, that's actually a decent downgrade from his year before at UMass, where he had, in 28 games, he had 3 goals, 4 assists, 7 points. So maybe he had a lesser role this year than last year, but it'll be interesting to see how these two, if their roles and ice time and stats change drastically from year to year.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, because they're good college team. Like, they do well all the time. They always make it to the tournament, but unfortunately the 2 Sens prospects there haven't really been able to make an impact, let's say. And Cam O'Neill was drafted out of Mount St. Charles. Like, he played at the end of the season in the USHL, but he was one of those ridiculous high school players with 133 points in 62 games. And then it went a step down offensively at the USHL in his full season there. And then the offense has just kind of dried up at the NCAA level. But we'll see if there's an improvement offensively for Cam O'Neill as a junior as well, going into his 3rd year at UMass. The Senators, like Van Tassel, hold O'Neill's rights until the summer of 2027. O'Neill has dropped in the OVRs from 57 up to 53, then down to 61, and now he comes in at number 64. We're sticking in the NCAA here, coming in at number 63. It's Tyson Dyck, now a part of the Wisconsin Sens. Feel bad for Tyson that nickname needed help. He was there last year. We didn't call him that. He was there the year before. We didn't call him that. But now he's got a lot of friends. And
I mean, we can't
185 pounds.
we can't go giving colleges Sens nicknames if there's only one guy there. So that's not an indictment on Tyson Dyck. But now, like you said, he's got some friends along, and now he's part of the Wisconsin Sens crew. And last season, nice year for Tyson. 37 games, 3 goals, 10 assists for 13 points. Finished a +3, had 10 PIMs, but that's a 4-point improvement on the year before. And Ross, a year before, he had no goals. So it's nice to get 3 goals this year for him.
Okay, that is nice. That's good improvement. He plays center. I'm sure that if he does end up playing in the Senators organization, might be as a winger. But hey, this is going to be a year to track Tyson Dyck. We're going to be watching the Wisconsin Sens. And it also is a big year for him because the Senators hold his rights until this upcoming summer. So if he's not signed by the end of this season, then he will be an unrestricted free agent. Tyson Dyck was selected in the 7th round of the 2022 draft and has since been pretty much in a similar spot on our organizational value rankings, from 60 to 59 to 63, and then he stays even at number 63 on this year's list. Coming in at number 62, it's Jake Chiasson, the first player on our list that was not drafted by the organization. Jake Chiasson was acquired alongside Xavier Bourgault last summer in the Robillard-Venti trade that also sent a 4th-round pick to the Oilers. He's 22 years old, 6'2", 181 pounds, right shot, right wing, and played most of last season in the ECHL, but did get 20 games, or 19, with the Belleville Sens.
Yeah, unfortunately, in those 19 games with the Belleville Sens, he did not register a point, -6, 4 PIMs, but I think it was good for him to spend some time in the ECHL, and we heard from our guy, Djibril Touré, that Orlando was a great spot to land if you're going to the ECHL, so hopefully he can build on getting some points and probably an expanded role there, and maybe turn that into some more consistent playing time in Belleville.
Because he was a point producer in junior. He had a great final season in the dub between Brandon and Saskatoon, where he had 58 points in 71 games and had a decent playoffs down there too, but hasn't really been able to get his feet wet even at the AHL level. He's played the majority of the last 2 seasons in the East Coast Hockey League, the ECHL. So it's just about taking a step forward. I think that trade was mostly Edmonton needing to get a contract off the books. The trade was for Bourgault, and Jake Chiasson was signed. So he signed for 1 more year at $843,000. We'll see if he can make an impact in the American Hockey League. He made his debut last year on our organizational value rankings at 59, and he's down 3 spots to number 62. Coming in at number 61, it is Filip Nordberg, the mythical creature, as he was known when he was taken 64th overall in the 2022 NHL draft. It was the Senators' first pick of that draft after trading their 1st and 2nd round picks to Chicago for Alex DeBrincat. Nordberg is an enormous human being. He's 6'5", 211 pounds, not afraid to take his shirt off, and I wouldn't either if I was him. But he's dropping on the OVRs, Pilsy.
Yeah, this is our first kind of real change in the OVRs. The other guys kind of had been in similar ranges, but Filip Nordberg, we know why the Sens drafted him and what group of Sens scouts would have certainly liked a big left shot defenseman like him, but he did have a good season in the USHL. Ross, just for your sake, we got him in the NCAA with Sioux Falls on the graphic, but you can change that while I'm talking here. In 55 games, 6 goals, 18 assists, 24 points, a +22. Now, a guy his age playing in the USHL, you should be able to dominate, especially with the size that he has. So we'll see if that can be a confidence boost for him, but I'm not sure we know where Nordberg's playing next year. Do we?
Are we going to break the news on this show? It has not been announced, but we believe that he will be playing at Mercyhurst in the NCAA. Okay. So maybe that's why I put the NCAA there.
There we go.
Boom. Yeah, for Filip Nordberg, man, I get what you're like. It was a good year. +22, 105 PIMs. Hopefully not too many of those minors, because we know some defensive prospects for Ottawa might be more prone to taking minor penalties, putting in the team shorthanded. But with Nordberg, like, he's a big, strong kid, hilarious guy too. And he came on with Oskar Pettersson live from Dev Camp a couple years ago. Like, great kid. We're rooting for him, but he's going to have to show a bit more pro-ready habits if the Senators are going to sign him before his rights expire at the end of this upcoming season. So Filip Nordberg coming in at number 61 on our OVRs. He's down from right after his draft. He was 35, then 38, then 56 last season. And now he's down another 5 spots here. And he comes in at number 61 on our organizational value rankings. Coming in at number 60, is this the new mythical creature? Andrei Trofimov, a goaltender drafted in the 7th round of this NHL draft. He's 19 years old, so he's a re-entry, year older than a lot of his colleagues here. 6'2", a little undersized for a goalie, and 187 pounds. Makes his debut at number 60 on the charts.
Yeah, we don't know much about Trofimov here.
Numbers look good.
Yep, numbers are great. In Magnitogorsk in Russia in the MHL in 26 games.
Great logo.
Is it?
Yeah, it's sick.
Okay, nice.
You want to see it?
Yeah, pull it up. I love
Shout
it.
out Elite Prospects. I'm on their page right now. That's their logo.
Oh, nice. A little wolf.
Is that a wolf? It almost looks like a fox.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, the color scheme would make you think it's a fox. I'll go
Angry
wolf.
fox.
You go fox. We'll see who's right.
That's not the type of fox you want to see in an alleyway at night.
No, definitely not.
You never want to see a wolf, but with a fox, don't want it to be angry like that.
Yeah, you don't want them to be angry. But you can't be an angry fox with how Trofimov finished this season.
Nice.
26 games, 210 goals against, 929 save percentage, 13-7-2 record, and 3 shutouts. Ross, it is wild. If you would have told us when we did our organizational value rankings for the first time 6 years ago that we would be talking about a Russian goaltender being drafted by the Ottawa Senators, I wouldn't have believed you, but here we are. So it's going to be fun to follow along with Trofimov.
And it's interesting with Trofimov because I think at that level, they always kind of alternate starts, but he didn't get any of the starts in the playoffs. The other guy actually played really well. Igor Kramzin had a 948 save percentage in 5 playoff games. But I always, and that's why I was on the page with the team's logo, I love looking at, did you outperform your goalie partner last season? Trofimov was 18, 19 years old. Kramzin was 19, 20 years old. And he had a full tenth of a percentage better save percentage, 929 versus 919. So we might have to have a talk with Stanislav Shumik, the head coach there, and say, why didn't he start in the playoffs, fella? Are you just going off age, seniority? Trofimov deserved that, but he also deserves a look as a Sens prospect this upcoming season. Going to be interesting to see if he gets any KHL games. Magnitogorsk is usually a good KHL system, or if he gets another full season with the MHL. But the first of now many goalies on our organizational value rankings, the Senators really up their depth this offseason in the goaltending department between bringing in Hunter Shepard and Jackson Parsons, absolute beauty, and Trofimov in the NHL draft. Trofimov comes in making his debut at number 60 after being drafted 213th in this year's NHL entry draft. Coming in at number 59, Pilsy, another goalie and another guest of Locked On Senators. It is Vladimir Nikitin. I'm really disappointed, Pilsy. He didn't score a goal this year. Come on.
I know, unbelievable. From Russia, we go to Kazakhstan with Nikitin, and he did spend some time playing over in Russia, or at least in the KHL and MHL, I should say. In the MHL, things didn't go his way. 12 games, 4.61 goals against, 8.84 save percentage. So I think he realized he needed to find another opportunity. So he heads back to the BCHL, but not with the Chilliwack Chiefs this time, with the Nanaimo Clippers, and things really worked out for him there in 13 games, a 235 goals against, a 924 save percentage, an 11-2 record with 2 shutouts. Not so great in the playoffs, but at least he got that time playing in the playoffs. And you will remember he was the Ottawa Senators' lone prospect in the World Juniors in Ottawa. Again, being the starting goalie for Kazakhstan in the World Juniors tournament is not a position to succeed, but he got that experience. We'll leave it at that.
And being in Ottawa was great as well, right?
Yep.
His fans got to see him. He got to spend some time in the city. And if his Instagram story is telling us anything, he is in Ottawa. He is the lone player on this list that we have no idea where he's playing next season. No idea.
Yeah, no clue, honestly.
So if he's going to Sens training camp, that would be his first. Would that be his first? Was he at training camp last year? I don't think he was.
Probably not, because he was probably in Russia.
Yeah, exactly.
Kazakhstan.
He did not participate in Senators training camp last year, so this would be his first. Maybe he'll be their goalie at the rookie tournament, because obviously Kevin Reidler is in. It'll be. You got to think both Levy and Mads have aged out of that, so it would maybe be
Mads for sure. Yeah.
Well, Parsons and Nikitin then as the two goalies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Imagine
asking Hunter Shepard to go. Like, sorry, I can't hear you. I got my 2 Calder Cup rings plug in my ears. Vladimir Nikitin at 59 on our organizational value rankings. He's down from 51 last year, and he made his debut on our OVRs at number 51 after being drafted 207th overall in the 2023 entry draft. So that is day 1 of our organizational value rankings. We'll be continuing it throughout the next while. We'll always have a topic of the day to begin, and then we will get into our OVRs. If you're watching on YouTube, little Easter eggs there for you. We got the logos of each player as they rank on our list. The columns go down, and then left through right is how we're going to age this one. Nikitin, of course, with a question mark next to his name, but you don't have to guess that one, as he is the leadoff as we rolled 59 to 65 today. Nikitin, Trofimov, Nordberg, Chiasson, Dyck, Cam O'Neill, and Nicholas Van Tassel. Pilsy, these are always fun to look back at, and also gets me fired up for what these players need to do to have themselves a good season.
Yeah, and it's a good exercise to do, especially, a lot of Sens fans aren't going to be dialed into what the 60 to 65th ranked players in the Sens organization are up to. So it's good to keep tabs on these guys and just shine a little bit of light on them to remind you that
they exist.
They exist, and not everyone has the same linear path to the NHL, right? Who knows? One day, maybe these guys are able to carve a role for themselves.
All right, Pilsy, right back to our organizational value rankings. For those who missed it on Monday, we counted down all the way from 65 to 59, and we're going to start today in the same tier. We're calling this the prospects tier with number 58, and maybe the most shocking pick in the NHL draft this year for any team is the Ottawa Senators drafting out of Russia to take a 5'9" dynamic scoring forward. His name is Dmitri Isayev, and he's 148 pounds as we chat today.
Yeah, I mean, Ross, I know I joked about how it would have been crazy to learn that the Sens drafted a Russian goalie, but Isayev, this is off the charts. So as soon as they drafted him, I Googled him. I had to make sure I got the right guy and that the Sens did, in fact, draft this guy, 5'9", 148, like you mentioned. He's a classic Russian sniper, right shot, plays on the left wing, though. And he put those skills to work in the MHL with, oh boy, here we go, Avto Yekaterinburg.
Yeah, fifth largest city in Russia. You know how I know that?
Google.
Hometown of Igor Sokolov.
Oh, nice. In 44 games there, 22 goals, 23 assists, good for 45 points. So a point per game pace, plus 13, 30 PIMs. It's going to be fascinating to watch this guy's career, Ross. It seems like he's just going to be running it back with the same team in the MHL this year. It'll be interesting to see if he gets a little bit more of a taste in the VHL. He did have one game there last year and 3 in the KHL, but I mean, how many shifts and how many minutes is he playing in those? That's probably not that much. So I think you'd like to see him split the season between the MHL and VHL a little bit more is probably what we're looking for.
But you know what's pretty cool? There's an article at the KHL website translated to English, thankfully, that I got into, and Yekaterinburg is synonymous with an NHL legend, and that's Pavel Datsyuk, who's been helping the young players in the MHL. So Isayev's been talking about just picking Datsuk's brain watching him on the ice in practice, saying that he could still play at the NHL level, one of the silkiest players in National Hockey League history. So for him to be able to learn from such a legend, I think that can only help his development down there as well. And when it comes to Russians too, you hold their rights forever. So I don't think that Sens fans should start thinking about what a life could look like with Dmitri Isayev in the lineup in the organization, but he's certainly got to keep an eye on as the numbers keep jumping off the page. This is his first year on the organizational value rankings. He comes in at 58th overall after being the 5th round pick, 149th overall in the 2025 NHL draft. What would you like to see out of Isayev this season? Just play more pro games?
Yeah, get a better split. Ross, are we referring to Isayev as a mythical creature? Is that more for bigger creatures?
Yeah, I think we'd have to find a new term for Isayev, but if he keeps lighting it up, he's going to catch our attention.
Absolutely, yep.
And that's why he comes in at number 58 on our organizational value rankings. Coming in at number 57, very, very fun conversation we had with this gentleman earlier on in July. Jackson Parsons, hashtag goalie friendly show. How about goalie of the year in the Canadian Hockey League last year with the Kitchener Rangers, where he had a 37-12-3 record, 5 shutouts, and a sparkling .920 save percentage. He's making his debut on our list after being an undrafted free agent signing around at Dev Camp, I should say, and just good organizational depth. Pillsy, you want winners in your organization, and I know that they couldn't get past the London Knights, but the Kitchener Rangers still had a hell of a year.
Yeah, exactly. And Ross, not only do you want that type of talent in your organization, but you want guys who want to be here. Jackson Parsons told us that he chose to go to Ottawa development camp, and it was a clear, easy choice for him as a guy that clearly is done with the OHL. He dominated last year, like we talked about, and he's likely going to spend time with the Allen Americans, the reunited, I was about to say newly joined, but that's not true, the reunited ECHL team, the Allen Americans in Texas. So I wonder, Ross, if the amount of extra defensemen and having a guy like Jackson Parsons in the system really pushed the Ottawa Senators to get an ECHL team affiliate so that they could have a spot for these guys, and that's still kind of in their control. So I think he's going to see a good amount of games down there.
Yeah, I think for me, the goal for him is to play maybe 4, 5, 6 AHL games and show well in those, and then just continue to develop his game in the pro level. And we talked to him about all the other goalies that have taken the path through the ECHL, and it's a lot easier to see the big picture, I think, from the crease rather than if you're a player, skater who's been reassigned. It just feels so far away from the National Hockey League.
And just one quick thing, I think it's good for goalies to go to the ECHL because everyone we've talked to that's done that route, they mentioned how there's a lot less structure in the ECHL. So you can't depend on your defense partners to always be in the right spot at the right time and make responsible plays. You got to be accountable for yourself a little bit more down there. And I think that's a good tool in young goalies' development path.
Jackson Parsons makes his debut at 57 on our organizational value rankings, which brings us to number 56, Eerik with 2 E's, Wallenius, another big left shot defenseman. You heard that before when talking about Senators organizational depth? Well, he's 6'4", 217 pounds, and I'm very happy to see that he's coming over to the CHL. He's going to play in Moncton with the Wildcats this upcoming season. They're supposed to be a good team as well, and it'll be nice because he did very well in the U20 circuit in Finland, but hasn't really been able to establish a spot in Liga.
Yeah, let's start with his U20 numbers. In 39 games, 4 goals, 18 assists, finished as a -9, 81 PIMs. And then he did get 5 Liga games, but zeros all across the board there. So I think this is the type of move, Ross, where he probably knows where he stands with his organization in Finland, HPK, and maybe was seeing the writing on the wall that he wasn't going to get the opportunities he was hoping for. And if you're hoping for a career in North America, it makes sense that at this time in his development that he's deciding to come over here. And the Moncton Wildcats, they got a good program there. I think that's one of the Q teams that a lot of
imports,
yes, thank you, choose to go to because of the way they're able to kind of
Gardner
help them out.
McDougall's their head coach, and he's a legend in the university ranks first and foremost. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that he is going to be, as I tap dance around here, yes, he will be the head. No, it's the Hunters. Was he on the bench last year? No, but anyways, he's the Quebec League champion, Canadian Hockey League Coach of the Year this season. And his numbers at the University of New Brunswick are ridiculous. He's a 7-time champion down there. So
decent.
Yeah, decent. So now he runs the program out with the Moncton Wildcats. So looking forward to seeing what Eerik Wallenius can do. And he is an assistant coach on the World Junior squad. I knew that he's also got an all-time mustache. Have you seen this guy?
No, I'm not familiar with this mustache.
I ran into him in Vegas right after we said goodbye after the NHL draft. And for those curious, like, that's an all-time mustache if you're watching.
Nice. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Gardner McDougall. So as we were saying, expect Eerik Wallenius to get some good development down there. I think this is going to be good for him.
Yep, agreed.
2024 5th-round pick comes in at number 56 on our organizational value rankings, and that is a slight bump up from where he was last year. He's up 4 spots from number 60. All right, coming in at number 55, it's Matthew Andonovski. Bit of a market correction for him. When he came on the list for the first time, 5th-round pick in 2023, he was 57th overall, then jumped all the way up to 35th. And now he's back at 55. I think we got a little too excited because the offensive numbers started to pop and then came back down a little bit this year. But he did take on a leadership role as the captain in Kitchener.
Yeah, well, the reason we had him so high, Ross, is he had an incredible year. And it really looked like he was going to build on that. No, I'm not saying he didn't build on that, but I think the expectations were higher than what he achieved this year. But in 65 games, he had 6 goals, 15 assists, 21 points, a +10, which is a big drop from +58 the season before where he led the OHL. And this guy racks up PIMs, 132 PIMs this season. And then in 16 playoff games, he had 4 assists, a +8. I think the question with Matthew Andonovski is, where is he going to play this year, Ross? You and I kind of went back and forth whether we think he's going to go back to the OHL, do one final year. And as a captain of a good team and a good program in the Kitchener Rangers, I don't think it would be that crazy for him to go back. But again, this is a guy that would make a lot of sense to go to the ECHL. Like Tomas Hamara was a guy that had to go back to the OHL last year because there just wasn't a spot for him in Belleville. And I guess they weren't comfortable putting him in Orlando. So now that they have an affiliate team, I think a guy like Matthew Andonovski, who plays a smart, responsible game and has good size, he could handle it down there.
Yeah, and it's going to be fascinating too, because if he has a better camp than Tomas Hamara, there could be a spot for him in Belleville, like the left side of the defense. Right now it's Sebrango, Jorian Donovan, Tomas Hamara, and Matthew Andonovski. So we'll see how things shake out down there. And could they have a righty play the left side? Maybe, because they are deep on the right side with Cam Crotty and Lassie Thompson coming in, already having Max Gannett, who again needs a contract, Djibril Touré on the right side. So there's a lot of young pieces on the back end. He'll have to fight for every inch. He actually led the OHL in penalty minutes this past season.
More than Gabe?
Yeah, Gabe was 5th on the list.
Wow.
Andonovski played 2 extra games and actually had 16 more penalty minutes than Eliasson. So he's racking up the penalty minutes, but he's a big boy, plays physical, plays mean, and you're hoping that one day he's going to be a low event NHL defenseman, likely on the bottom pair, who can help you in the trenches throughout the game. 6'3", 215 pounds, still has 3 years left on his entry-level contract at $836,000. The graph obviously looks more pronounced because of that bump up in 2024, but still a nice 5th-round pick from 2023, 140th overall. Matthew Andonovski comes in at number 55 on our organizational value rankings. To number 54, we go to Theo Wallberg, and slight drop, 12 spots from last year where he was 42nd. And that again, is the anomaly because he was 56th in 2023. He's 59th in 2022. He's got the tools, 6'5", over 200 pounds. He's 21 years old. And after 3 seasons now with the Ohio State Buckeyes, he's going to transfer to Western Michigan, the reigning champ. So again, a guy who's going to a good program. Now it's about, will he get the minutes there?
Yeah, and that's funny, Ross, because initially I thought, a change from Ohio State is probably going to be a downgrade. But this is not the case here. And not probably the season Theo Wallberg wanted after a really good rookie year.
Freshman. I think I said third year. I meant to say he's going into his third year of college. He spent 2 years with Ohio State, and now he's going to Western Michigan.
Correct. Yeah. In his first year with Ohio State, in 38 games, he had 21 points. And then this year in 27 games, just the 8 assists, no goals. But did go from a -10 to a +13. So that cleaned up there, whether that was just overall team play or him developing, not sure. But he's got potential, and he was able to put up points in the J20 league in Sweden back in his home country. And he also spent a year in the USHL. So he's been moved around and he's got different opportunities. So we'll see how this year goes for him. But I think he's one of those guys, Ross, that often Sens fans forget about. And I think if he can have a nice college career, there's no reason why he couldn't be a serviceable guy in Belleville in next couple of years.
He's been in the organization now since the 2022 draft when he was the 168th overall pick. And I think we're going to have to see a bit more offense at the college level this year for him to earn that contract. The Sens do hold his rights until the following summer of 2027. So Theo Wallberg comes in at number 54 on our organizational value rankings. We still have more in this final prospect tier. There's 8 tiers overall, and we've got all the way up to 54. So if you're watching on YouTube, again, bit of a Easter egg because we do have the team logos of everybody as we continue counting our way to the franchise tier. And the ordering of that tier will be fascinating. We feel good about it 1 minute, and then we question it the next. We're going to have to make a very, very tough decision at the top of this board, but we're working our way through the prospects right now, and we'll get to more of them. And coming in at number 53 on our organizational value rankings is going to be Tomas Hamara. And this could be considered low for some. Former third-round pick, had a great season with the Ontario Hockey League's Brantford Bulldogs. He made it to the American Hockey League right out of the gate and then could not find ice time. So he got sent back for an overage season down there. He's fallen 1 spot from last year when we had him 52 on this list. He's 21 years old. He's a pro hockey player no matter what now, Pilsy. What do you need to see from Tomas Hamara this year to give you that breath of confidence that we had when they picked him? And it seemed like out of that draft class in 2022, he was the online scouting community's favorite at that point.
Yeah, I still think there's potential for Tomas Hamara. Ross, you asked what I'm hoping to see from him, I believe was your question. Yep. Looking at capwages.com or Cap Wages guys, go check out their website. I think just based on the depth chart in Belleville, Ross, he could be the third pair left shot defenseman, right? Like you're going to have Donovan Sebrango, then probably Jorian Donovan, and then it's between Andonovski and Tomas Hamara. And I think you're giving Hamara those opportunities. Now, who will he be beside? Maybe Cameron Crotty or Djibril Touré could be his partners. I think that would make sense for the third pair. So I think he's going to have an opportunity here. And I think the organization and himself made the right choice, whether that was mutual or what the decision was for him to go back to the OHL. I know it's not great for a guy that age to still be there, but when he was there, he dominated 55 points in 58 games, plus 19. And he also had 6 assists in 11 playoff games with the Brantford Bulldogs too. So I think he's ready to take that next step. And I don't know, Ross, do you think third pair minutes in Belleville would be a good spot for him? Or do you think he would benefit more from an elevated role in the ECHL with the Allen Americans?
No, I think it's time for him to play in the American Hockey League. So I'm with you. I think as long as you can beat out Matthew Andonovski in training camp and assert yourself as a guy who's ready for the grind of the season and the physicality, Hamara could be a guy who actually really plays a great role on Belleville because he does have offensive potential and could be a second power play guy if things break correctly throughout the season. I don't think he starts there, but I think that could be a goal for him, is to have the trust of the coach to put him in offensive opportunities. The year was great. 55 points in 58 games, a plus 19. Couldn't ask for much more with what he did in Brantford, but now Tomas Hamara is going to have to take his game to the next level. And he's been falling a little bit over the years here, Pillsy, in our organizational value rankings, going down from starting all the way up at number 36 to 41 to 52. Now he's down one spot to 53 on our OVRs. Coming in at number 52 on our organizational value rankings, we've got Owen Beckner. And this could be a surprise name for some, Pillsy, a 7th round draft pick. Usually they don't get the fanfare or any sort of recognition on this type of list, but the numbers were great. And he's playing in a situation where he's in a great conference, the NCHC. They've got North Dakota, Denver, and so on. But he's not on a powerhouse team. However, he's putting up numbers, man. Too many to ignore.
Yeah, I think it's good that we're bringing some light to Owen Beckner here, Ross, because he's a guy that I think kind of gets lost in the shuffle. But with Colorado College in 37 games, 7 goals, 20 assists, 27 points is pretty solid, plus 8.
Led the team in scoring.
Yeah, so I think definitely Owen Beckner, it's going to be interesting to see if he can follow that up, because he had seasons in the BCHL, 2 of them, then the USHL, now NCAA. So now returning to the NCAA, and he's got a sense of what that league is like and had success. I mean, is it that crazy to think that he could be point per game guy?
I would really like to see that. Now, like I said, Colorado College not the strongest team. They were 18-1 last year. Like, they weren't a team that was going to be competing for a national championship. But I almost think in certain situations, the competition matters more than your own teammates and your own ability as an organization, or college in this case, to make a noise, because he's going to be the top line center there. He's a left shot. He's 20 years old. And these numbers, this is a freshman season. Like, that's coming out of junior and making an impact right away. So he's a guy who's officially on my radar. I'll say that about Owen Beckner.
Yeah, I think he should be. And for a guy that was drafted as late as him, he was a 7th round pick, right?
204th overall.
Yeah, so that's pretty good value for a guy drafted that late.
Yeah, he was one of the last players on our OVR last season, and then has worked his way all the way up to number 52 on this list. So we're excited to see what's next. He's up 10 spots, though, from 62. So great to see for Owen Beckner on our organizational value rankings. Coming in at number 51, it's Blake Vanek, a part of the most recent draft class for the Senators. Just turned 18 years old in August. Pillsy, one of the youngest players. Also, one of the rawest at 6'4", 205 pounds. The skating needs work, but like, again, I know it's a low level. It's high school hockey. But this kid was having fun out there for sure, with 22 goals, 53 points in 29 games.
Yeah, Blake Vanek certainly was an interesting choice by the Ottawa Senators. I would say fair to say that they reached on him a little bit. But when you get a guy with this size, young, raw prospect that had a dad that had a very successful NHL career in Tomas Vanek, I don't hate it. And he dominated in the U.S. high school league in Minnesota with Stillwater High, but he also spent some time in the USHL. My elite prospects is not loading right now, Ross, so maybe you can hit me with his USHL numbers with the Chicago Steel.
Yeah, for sure. And it is worth noting as well with Blake Vanek that he's going to be taking his talents to the WHL. The Wenatchee Wild is where he'll be playing next season. He had 4 goals and 5 points in 9 games in the USHL.
So, I mean, not bad. Small sample size, but 5 points in 9 games is decent.
Yeah, he's a goal scorer too. Like, I'm just hoping for him this season, and people who are going to be watching through AdSense prospects on social media. Like, I want to see a lot of highlights this season of him scoring goals in that league. I think 25 goals should be the goal for Blake Vanek to achieve this upcoming season. And he's got a long path forward, right? Like he's a guy who has the late birthday, and he's going to be a long-term project for the Ottawa Senators.
Definitely. Yeah.
But he's creative and he's fun. And the Ottawa Senators didn't have really that type of prospect in their organization, or enough of them. So I like the swing on upside for Blake Vanek, who makes his debut on our organizational value rankings, coming in at number 51 overall. Coming in at number 50, friend of the show, Hoyt Stanley, had a great season with Cornell. He's never going to be the type of player that jumps off the page offensively or puts up big numbers that will turn heads, but Steady Eddie is the name of the game for Hoyt. And at 6'3", 204, he's got great size, great skating ability, plays a premium position as a right shot defenseman. And I think he's going to be a pro hockey player. It's just what more can he be from that?
Yeah, he's not going to be a point-producing guy, but he's got good skills, good hockey IQ, and our friends over at Elite Prospects, Ross, they had him in the top 10 of their list of Senators prospects. I believe he was, 7 or 8?
Yes, 8.
So they think highly of him, and I think as a guy that was the first selection for the Ottawa Senators in their draft year, 4th rounder, he's got potential, and quietly he's doing a good job over at Cornell.
Yeah, he is. And like I said, the numbers aren't going to jump off the page. 13 points all season, but plus 14, plays big role, big minutes, and it's going to be an interesting season for him, in the sense of like he's probably thinking like, hey, like a good season here, and who knows what the educational side of it is. Obviously it's an Ivy League school, it's a place where players want to stay and fulfill their educational requirements, but he's going into his junior season, Pilsy. Like, yep. This is hey, like, are you signing time for Hoyt Stanley after this upcoming season? Or the Sens are going to have to see if they have room on the right side. Obviously, they've drafted a lot of right shot defensemen recently, including their last 2 first-round picks. But we like Hoyt Stanley for 108th overall pick. Good value in the draft, and he comes in at number 50 on our organizational value rankings, which brings us to number 49, a new friend of the show, Djibril Touré. Just had him on last month. This guy has an infectious personality. He's an enormous human being, 6'7", 217 pounds, late bloomer. 22 years old, 1 year left on his contract that he signed as an undrafted free agent after having a successful 2023 rookie tournament as an invite there with the Ottawa Senators. But he screams 6th defenseman in the NHL at some point, whether it's in 2 years, 4 years, or 6 years. I think that he's got everything in the prototype, from the size, the meanness, the good first pass, a little bit of offensive upside that you're starting to see become more prevalent as he becomes more confident in his own game. I really like this player, and I think of all the players, and he's up 6 spots for us, but like he's really caught my attention from a guy who was just a prospect to a guy who could next year on this list be a legit prospect, guy who we have ranked even higher than this.
Yep, I agree. I see the vision for Djibril Touré, Ross, and I want to see him play the entire year in Belleville. He spent time in the ECHL last year. They brought him up, and then once Belleville's year was over, he played in the playoffs in the ECHL. I think you want him on this team. He's one of those guys that when he's on your team and on the ice, you feel a little stronger. You can stand a little taller out there because you got a guy that can back things up if it gets heated physically, or you gotta toss the gloves and have a scrap. That's not someone as an opponent you want to see as a possible fighter, Djibril Touré. And we talked to him. He was working on his fighting this offseason. I would love to see, Ross, a third pair on Belleville. How about Tomas Hamara and Djibril Touré? Like, that's good yin-yang, in my opinion. Hamara can be the offensive guy that carries the puck up the ice, and Djibril can be the physical shutdown guy. So I think he's got a real good opportunity, and I think Coach David Bell likes him in Belleville. So I think we're going to see a big season from him in the AHL.
And he made it clear to us. He scored on every goalie at Dev Camp. He's looking to refine that offensive game a little bit more. And I think if he does that, then he will be certainly on the map of a guy. I don't think this is the year for him to get a call up, but he's going to be itching for one, whether it's this year or next. Djibril Touré up 6 spots, comes in at number 49 on our organizational value rankings. Pillsy, let's get to our organizational value rankings. And if you've missed any of them, we will be ending each show until the list is complete with at least 3, but typically between 3 and 5 profiles. And the last few have caught my attention for sure. I'm feeling like I'm in the area now where we're talking about Djibril Touré. Blake Vanek scores a shootout goal in his preseason WHL debut. But in today's profiles, Pillsy, these are players that I think could make huge impacts where they're playing right now. And with that, let's get to number 48 on our organizational value rankings. It's Big Gabe. Gabe Eliasson. After being 38th last year, he's down 10 spots, but he's looking down at everyone else, standing 6'7", 212 pounds, just turned 19 years old. He's a left shot defenseman that loves violence.
Yeah, definitely. Gabe Eliasson is a fascinating hockey prospect because we always talk about it. The things that he does well, he's in a tier of his own: violence, physicality. But the rest of his game, it's got some work to do to come along to make him an all-around solid defenseman prospect. But he's in a good spot. I think it was such a good decision for him to go to the OHL, to go to the Barrie Colts, because he was committed to Michigan, right? That was
he would have been suspended in the first game.
First shift, dude. Like, it would have been, I don't even know if he would have made it through warmups, let's be honest. But in 63 games with the Colts last year, 3 goals, 4 assists, 7 points. The points are never going to be what we judge Eliasson on. He finished a +2, 116 PIMs, and he had 16 playoff games, 0 goals, 0 assists, -3, 18 penalty minutes. So Ross, he did a good job in the playoffs, keeping it clean. Only 18 PIMs in 16 games.
Yeah, that's it. Only 9 minor penalties in 16 games. But you're right, and Elite Prospects noted that in their organizational piece that they did of the top Sens prospects. It was actually, I sent you the write-up, and I said this is a very rosy write-up of Gabe Eliasson because they've been hard on him in the past. And even though between the regular season and the playoffs, he finished with 134 penalty minutes, only 28 of those came in the last 31 games. So even towards the end of the regular season, he was figuring it out. And obviously they got a great coaching staff. It's a really prestigious OHL organization there in Barrie. I think that's fair to say. So him going back there for a second season can only help his development. So I'm excited to see now that he's got 63 regular season games. Obviously, the playoff run they went on, unfortunately, ending with a tough series against the Oshawa Generals where they lost 3-1, 7-1, 7-6, and 8-4. Sounds almost like a tennis match score there. But yeah, we'll see what's next with Gabe Eliasson. But we know what he's going to be. He knows what he's going to be at the next level. The goal for me, for him this year, continue to stay disciplined, but without losing the physicality, the thing that you do best, and make that World Junior team, man. Make that World Junior team. I think that would be huge for his confidence as well.
Yeah, we really got to see him on Sweden's World Junior team. And hopefully, Ross, he continues to be paired up with Sean Aitchison. I think that's a good partner to have if you're Gabe Eliasson. And man, opponents going up against those two, you're going to have bumps and bruises every single shift.
Yes, you will. And Gabriel Eliasson comes in at number 48 overall on our organizational value rankings. He's down 10 spots. The 2024 second round draft pick, who was 39th overall. Coming in at number 47 on our organizational value rankings, it's Luke Ellinas. Eliasson to Ellinas. Yeah, stay with me here. Also a 2024 draft pick. This in the 4th round. maybe the round of the century, some are saying, for the Ottawa Senators. Ellinas is 6'1", 185 pounds, 19 years old, plays center, plays wing. We think we're probably leaning towards seeing him as a winger in pro hockey, but time will tell. He's a left shot, and he's down 6 spots from last season.
Which is crazy to me, Ross, that we have him down spots because he had a great season. I mean, especially when you stack his seasons together. His rookie year with the Kitchener Rangers, he had 33 points in 67 games. This year, as an assistant captain of the Rangers, in 50 games, so 17 less games, 4 more goals, same amount of assists, and he goes from a +8 to a +16. But where Ellinas really shined was that postseason, 14 games, 16 points, over a point per game guy. And I think he's going to have another great season with the Kitchener Rangers here. He did have an injury. Was it a broken arm or a broken leg?
Don't know.
He broke something, but he was able to come back and be stronger than ever, it seemed, in the playoffs. So I'm really fired up about Luke Ellinas, Ross. I think that he's going to be a guy that, as we watch him develop and as he gets to Belleville, I can see him turning into a nice player.
Well, and clearly the Senators believe that because in May they agreed to terms on a 3-year entry-level contract with Ellinas. So he's going to be the lone player, at least for now, that's signed with the organization but playing in junior hockey. I think that tells you what they think of him as a potential player for them down the road. So keep an eye on Luke Ellinas, who was also an Ottawa Senators fan growing up in the heart of enemy territory. So, we're fired up about that. But great season for him. He was really the guy I was referencing, saying he dropped spots, but ultimately probably shouldn't have based on the seasons that he had. But you gotta give some respect to those guys who have already made the jump to pro hockey and are contributing there. But Luke Ellinas down a few spots, but don't take it personally. This is a guy who can bounce back up here next season. Just stay healthy, do your thing, and let's get Kitchener back to where they belong atop the OHL, right, Pilsy?
Yeah, hey, I'm a Kitchener Sens guy, a Guelph Storm guy at heart, but with all these Senators connections, I've got a little bit of a soft spot for the Rangers now.
Luke Ellinas was drafted 104th overall in the 2024 draft. He comes in at number 47 on our organizational value rankings, down 6 spots. Now let's get to number 46 on our organizational value rankings, Javon Moore, also from that 2024 4th round. Javon Moore will be attending the University of Minnesota this upcoming season. He'll be a freshman there after having a nice season with the Sioux Falls Stampede in the United States Hockey League. He's down 7 spots on our list, but he's growing like a weed. We have him at 6'4" here, 195 pounds, but he told me in our interview this summer that he was 6'2" at the NHL Scouting Combine and that he's 6'5" now. He's a left wing, left shot, and has all the potential to be an NHL power forward.
Oh, yeah. Javon Moore's skill set is so exciting and just a classic Minnesota guy, Ross. Played Minnesota high school hockey, then finds his way to the University of Minnesota. He's following the correct path here, and he had a nice season with the Sioux Falls Stampede in the USHL last year. 56 games, 17 goals, 22 assists, +11, only 10 PIMs. So for a guy of his size that can have that physicality, he keeps it clean out there.
Yeah, he does. And I think it's also really worth noting that Javon Moore was ranked 5th by elite prospects on the Senators prospect list. Like, that to me is eye-opening because it felt like, the numbers don't pop off the page. And their lead line is, it was a great year for Javon Moore by every barometer other than points. Regularly his team's best player, NHL caliber tools, dynamic abilities, faking opponents. There's a considerable turnover with the Minnesota Gophers as well. So there could be some real opportunity for him to take another step. So he's a prospect that we were excited about right off the bat after the draft in Vegas. But I also just see his stock kind of rising. So it's interesting that he's down 7 spots. Again, we told you why. But overall, this is a player that I'm going to be keeping my eye on throughout this season. I hope he gets proper opportunity with the Gophers as a true freshman. I shouldn't say true freshman because 19. I feel like true freshman you have to be 18 years old. But that's neither here nor there. What would to you be a successful first college season for Javon Moore?
I'd say I'm looking at double-digit goals and assists. I think that's fair, somewhere in the 20-point range.
Yeah, that's cool with me.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep that in mind as we watch Javon Moore make his debut with the Minnesota Gophers, 112th overall in 2024, and he comes in at number 46 on our organizational value rankings, down 7 spots. Coming in at number 45, it is Bruno Idzan. This was quite the selection in the 6th round of the NHL draft this year. Overager for the draft, so he's 19 years old. He's 6 feet tall, 194 pounds. He'll be heading to the University of Wisconsin. And I don't think he's going to replicate these offensive numbers, Pilsy, but it'd be cool if he did.
Yeah, I mean, he came to the USHL just firing on all cylinders in 36 games, 22 goals, 22 assists for 44 points, a plus 27. I think it's good that he has kind of graduated from the USHL to the NCAA. And it's crazy, Ross, that before this, like his path, and go check out our interview with him to get the full story, but just quickly, going from being a Croatian-born guy to playing in Slovenia, then going to Sweden as a teenager, then things not really working out for him. HV71, he goes to Malmo, then it doesn't work out for him in Malmo, so he decides, I'm going back home. I'm playing hockey in Croatia. Nobody does that. And then he lights it up there, gets his confidence back, goes to the USHL, dominates, and now he's with the Wisconsins. Ross, Bruno is, I would like to officially declare him as one of my guys. I'm going to be following along. I love his energy. He seems like such a fun kid. He's got a really well-rounded skill set, in my opinion. So the fact that he is one of the 4 Sens prospects on the Wisconsin Badgers is just so exciting.
Oh, it's so cool. I loved his story, and I love the way that he came over, like not even over, when he came to Slovenia to play, he was just like already set on like, I'm going to be the best at this. And he goes in, he's 15 years old. He's playing U17, even gets an opportunity to play in the U19 league. And he's so good. They're like, you know what? Go over to Sweden. Pilsy, as a 16-year-old, he was playing in U16 as well, but he's also playing in the J18. This is a 16-year-old playing the J18. What was Gretzky's record? 50 goals in 39 games, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
Bruno Idzan in a 2-year older category in Division 1 in Sweden had 50 goals in 35 games. This guy, and at that point, you got to be like, hey, I'm going to be an offensive threat. And I think this is really cool for Ottawa's prospect pool because they don't have that many just high-flying, offensive, creative talent, and Bruno is all that.
Yeah, he definitely is. So I think he's going to have a good role in Wisconsin. I think it's a great landing spot for him. And yeah, like you can see in this picture of him celebrating a goal, like this guy's got the passion for the game, and he's excited for this opportunity.
The first ever Croatian-born NHL draft pick. Will he become the first ever Croatian-born NHL player? Time will tell. But the 6th round draft pick of the 2025 draft will be playing at Wisconsin. We just hope that he gets a proper role here to start things off. I don't want to see him on the 4th line. You got to let Bruno get his role as an offensive catalyst. And we'll see if he gets that. He comes in at number 45 on our organizational value rankings. Coming in at number 44, we got a little run here on goalies to wrap up today's show. Kevin Reidler, 6'7", 209 pounds, 21 years old, and he's got the coolest graph so far that we've done. He's been in the organization since 2022, Pilsy, and he's gotten a little bit higher every single year.
Yep, that's the kind of growth you want to see. And Ross, am I wrong in saying that Kevin Reidler could be one of your guys? I feel like he's a guy you're really high on and excited about.
Yeah, you know what? I am excited about Kevin Reidler. I just think that he's one of those guys, and maybe it's a bit of the Mads thing too without the injuries, but these tall goalies that are enormous take a little bit longer, but the payout could be legit. So I'm so happy he transferred though. Like it was unfortunate. And the situation he was in Omaha, like I get it. They had their starter. He'd been there for the last couple of years. He's back actually again this year, obviously why Reidler decided to change programs. But like, dude, he had 8 games last year. Like, how are you supposed to get into any sort of rhythm when you're playing that little? He played like 1 game a month for the last couple.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. And like the fact that he was still that good when he was sparingly used, he had a 4-1 record.
And sorry, just to emphasize your point, his numbers were this good, and in 1 of 8 games, he was brought in for the final period of mop-up duty in an 11-2 loss. He allowed 4 goals on 13 shots and still had that good of numbers in that small of sample size.
Yeah, true. If he was able to take that game out, his numbers would even look even better.
Ridiculously better.
He had a .920 save percentage. Like he was
I'm gonna find out.
Solid guy.
That's what I do for my guys, Pilsy. I'm going to find out what it would be without that.
Oh boy, we're doing math on the fly on this show. Great. Tune in for the next 20 minutes, Ross, when I figure this out. And me saying yup to whatever answer he gives me, not checking it. But Kevin Reidler, like this guy's got the size and he's got the opportunity now going to Penn State University. I mean, we talk about it, Ross. That's the reason why Gavin McKenna decided to go there. He's like, I got a good situation with a good, big starting goalie here.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that. But what I love about Kevin Reidler, too, is just he commands the net so well. And obviously, we haven't seen it as much as we did in the USHL 2 years ago when he played 39 games and was unreal in the playoffs with a .934 save percentage. But I just feel like this is going to be such a perfect place for him to play this year. And there's going to be, I think, a lot more media attention, if you will, broadcast. Penn State's going to be on ESPN quite a bit. And hey, sometimes it's okay to be the backup dancer. I know Gavin McKenna is the reason for all that, but you can catch people's attention, especially when you're playing the most important position. There's nowhere to hide out there if you're Kevin Reidler. The expectation is going to be that he's going to have these types of numbers, if not better, next year.
And Ross, this is a pivotal year for Kevin Reidler's career because these Senators hold his rights until 2026. So this is kind of like,
wow.
All right, let me show you what I can do, and let's evaluate where I'm at once I've had a proper chance on a better team and in a better role.
Yeah, that's a great point, because when you think about Kevin Reidler, you're like, okay, like he's still got so much time, right? Not really.
Yeah, not necessarily. And this could be a guy, Ross, where if he doesn't feel like he's getting the opportunities in North America, not to say this, this is just my opinion, not trying to put words in his mouth, but I don't see why he wouldn't consider going back to Sweden for opportunities if things don't pan out in North America, because he could carve out probably a good career for himself otherwise.
Yeah, I hope that it's in the Sens organization, but I could also see him taking the Marcus Hogberg path where he does sign, then goes to Europe and then finds his way back. But Pilsy, people want answers on this show, not just questions. 8 games, .920 save percentage. If you take out that one period that he played against Denver, his save percentage of the season would be .935.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it was a .692 save percentage that game. So yeah, getting that out of the way would be great. And that's the most goals he allowed.
Yeah.
All year was just that one period, 4 goals. The other ones 3-1-1, 3-1, 4-2-2. So like, he's solid. I'm excited about Kevin Reidler as well, Ross. We've had him on the show. He's a great kid.
Yeah, let's do it, and let's see the best graph that we've done so far. Just slow and steady. So the goal for Kevin Reidler is get to the top 40 for next year, right?
Yeah,
let's get into the top 40. Kevin Reidler comes in at number 44, the 5th-round pick, 151st overall in the 2022 draft. And Kevin Reidler was second on our prospects tier. He's also the second goalie. because at the top of this tier is 2025 fourth round pick, Luka Beckman, 18 years old, 6'2", 183 pounds. He snatched the starting position in Baie-Comeau last year as a 17-year-old. I cannot wait to see what he's got up his sleeve for an encore.
Well, I mean, Ross, we can kind of look at this similar to Kevin Reidler, right? Like his first year in the queue for Beckman, only 9 games all year. But when he played, he dominated, and then he got a big opportunity this past season. In 52 games, a 265 goals against, 914 save percentage, 31-18-2 record with 4 shutouts, and he shined in the playoffs too. In 11 games, 257 goals against and a 922 save percentage. So he's going to be the starter, the guy, the number one guy for the Drakkar in the Q League. And Beckman might have been the best value pick the Ottawa Senators got in the 2025 draft. Like, for how highly regarded he is on online scouting circles, and EP did their was it EP of the Athletic did their list of top 20 goalie prospects not in the NHL, and he made that list as a guy that was picked in the 4th round at 97th overall. Like, I'm so excited that they have the opportunity to get this guy. And I've been saying it, Ross, let's bring back that French-Canadian goaltending revolution, and Luka Beckman is going to lead the charge.
Unfortunately for Luka Beckman, this is the deepest that Canada has been in years for World Junior options. Every projection that I've seen, whether it's our friend Cam Robinson over at Elite Prospects or our friend Scott Wheeler over at The Athletic, they've got it pretty set that it's Carter George, who was there last year. Jack Ivankovic, we like him as a goaltender. We're talking about him in the draft. And Josh Ravensbergen, who was, I believe, either a late first or early second round pick.
Late first.
At this draft. So he's going to have his hands full to make that team. But I think as long as he's making strides in the QMJHL, he could be a guy that in the 2027 World Juniors makes an impact, because he's just 18 years old right now. He was one of the youngest players at this draft. So I'm excited for Luka Beckman. I think that we have him in a fair spot here where we're setting some expectations for him and also understanding that there's still a lot of room for growth in his game. So I'm excited to see what he's got coming up next. He makes his debut on our organizational value rankings at, as I fly around here, 43rd overall.
Nice. That was a quick little spoiler alert there for people paying attention. But yes, Luka Beckman.
It was last year's graphic. So
it was last year. Okay, scratch that.
So no spoilers. People can double check the stats and see that as well.
Yep. Luka Beckman here, back tendies. Excited for both these guys.
So we looked. I gotta cut that. That's crazy. I was moving around too much. There we go. What were you saying there? Just finish your thought. I'll find a place to cut.
I just said 2 goalies excited for these guys. That's it.
Yeah, how can you not be? And Pillsy, you know what's wild? With the way Ottawa's been collecting goaltenders, we got more goalies to come. We've also got more tiers to come. That is the prospect tier. No, I'm not going to read off every single name because we've just gone from 65 all the way to 43 on our organizational value rankings. The Belleville tier is next, followed by NHL depth prospects, role NHLers, blue chippers, the core, and the franchise talent. This will all be complete well before the Senators' regular season starts, and we're also going to put them all in one long video with timestamps that you can go check out before the regular season to get caught up on what these Ottawa Senators are looking like and where they're going to play in 2025-26. We are on to Belleville's tier. We are at 42nd overall. We are counting down the top 65 players, that's all of them, in the Ottawa Senators organization. And coming in number 42, a player that we had to add to this list late, it's Cam Crotty. Good Ottawa boy, former Gloucester Ranger. Last season was the captain of the AHL's Iowa Wild. makes his debut here at number 42.
Yes, the veteran spokesman for the Belleville Senators D-Corps at the age of 26 years old. Now, he does have 283 AHL games under his belt, 6 years. But with the Iowa Wild last season in 64 games, no goals, 10 assists, -7, 56 PIMs. So he's going to be more of your stay-at-home veteran defenseman. Likely he's going to be on that third pair, or maybe if Coach Bell wants a little bit more veteran experience, he'll bump him up to the second pair. But I think this was a move where the Ottawa Senators and Belleville Senators clearly recognized that they had a young D-Corps and just wanted to have a safer insurance option of a guy that's been there and done that. And as a captain of the Iowa Wild, you get some leadership on that back end too. Overall, nice signing. And I'm glad they added Cam Crotty, Ottawa boy. You got to love it.
Yeah, you got to appreciate that. And they liked him enough that they gave him a 2-year contract. So it is worth noting as well that it's going to be a longer term thought out process. We see so many one-year deals going on in free agency, but you also look, and whether it's call-ups, injuries, you have to use so many defensemen at the AHL level. They lost Philip Roos, who played 68 games for them last year. There's going to be change no matter what. Nicholas Matenpalo's 24 games. I was trying to count off the top of my head. I'll say it's around 11 defensemen that they used in Belleville last year. So this depth, bringing in a 6'3" defenseman, over 210 pounds, physical, had one NHL game last year as well. So he's a guy who I think it's going to be just a nice depth piece on the right side, always a position of need around the NHL, and it can put Ottawa in a position of strength in that spot. So Cam Crotty at 42 overall makes his debut, brought in free agency this year. We'll see what he brings. I think it's just going to be kind of steady Eddie would be as good as it gets for Cam Crotty. Don't expect an offensive explosion or anything like that. Also worth noting, there's some familiarity for him with the organization, not just because he's an Ottawa boy, but he and Brady Tkachuk went to Boston University together. So be a nice reunion for those two to catch up after so many years apart. Coming in at number 41 on our organizational value rankings is Hayden Hodgson. This guy, he knew the assignment when he got called up to Ottawa, got 2 games, but in Belleville, where he spent the majority of his season, oh yeah, he knew the assignment there too. Be physical, protect the investments, and, be a good teammate. And that's what he did. Unfortunately, he suffered an injury and missed a big portion of the season, but he's a big boy, 29 years old, 6'2", 220 pounds, right shot, right wing. And again, he protects the investments.
You got to have a guy like Hayden Hodgson's in your organization, at least one of them.
Like he's Scott Sabrin.
Yeah, very similar. I miss Scott Sabrin.
He's back in the division.
Where'd he end up?
Tampa.
Toronto? Tampa. Okay, good.
He was with Toronto, wasn't he?
He was.
Yeah.
The original creator of the quote, protect the investment.
That's why I brought him up. It's such a great quote.
So
hey,
good.
why? They basically said, like, hey, Scott, why are you here?
Yeah. He's like, I know why I'm here. Let me tell you. But Hayden Hodgson's is going to have to take on that role. And I think he's the type of guy, Ross, that if Travis Green says, look, we're heading into Montreal, we're heading into who are the tough teams these days? I was going to say
Montreal was one.
Well, I should say that like there's going to be physicality,
like heavy teams.
Yeah,
the Florida Panthers. Ever heard of them?
Yeah. So if you have an assignment like that and you want to bring up a guy that has some physicality, Hayden Hodgson can come in for a game or two and set the tone and make everybody around him feel a little bit more comfortable when they're out on the ice. So yeah. I'm glad he's here, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how he helps a young team in Belleville.
Yeah, and he would have played the rest of those meaningless games at the end of the NHL season. Unfortunately, suffered an injury in that game against Philadelphia, his second NHL game. But that first one, he played 7 minutes, had 4 hits, got in this fight. You can see the photo if you're watching on YouTube where he's just pounding. That was actually a great fight both ways. Pizzetta was throwing him too. That was entertaining for sure. And those weren't just like 4 like rub out hits after a clear. He was running guys. So I appreciated that. He played with a lot more pace than I expected. And in Belleville, like, he's not going to be an offensive contributor, but still had 5 goals, 6 assists in 43 games, 156 PIMs. He knows what he's doing out there. And he jumps up 7 spots from 48 to 41. He's got 2 years left on his contract. We'll see what Hayden Hodgson can bring in his second season with the organization. And you also, when you bring up Hayden Hodgson, Pilsy, you have to bring up that preseason game against Vegas where he rocked Mark Stone. And Mark Stone was like, I'm never going to see this guy again in the media. He's like, this guy trying to make his name for himself here, trying to run the captain of the reigning Stanley Cup champs. And he's like, I don't care. I'm trying to win a job here. And he's won a place in my heart, at least, as an entertaining player to have in your organization. All right, Pilsy, let's jump right back into it. Our organizational value rankings into the top 40, and it is Tyler Boucher, a guy who we have stayed consistent in knowing that it's been a tough road for him, being drafted 10th overall, the expectations that come with that, the injuries that have come with that, but at some point, the production has to come as well. And he did play 47 games last year. He's 6'2", 216 pounds. He's already 22 years old, a right shot, right winger. And you can see the pace. You can see the physicality. You can see the dream of what he could become. But we're starting to run out of time here.
Yeah, I think this might be Tyler Boucher's last year in the organization, whether they try to shine him up and trade him to get him a new spot, or if they just decide to part ways at the end of the year. Because now Dorian, Trent Mann, the guys who really kind of put their neck out there, taking him 10th overall, they're long gone, and this regime doesn't really have that justification to keep propping him up and to try to make him into something that he just isn't quite yet. In order to develop, you need to play games, and unfortunately that's been Tyler Boucher's biggest obstacle, is playing enough games. Last season was actually his most amount of games played, even more than when he played in college and in the OHL. 47 games, 5 goals, 5 assists, -4, 34 penalty minutes. I think we're going to see Tyler Boucher in a bottom 6 role in Belleville.
Yeah, and hopefully he comes to camp just ready to rock and roll, because I feel like in the past, some of the problem has been that he lifts so much. He's like almost too strong. And I know that almost sounds like an oxymoron, but it's almost like hit the yoga mat, hit the Pilates. Let's get loose out there. But like I was saying, like, the skills are there. He's got a great shot. He's fast. He's physical. He's mean. He's got the personality that, like, you don't have to force this guy to turn it on for a game. He's dialed. Like, we loved him in the draft as a 39th overall or 41st overall pick. Ottawa had 2 second-round picks really close together, and then they took him at 10th, and we're like trying to see the vision. We tried to understand what they were looking for, but it just has not developed. So Tyler Boucher, like, to me at this point, everybody's given up on him. What can you do now? Can you come to camp and open people's eyes? He's going to need to do that, because I think as far as the fan base is concerned, it's already lost draft capital.
Yeah, definitely. I think the idea, Ross, when they drafted him was, look, we have all these high caliber offensive top line guys now in the system. Let's find that elite physical third line player that when come playoffs, you've got a guy that can play that role. But that is not the way you should be drafting when you're looking at 10th overall in a rebuild. So it's tough and not his fault. And we're rooting for the kid. Great guy. He's been on the show multiple times.
Great family, man.
Great family. And this graph is not how you want a line graph to go, whether it's stocks, organizational value rankings, or what. So we're hoping he can have a bounce back year and prove everybody that he's got some potential here, and that at 22 years old, you can't give up on him just yet.
Yeah. I mean, Zack Ostapchuk had more points with Belleville than Boucher did last year, and he played 15 games versus Boucher's 47.
Yeah.
Tyler Boucher had the same amount of points as Sam Gagner in Belleville last year.
And he was given opportunities.
He was. And we'll see what happens. 10th overall pick in 2021. Tyler Boucher is down 4 more spots. He's 40th on our organizational value rankings. Coming in at number 39, it's Wyatt Bongiovanni. left shot, left wing, 6 feet tall, 194 pounds, was 53rd last year. We, again, have organized this differently so that Belleville players do get a little bit more respect than players who have not signed their deals, mid-round picks, that sort of thing. But I think it's deserved as well. Like 22 goals, man, that's something that definitely catches your attention. Enough for Ottawa. We saw a lot of the RFAs get one-way AHL contracts, but with Bongiovanni, it's a two-way deal. He's still part of the organization, not in the same category as the Filip Nordberg of the world.
Yeah, I mean, Ross, those 22 goals were crucial. He was tied for the lead in goals in Belleville with Angus Crookshank. So that tells you where he was in the offensive hierarchy of this team. And then next was Stephen Halliday at 19. So this is a team that struggled to score, but Wyatt Bongiovanni was able to find ways to get the puck in the back of the net. And I really want to see him paired up with Stephen Halliday. I think those two together, Stephen Halliday, as everyone knows, is a disher. Get him with Bonjo. They got good chemistry, and you can really make things work here. I think Coach David Bell trusts Wyatt Bongiovanni and sees the potential now. So I like that the Ottawa Senators brought him back. I was worried they were going to part ways this offseason, but he's a player, and watch his highlights. See, these aren't just cheap, cheeky goals. No. He's got a really nice shot.
He's a shooter, and the thing about Bongiovanni is he's not going to be playing, maybe in the same spot, because he was usually second line behind Crookshank on the left side, and they brought in Ole Lexell or Arthur Kaliev, guys who are likely going to be top-line players if they don't make it as the 13th forward in Ottawa. But I really like the fact that they brought him in. He needed a fresh start. He was stuck with the Manitoba Moose, wasn't going to get an opportunity in Winnipeg. They bring him in for future considerations. And like, Billsy, we talked about the 22 goals this past year, which is great. We should be talking about that. But he made an immediate impact even the year before when he came in. He had 8 goals in 14 games down the stretch and then had 4 points in 7 playoff games. So, like, that's a 68-game sample size where he has 30 goals with the Belleville Senators. So we're excited to see what Wyatt Bongiovanni can bring this upcoming season. I think more of the same would be great. If he can maybe get that to 25, 30 goals, that would be awesome. But a real nice depth piece for the organization, and that's why he comes in at number 39, because he's been able to produce at the AHL level. They got him in that trade, and now he's up multiple spots. That's a graph that if it goes again like that next year, we could be taken seriously. I know he's 26 years old. It's not like he's a prospect that's still got all this untapped potential, but he could be a really nice organizational piece, and he's got a 1-year deal with the team. Coming in at number 38, a player that was brought in this offseason to shore up the goaltending in Belleville. 6'1", 218-pound Hunter Shepard. He's 29 years old, Bills. He's coming off the worst season that he's had in a long time, but we can't just discount the fact that this guy led the Hershey Bears to back-to-back Calder Cup championships just 2 and 3 years ago. This isn't like far removed like he did that and we're trying to Matt Murray him and re-find his game. It was one down year and a year where he spent a lot of it on the bench in Washington, where he was a call-up and looked like Happy Gilmore's caddy in Happy Gilmore 1 there. But this guy, he's got the pedigree, and he's shown in the past ability to get the job done.
And he has such good AHL experience. He has 118 AHL games. In that, he has a 222 goals against, 914 save percentage, 11 shutouts. Check this out. This is the best part. His record is 78, 26, and 12. Like, wow. This guy wins games, and he's got 47 playoff games in the AHL with a 30 and 17 record.
What's his playoff save percentage overall?
Playoff save percentage overall is only okay at 909 and a 244 goals against, but he's getting those wins, Ross. That's the stat I'm most concerned about. And like you mentioned,
just win, baby.
Calder Cup trophies under his belt too. So this was the type of third goalie I wanted the organization to bring in. Now, did I want it to be Hunter Shepard? No, but now that it is him, I think he's a guy that makes a lot of sense. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Mad Sogard. And depending on how things go, Levy and Shepard might be the two in Belleville to start the year. And then Maybe Mads comes down later. Maybe he doesn't make it down if he's placed on waivers. Who knows? But I do like the Hunter Shepard signing. It's low risk. It's a guy that can hopefully bring some stability to the crease in Belleville. Like Hunter Shepard's going to be in Belleville all year. Like I don't think I hope there isn't a scenario where he ends up backing up in the NHL for Ottawa. But Belleville Senators, they needed a stable veteran there. Like the goalie carousel for them last year was insane. Michael Simpson, Malcolm Subban, like these guys were not meant to be a piece of the puzzle last year for Belleville, and they had to be out of necessity. They did a decent job for considering the situation, but this was the veteran goalie this organization needed.
Yes, and we'll see what he can do as a bounce back performance, because his save percentage the 2 previous seasons in Hershey, 929 2 years ago, insane, and 916 the year before. So he's got to get back to that. 891 won't cut it, because that's pretty much, actually, you know what? 891 would have been second behind Levy in save percentage in Belleville last year. Subban was 883. Simpson was 880. Even Mark Sinclair got 4 games. He was at 875. And Mads had 8 games at 858. So, yeah, this is a very crucial signing for the Belleville Sens, who need to make the playoffs this year. There's just no way around it. So, free agent signing, 1-year deal, $775,000, league minimum deal. Hunter Shepard comes in at number 38 on our organizational value rankings. And wrapping up today's portion, it's going to be Xavier Bourgault at 37th, down 4 spots from 33 the year before. He's 22 years old, first round pick from 2021 draft, 5'11", 179 pounds. But as we talked about in our top 10 prospects, he snuck in there at number 10. He finished the year really well.
Yeah, I'm giving Xavier Bourgault a chance here. I know Sens fans maybe aren't that excited about him. Sens prospects even commented, Ross, that Bourgault should not be on our top 10 list. Fair. That's a guy that knows his stuff about Sens prospects. But I'm trying this out. We're going to give Xavier Bourgault full support here. I want to see him a second line winger. I think in Belleville would be a good spot for him. And go check out his highlights if you haven't seen much of him. I was impressed by what I saw once I was able to kind of get a better picture of how the season went for him in Belleville. And he was a guy that started off pretty solid in his rookie year in the AHL, 34 points in 62 games, really fell out of favor with Bakersfield the next year. And that's why the Ottawa Senators and Edmonton Oilers kind of made that Järventie Bourgault trade, 2 guys that they had a lot bigger hopes for, but maybe just needed a change of scenery. So Bourgault now in his second full season in Belleville, I think he's going to have a better understanding of what Coach Bell wants from him, where he fits into this team. So I think we're going to see a year where he's pushing closer to 20 goals and closer to 40 points.
Yeah, rather than just 26, but he did have 12 points in the final 16 games of the regular season last year, and that's when Crooker was up with Ottawa, Hodgson was up with Ottawa. It just gave more opportunity to Bourgault, and he took advantage of it. So he's a guy, I'm willing to take a chance on him. I'm not wearing the Bourgault coat like you are, trying it on for size, seeing how it feels. Is it warm enough when it gets cold? Does it prevent rain? I'm just here to see what his next step is, because much like Tyler Boucher, same draft class, same first round, a little bit later on, but the years are passing by where you're no longer, like, soon it's going to be Wyatt Bongiovanni territory, where even if you score 20 goals, you're still in this range in our organizational value rankings, where it's like for Bourgault, we still believe there's more potential at 22 years old, but running out of years here to be a prospect.
Yeah. I mean, 22, he's still young.
Okay. If you say
22 is not young.
It is, but it's not 21, 20, 19, or 18. Like think about all the
can't argue with that.
Think about all the prospect lists that come out, right? It's like under 23.
Totally.
And then it's like you kind of know what, like, there's obviously exceptions to the rule, but you kind of know what kind of player you have once you're 24, 25 years old.
Yeah. I'm not suggesting that he could skyrocket into like a top 6 NHLer, but I think if he can string together 2 good years in the AHL, he could be a fringe NHL guy that plays top 6 AHL and can provide an offensive punch to a bottom 6 for a small sample size of games. That's kind of my hope and goal for Xavier here.
Yeah, and he was a guy that was brought in to be another piece who's trying to move forward. 37th on our organizational value rankings. Pillsy, we got more Belleville coming up on tomorrow's show, and then we'll move to our next tier. But as we do after each and every show, we will pull up how things look as they stand now. And there are not spoilers like I tried to do yesterday, which was not a spoiler. I will stand by that. That was our template that we used. We kept the first player from last year's to use for this one, but there are the team logos next to where each player comes in on this list. The next tier is going to be the NHL depth tier, but tomorrow we've got more Belleville. So Xavier Bourgault, Hunter Shepard, Wyatt Bongiovanni, Tyler Boucher, Hayden Hodgson, and Cam Crotty begin our Belleville tier.
Yeah, spoiler, all the players in the Belleville tier playing in Belleville.
Whoa.
So if you guys are able to piece that together, good for you. But yeah, as we move along here.
But even the NHL depth tier, a lot of Belleville there.
Yeah. And that's what you want, right? Like a good AHL team, you want a handful of players that can spend time in the NHL. Otherwise, you run into some real serious issues.
Tier 7 of our organizational value rankings. If you're new, joining us, welcome. Thank you. You can find all of our organizational value rankings in each and every episode until we count to the very top. Billsy, we're getting into serious NHL player contender mode here as we reach the mid to high 30s.
A lot of these guys have played NHL games in their career. So the fact that there's an opportunity for them to excel in Belleville most likely is where all these guys will start. But if there's injuries or they knock down the door and earn themselves chances, they could be playing up in the show.
Well, lots of guys do have NHL experience here, but not the man who's starting today's list. Coming in at number 36, it's Jorian Donovan, 21 years old now, already has his rookie season under his belt after coming off a Memorial Cup championship with the OHL Saginaw Spirit, or an OHL championship. Did he win the Mem Cup too? I know he played in the Mem Cup. We're going to have to fact check this. Yes, there you go. I knew it.
CHL Mem Cup winner.
Hey, you like winners, Pillsy?
I do.
If you're watching on YouTube, people can see he was also the 2024 Jonathan Petra Award winner, which goes to the hardest working player at Senators Dev Camp. And we had the audacity, Pillsy, to think at the time in 2022 when they took him in the 5th round that it was a nepotism selection, as they had done so many drafts prior. And hey, a lot of them have worked out. Hello, Brady Tkachuk, Ridley Gregg, Jake Sanderson, and others haven't, like one of the players we covered yesterday on tier 7. But Pillsy, there was a lot of merit with this draft pick. He is the kind of guy where you see the potential that he could be an impactful NHL player one day.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's why the Saginaw Spirit brought him on to go to their Mem Cup, and he had success there with them. And in his first pro season, he did have 2 games in Belleville in 22-23. Let's keep that in mind. But in his first full pro season, 64 games, 3 goals, 9 assists, 12 points, a -9, and 83 PIMs. I think he's a well-rounded player, and being a defenseman, especially someone that doesn't have a lot of size, I don't know if I would call Jorian Donovan small at 6'2", 201 pounds, but he's not an imposing figure. So your first year as a defenseman in the pros is a tough assignment. And for him to get Coach Bell's trust to play 64 games, that's a good sign right there. And I anticipate he will be the second pair left shot defenseman this year for Belleville.
Yeah, I think that would be a great continue to building trajectory for him if he can maintain that status throughout the season. He's a guy who wouldn't be my first choice for a call-up this year for 2 reasons. One, I think there's guys ahead of him like Donovan Sebrango in particular. I mean, after that, it does get a little thinned out. But I also, my main point here is I want him to have 2 full seasons down there where he just has to focus on one thing, not coming up and sitting in the press box if that ends up being the case. He needs to play games, and this is a great situation for him where he can really grab hold of that left side. There's no veterans blocking him behind Sebrango. This is a big year for Jorian Donovan. He does still have 2 years left on his entry-level contract, just under $800,000. But man, the potential is there. Great skater, smooth, hard on the puck, and also has realized that for him to make it to the next level, so you have to drop the mitts a little bit, and he's done well in a few of his fights. So I'm excited to see what's coming up this season for Jorian Donovan. What was he, 9 or 10, or where was he on our prospect rankings we did just the other week?
I'm gonna say 9.
You think he was 9th?
Yeah, or 10th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because what I'm getting at, and I'll pull it up right now, but he's the kind of guy that could really make a jump this year. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if he's given the opportunities that we assume he'll get.
Well, he's already gotten a jump up too. He came in at number 7.
7. Okay. Nice.
Yeah. 6 if you don't include Maryline. And I know there was some debate about whether or not he's included. So I'll put it this way. If Jorian Donovan can have the season we believe he can, he's going to be top 5 next time we do this.
I hope so. I'm excited to watch him.
Well, let's see. He's been on our organizational value rankings for 4 years now. He went up and then comes down just a little bit, but honestly, it's nothing to even raise an eyebrow at. He's down 5 spots from 31 to 36. His first 2 years right after the draft, he was at 46, moved up to number 39. But now he's 36 on our organizational value rankings, the 136th overall pick in the 2022 NHL draft. Coming in at number 35, it's the captain of the Belleville Senators, Garrett Pilon. Peelsy is 6 feet tall, 192 pounds. He's 27 years old, and I love that they gave him that 2-year deal last offseason. Say, hey, we want a bit of stability in the leadership category. He's a disher. He can play all situations, and I think he's an important piece of the puzzle down there with the B-Sens.
Yeah, I'm a big Garrett Pilon fan.
What a hot take by me. Hey, yeah, their captain. He's going to be important for them to do well.
Hey, they've had captains that were not, or at least were not seemingly that important to them, because Belleville's been through a decent amount of captains in their short term as a franchise here. And I think he's the right guy for the job. I don't know if, and I could be wrong, but I don't know if he's like a rah-rah type of captain. I get the idea that he's more of a lead by example guy, and he had another nice season for the Belleville Senators in 68 games, 11 goals, 37 assists for 48 points. Very consistent. If you look at the year before, Ross, in 62 games, he had 47 points. So you can count on him to get in the high 40s of points. And he had 5 points in the 7 playoff games that Belleville had a couple of years ago. And I think they really understand that they need someone that has a bit of a more veteran approach to be at the helm of the leadership here for this group. And Garrett Pilon, I'm so glad they brought him back too, Ross. I think he's a big part of this team.
Yeah, there's a reason why he's moved up 8 spots from 43rd, where we had him last year, and 50th his first year with the organization. He's just a versatile player that always gives you positive minutes when he's on the ice. It's unfortunate because he's kind of like, look, it's AHL versus NHL. We get that, but he plays the game like Giroux in a sense, where he's not the fastest guy at all, but he keeps slowing down the pace and being able to bring the other team to play at his. It's such a unique skill set that takes special players. Stephen Halliday would be another guy I'd throw in that category, where they can manipulate in the offensive zone. So that's obviously why you see a similar goal to assist ratio as Claude Giroux had with the Ottawa Senators, almost identical. I think Giroux had 50 points and about 12 goals, if I'm not mistaken. So that aside, which is obviously an unfair
15
comparison.
goals, 15 and 35 for Giroux.
Okay, close. Now, you got that quick.
Yeah, I keep the Ottawa Senators stats as a tab.
I like that.
Yeah.
And I like Garrett Pilon, and that's why he's 35th on our organizational value rankings. Still 1 more year left on the contract, but I don't see why you'd move on from him. And hopefully he wants to stay and still be that leader. I don't think he's a guy that's going to get NHL games, unfortunately. But hey, it's one of those where you wouldn't feel like, oh my God, what's he doing in the lineup if he came up and played on the 4th line for a bit. He does have NHL games under his belt, right? With Washington.
Yep, he does.
Yeah, he's got a goal too, right?
Yep, I think he has 3 total NHL games and 1 goal. So not
Hell
bad.
Yeah. Let's go talk about ratios. That's a pretty good ratio. Goal every 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
Coming in at number 34, it is Jan Yannick. It took a while to get the contract done this summer, but he signed 1 year, league minimum at the NHL level. Down 10 spots, though, We'll get into why, but he's 24 years old, 6'1", 198 pounds, and he's a left shot centerman that's going to be battling with Stephen Halliday for those prime minutes in Belleville this year.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that goes. I think Halliday will have the edge, but Yannick is an interesting player in 52 games, 12 goals, 17 assists, 29 points, -1, 75 PIMs. We've seen it, Ross. He's got a feisty side to him. We got in when he was on the NHL team in the preseason. He did not back down. Yeah, against Detroit. And he got 2 NHL games last year with the Ottawa Senators. No points in those, but he's a guy that I think would make a lot of sense to get a call up in a fourth line role if needed. And from what we hear, Ross, from our guys in Belleville that we have on the show frequently, he is quite the character off the ice too. I think he's one of the more interesting guys in that locker room.
Would you call him unique?
Yeah, Yannick is unique.
Jan Yannick is a unique individual, and he's a guy who I believe, and I'm double checking this right now, is waiver eligible.
Oh boy, I'm terrible with the
yes.
With the waiver knowledge.
He cleared waivers last year, so the answer is yes. He will need waivers again, but if he cleared last year, I think he clears this year as well. But Jan Yannick down 10 spots on our organizational value rankings. He's another guy that you just want to see that next step offensively. Like, he's a guy who obviously brings that pest, that brick and mortar to his game, but let's see a little touch around the net to take the next level. Same thing can be said for number 33 on our organizational value rankings, Oskar Pistol Pete Pettersson, pew pew, at 21 years old, 6'2", 209. We've talked a lot about him this offseason with head coach David Bell. With Oskar, he knows what he has to do. He's now cemented as an AHL player. It's not, oh man, how do I get in the lineup? He's shown versatility, play center, play wing. Just 1 goal away from 10 on the season. He finished the year red hot as well. I want to see him. Obviously, I believe in his potential more than I think the average, scouting entity. Pillsy, wouldn't a 20-goal season look so nice on Oskar Pettersson this year?
Yeah, it would. And I think he's shown the coaching staff that he can play the grinded out fourth line, forechecking role enough. And I'd like to see him consistently on a third line and maybe even get some second power play time, because his shot is really underrated. He just needs more opportunities to use it. And he just won hardest worker in Dev Camp, the Jonathan Petro Award that we previously referenced with Jorian Donovan. So the organization is starting to take note of the work that Oskar Pettersson puts in. And I even think, Ross, that he could be a bit of a leader on this team. I'm not necessarily saying he would have a letter, but he's a kind of guy that I think really can inspire some culture down there in Belleville. And obviously he's a friend of the show, so we're rooting for Oskar.
2 years left on his entry-level contract, $835,000. He's been on the organizational value rankings for 4 seasons now. There is, I don't even say a market correction there, but he has moved around a little bit up and down. He went from 39th to 28th, so up 11 spots, then fell 6 spots, and now he's up 1 spot to 33rd on our 2025 organizational value rankings. He was the 3rd round, 72nd selection in the 2022 NHL draft. Coming in at number 32, the only player who's not signed right now as a member of the organization, that's restricted free agent Max Gannett, who is also the first player that we have had on all 6 years of data.
Yeah, it's fun to see his journey, although not a whole lot of movement throughout the entire time he's been on our organizational value rankings. But let's get to his last season in Belleville. 58 games, 9 goals, 14 assists, a +13, and 34 PIMs. I think, Ross, that he's going to be the number 2 right shot defenseman in Belleville if he's signed. I mean, you got to get that deal done one way or another. But I think a second pairing of Donovan and Gannett could make sense. Depends where Yakimchuk is, depends where Lassie Thompson is. So there's a log jam. It depends where Cam Crotty is. There's a log jam as far as right shot defensemen go in Belleville. So maybe that's a sticking point in the contract negotiations here. But for a 7th round pick, Max Gannett has done a nice job in this organization. And this is actually a bit of a down year for him, as the season before in 58 games, he had 34 points. So it's going to be interesting to see how this saga of Gannett goes, because there's a possibility, Ross, that we don't see him in the organization come.
Yeah, which would be a shame, because he was drafted the same day that Shane Pinto became part of the organization, so he's been in it forever, it feels like, and it's obviously different now because he was a Pierre Dorion guy. Like Dorion would mention him all the time. Like, I love the way this kid plays. They were really proud of the pick, and they should be. Like, he's already, as you kind of alluded to, like, oversold the value of a 7th round pick just by what he's accomplished in Belleville. He's been an all-star down there. I wonder if there's a part of him that's curious seeing the right shot defenseman continually drafted in the 1st round, and then them bringing in Crotty after the negotiations stalled with him this summer. And also the fact that 2 seasons ago, he had 7 NHL games and then none this year. So is there a part of him like, hey, like, am I going to get another opportunity, or is that all you needed to see of me? What's going on? But he led the Belleville Sens. I know plus minuses and everything, but with the stats that are available at the AHL, when you lead the team in anything, that's worth noting. I hit an awful playoff though, statistically. And I remember not this year, obviously they didn't make the playoffs this year, unfortunately, but last year with Belleville, it didn't go well. And it seems like he's still a valuable AHL player, but is there room for him? And let me ask you this, who would you rather have, Max Gannett or Lassie Thompson? Same draft. 1st round or 7th round? That's what we're arguing right now from the same draft.
That's tough.
Both right shot defensemen. They started it with one and ended it with one.
Honestly, Ross, I think the answer to that question is who has more trade value, because I would keep both of them and be happy with it, but I think you got to kind of pick one and move on from the other, because I see the appeal with Lassie Thompson, and then I see untapped potential with Max Gannett.
Yeah, well, you know why I'm going to take Lassie Thompson?
The Tom Bomb.
Not only that, because we want to be consistent on this show, and we have not gotten to Lassie Thompson yet, so therefore we believe he's more valuable.
There we go. I like it.
Coming in at number 32, here's the best graph we've got so far, complete with all 6 years of his location, which started all the way down at 43. Then he went to 44 for 2 seasons, up to 37, jumped 7 more spots to 30th last summer. Now he's down 2 spots at number 32. Coming in at number 31, Donovan Sebrango. Talk about NHL games. He got his first this year, and he was awesome in Belleville. He's a very aggressive player at 6'2", 220 pounds, part of the Alex DeBrincat trade coming to Ottawa. And he's again surpassed, I think, the expectations that were put on him, at least by the fan base, when he felt like a throw-in in that trade.
Yeah, definitely. It was kind of funny that he was included in that DeBrincat trade.
He had played in the ECHL the year before.
Yeah, with Toledo. That's where he spent a decent chunk of his time. And in Belleville last year, in 50 games, 8 goals, 12 assists, -4, 79 PIMs. I think he will end up being the top left shot defenseman in Belleville.
Yeah, and I think he'll complement whoever's on the right perfectly.
Yeah, whether it's Yak or Lassie.
Exactly. I really like the way he plays, and I think that we were a little low on him both the last 2 years. Like, he jumped up 23 spots. He's the biggest jumper so far that we've done. That's incredible. And maybe it was a bit of a correction too, because when he got here, we had him at 40th and then dropped all the way to 54. Guess we didn't see a whole lot that year that merited him to move up. But I like him where he is right now. Like, he's a guy who you feel confident in playing a handful of NHL games. And if that goes well, hey, keep playing him. But I remember when he was on the ice, like, I didn't feel nervous. I didn't feel like there was a weak link out there in particular. And hopefully he can continue his growth, because he also brings that aggressive style that clearly, with the way they've drafted and accumulated players, this is how the management wants them to be on the back end. He embodies that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's really done a good job coming from Detroit and making the most of the opportunity he's had here. And obviously a great story when he made it to the NHL, and we kind of got to see more about what his family life is like.
Donovan Sebrango is at 31st on our organizational value ranking. Should note as well, he's from the same draft class as Tim Stützle, Jake Sanderson, Ridley Gregg, Levi Merrilainen, Tyler Kleven, and I guess we'll say Cole Reinhardt as well. One-way NHL contract. So can Donovan Sebrango be a one-way NHL contract guy? We won't find out for 2 years because he did just agree to terms on that contract, and it's not a 1-year deal. 2 years. Donovan Sebrango comes in at number 31 on our organizational value rankings, and that wraps up tier number 7, Pillsy. We're getting the real deal now.
Yeah. Do you have our updated full graphic? Because I have a question I want to pose to you.
I will in just a moment. I can pull up what I have right now, and then we'll add in the players that we covered today, because I got to do that every day because we're trying to be a little sneaky here. We're trying to make it not obvious at who these players are going to be before we actually get to them. But yeah, why? What's your question as I get this pulled up?
Well, yeah, it was just more of a visual, but I think you can still answer the question without seeing it. Of the players we covered today, who, if any, do you think will have a realistic chance to play NHL games? Like
overall, or play NHL games this season? Because I think
this season with Ottawa, like who could get a call up from Ottawa?
Okay, that's a good question. Perfect timing as I pull it up here so everyone can see. Well, I'm going to go with Jan Jenik.
Okay.
And I know that Stephen Halliday is hopefully going to be the first call up if a center goes down. But I think Jan Jenik's the type of guy also you wouldn't mind just calling up and playing 7 minutes a night and seeing if he can create a spark in that time.
Yep, I like that. My answer would be Donovan Sebrango, just because if a left shot defenseman goes down, he's next man up as far as left shot goes. Now they might just have 2 righties on a pair when Jensen gets back, and you're looking at Spence, Matting, Palo, all those guys. You might do that if it's short term enough, but I could see Sebrango getting another look.
We are finally into the NHL tier, like the tier where these guys, like you wouldn't even think twice seeing them on an NHL roster, whether it's in November or potentially even opening night. Let's decide. Coming in at number 30 on our organizational value rankings, it's Zack MacEwen. Wild. It's already his 3rd year in the organization.
Yeah, he was signed to a 3-year deal in free agency a couple of years ago, and he split his time between Belleville and Ottawa, and he was gone a lot of the year, Ross, on a personal leave of absence. Keep that in mind, too. It wasn't an injury that caused him to miss a lot of games. In Belleville, 23 games, 7 goals, 9 assists, 16 points, -3, 29 PIMs. The Wayne Gretzky of the AHL, Ross, every time he went back to Belleville, it seemed like we were seeing highlight reel goals from him. As far as like a 4th line grinder goes in the NHL too, look, you could do a lot worse than Zack MacEwen, in my opinion. I know people don't love that he got one-way money, and that's fine if you're not super stoked about that. But I think he has a role in this franchise, and I think as a guy that can give you offensive production, provide toughness in Belleville, and then play 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes a night in the NHL in small sample sizes. Sure, you'd like for him to win a couple more fights that he's in, but he's showing up when he needs to show up. So I think 30th overall is a good spot for Zack MacEwen, and I assume we're going to see him play majority of his time in Belleville this year.
I could also see him being the 13th forward in Ottawa, just a guy that situationally maybe pops in. I'll always remember where I was in the building for the Zack MacEwen game. Those 2 goals he scored in that wacky 8-7 win over the LA Kings. And we're like, man, we knew it was a revenge game, but is Zack MacEwen turning into an offensive weapon? Those were the only 2 goals he scored all year in Ottawa. Added 1 assist there, so had 3 points in 21 games. Like, he almost split evenly between Ottawa and Belleville last season. And in Belleville, like he can control the pace of play. I got to see him in Manitoba last year while he was with Belleville, and he is a hell of a player. He's an enormous human being too. 6'4", 236 pounds, right shot, right wing. And going into the final year of his contract, man, like there was pressure, I think, for other reasons for MacEwen, but this year it's like, okay, you're 29 years old now. You need to prove that you're worth another one-way NHL contract. Otherwise, it could be bouncing around between NHL, AHL, and obviously he's tasted the real NHL money for 3 years now, and it's on him for that to continue. So I'm hopeful for him, man. Like he's the type of guy where when you watch him, like you see all the tools. Like he can fly, he's physical, he's got a great shot, clearly. It's going to be curious to see how he puts it all together this year. The thing for me that I'm hoping for is availability, right? Like 44 games he played overall last season. Love to see that up over 70.
Yeah, but keep in mind, like I said, it wasn't like there was an injury. He left for
right. No,
reasons.
Exactly. I just want everything to be all good in his personal life, all good in terms of health, and see what he can do when he's able to get into a proper rhythm.
Yeah, definitely.
And with that, kind of par for the course in a sense for Zack MacEwen. He started out at 34 on our list. He went up to 28, and now he's down to number 30 on our organizational value rankings. Coming in at number 29, it's Mads Søgaard. Mads had a tough year. There's no other way around it, but the 6'7", 198-pound goalie, you dream about the potential of what he could be, a Ben Bishop type where he covers so much of the net. He's so athletic. He's so, willing to compete. And we've seen that at times, like not this year, but last, a .916 save percentage, put up good numbers. Unfortunately, that was about as hellish of a season as you could have imagined. And I was in the building for both of his NHL games last year. The LA game where he came in as a replacement for Anton Forsberg, and then the Winnipeg game where Ottawa went up 2-0 and then allowed 4 straight goals.
Yeah, I mean, a tough year for Mads. There's no way around it. I mean, the stats speak for themselves. He played 8 games in Belleville, 0 wins, 5 losses, 2 overtime shootout losses, 3.69 goals against average, 8.58 save percentage. Like his health is his main obstacle, Ross, unfortunately. And it comes with guys that size. Brandon Pillar, not a doctor, but tend to have some more injury problems and things can linger a little bit more, I assume. And look, this is a guy that we believed in, Ross, big time, because if you look at the past 4 years of our organizational value rankings, the year before 17, then 19, 19, 19, and 2020, we had him all the way at 35. Be interesting to revisit why he was so low that year. But Brady Tkachuk even said it himself. Like, we envision Mads as the goalie of the future here in Ottawa, and we hope that he can be a part of some playoff success in the future. Like, there's high hopes for him, but he's got to play games. I know we kind of talked, are we going to see Mads be the backup in the NHL for a while? How is this going to look? I think ideally you want him battling Hunter Shepard for that number 1 spot in Belleville, and you don't want it assumed that he's going to get that spot. You want him to earn it, and you want to keep that motivation going, because keep in mind, this Mads Søgaard is on a one-way deal this year. Like, he was given that contract, and that's why it's so unfortunate that last year he didn't get to play many games, because this was the year that he was supposed to be ready and properly earn a backup role in the NHL, but Levy's leapfrogged him now.
Yeah, it's the verbal meme of the guy turning around going, ooh, to that other woman while his girlfriend or whatnot is like looking like, what the hell? I'm right here. And it sends fans of the guy. And Marilainen is the girl walking by, and Mads is like, I've been here for 6 years. Come on, man. I need a chance. And he has had chances. Unfortunately, some of them came before he was ready. He was kind of thrust into it when, what was it, when Talbot was hurt? Was it that year or even before that? Was he a part of the Matt Murray trauma?
Yeah. Well, remember, Mads and Mando were
wild.
The 2 goalies for Ottawa. Like, it's just crazy. And how many NHL games do you think Mads has, Ross? Do you know?
I cheated. I pulled it up.
Oh, okay. Well, it's 29.
Yeah. 25 starts.
I mean, for his numbers, his record is actually decent. 11, 11, and 3. But yeah, everyone knows we're big fans of Mads as a
best,
person,
dude.
as a player. He's such a good guy. We're rooting for him. And
he got engaged this summer, so new lease on life.
Yeah, big year for Mads this
let's
season
go.
in his career. So we're hoping for the best.
Let's go, Mads. And you can see on the graph, it's been up and down, although pretty consistent throughout the middle of it. 37th overall pick in the 2019 NHL draft. Mads Søgaard comes in at number 29 on our organizational value rankings. Coming in at number 28, it is Lassi Thomson. Fire up the Tom Bomb. He's back. This is a strange one where we have his rankings for the first 4 years, then none last year. We just ignored him completely. And now he's back at number 28. Heck of a season with the Malmo Redhawks. He led the team in goal scoring with 17 goals and 29 points in 50 games. 25 years old now. Lassi is 6 feet tall and 192 pounds. Your thoughts on bringing back Lassi Thomson?
Lassi Boomerang Thompson. He even spent a quick minute in Anaheim and came right back. Like all roads lead back to the Ottawa Senators.
Lassi comes home.
Yeah, exactly. Like you mentioned, solid season in the SHL. I think it was the right move for him to go there. From my understanding, Malmo was a pretty weak team last year, and he was given some good opportunities, and I think it was the right move by Ottawa to bring him back, Ross. Now, I know we have a bit of a logjam on the right side of defense, depth-wise, for the organization, but he's a guy that was under team control. He lit it up in the SHL. He's looking to have, I don't want to say it, but kind of one more opportunity in North America. So I assume if it doesn't go well this year, Ross, he just goes right back to the SHL. I mean, why wouldn't you? So he got the Tom Bomb going. Let's keep it going here. And I assume he's going to spend most of his time as the second right shot defenseman in Belleville and likely quarterbacking the second power play unit in Belleville as well. And hopefully there's no more injuries, but it's possible we see him for a game or two in Ottawa if need be.
Man, Lassi Thomson had 4 more goals than anyone else on his team last year, and he's a defenseman. He also led the team in points, so he's coming in with a ton of
I didn't
confidence.
know he led in points, too. Leading a team in points with 29 is not good.
No, in 50 games, not good at all. But after taking that year away from our organizational value rankings, Thompson comes back to number 28. He was 31 2 years ago, 20 the year before that, followed by 23 and 22. Thompson signed a 1-year, 2-way contract with the Ottawa Senators, the 19th overall pick from the 2019 NHL draft. And coming in at number 27, another new guy, but this time not back. It's Ole Lycksell, signed as a free agent this summer out of the Flyers organization, 5'11", 176 pounds. He's 26 years old, and he's a goal scorer and a point producer overall.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Lycksell, Ross. Both his last years in the AHL with Lehigh Valley Phantoms, he had 1 more point than he did games played. So a point per game guy. Last season with the Phantoms, 43 games, 19 goals, 25 assists, 44 points. Like I mentioned, a plus 12, only 14 PIMs. Had 14 PIMs both years as well, so he's consistent there. He produces in the playoffs. He had 6 points in 7 playoff games, so he could play a role if Belleville gets back to the playoffs. But this is a guy that can play either wing, can play left wing or right wing. I don't think it's crazy to say that he could lead the Belleville Senators in points this year. Like, this was a great signing, in my opinion.
I mean, if he gets there, like, there's a world where he's 13th forward in Ottawa, right?
No, I don't think that's the right idea. Because you want this guy playing games, Ross. Like, I think you were more on it with Zack MacEwen possibly being the 13th forward, but he's too good to not be providing offense for Belleville's top 6 if he's just in the press box every night for Ottawa.
I mean, I think going to camp, he's going to have the mentality that he can make the team. And if he plays well enough, I don't have a problem with it. He also, I mean, he needs waivers, right? He's 26 years old. So we'll see. He played 19 NHL games last year, had 5 points in them on a not so good Flyers team in a depth role. I get what you're saying. And yeah, that's likely the outcome. But I could see a world where he comes and knocks the door down in camp. I think he's going to be the first guy, maybe alongside Arthur Kaliev, that gets a look with some legit NHL players on a line. And it's like, okay, how does this look?
Yeah. I think for me, Ross, he's third in that pecking order. I think you're looking at Kaliev and Halliday ahead of him to get NHL opportunity. But if he has a good camp, who knows? I really want to see him playing most, if not all, of the year in Belleville in the top 6. Like, Belleville's got to get back to the playoffs. It's so important for that community, for those developing players. Like, especially if Yak spends most of the year there, get him some AHL playoff action. So, yeah, I want to see Lycksell dominate down there.
All right, 44 points, 43 games. We know he can produce at the AHL level. He begins his time in the organization at number 27 on our organizational value rankings. And oh boy, could there be a little competition at the top of the lineup in Belleville? Tomorrow we'll discuss who Lycksell's main competition is for that spot. But Lycksell, who was acquired in free agency in 2025, is 27 on our organizational value rankings. All right, Billsy, back to our organizational value rankings into the mid-20s. And I'm a little upset that we cut off yesterday after Ole Lycksell, because I feel like Ole Lycksell and this player here, Arthur Kaliev, have so much in common, from the roles they could be playing on this team as either top-line Belleville players, or if they have great camps, potentially earn themselves a decent number of NHL games this year. They're both in that same age range. I think Lycksell is 26 or 27, if I'm not mistaken. And Arthur Kaliev is 24 years old, long rumored to be coming to the Ottawa Senators, basically since Andlauer bought the team and Steve Stais came aboard, because Kaliev was a superstar, not even a star, a superstar in junior for the then Hamilton Bulldogs. Hasn't been able to put it together at the NHL level, though. He's 6'2", 209 pounds. One of those, I want to call him Russian, but one, he's from Uzbekistan, and two, he represents the United States at international tournaments. He grew up in the States in Staten Island near New York. So, but he does shoot left and often play the right way.
Yeah, that's a classic sniper move, and that's what Kaliev is when he's at his best. I mean, his best year was 2022, 2023 in 56 games, 13 goals, 15 assists. Like, 28 points in 56 games is pretty decent, especially as a guy who would have been, 22 that year. So, like, the promise was there. And you talked about how great his junior career was, Ross. In his last 2 seasons in junior, he had 98 and 102 points. Like, this guy was an absolute point getter.
Yeah, 51 tucks in in 67 games in junior.
Yeah, elite. And we knew he was going to make his way to Ottawa. It was just a matter of when. I think ideally you're looking for Kaliev. Well, I guess I should name his stats from last year. He split the year between LA and New York, only played in the NHL for the New York Rangers. 14 games, 3 goals, 1 assist, 4 points, plus 2.
1 goal. 1 goal in 1 game against Ottawa.
Yeah, true. Eh? That's tough. But ideally, he's playing top 6 in Belleville for most of the year and gets a call up for, I don't know, a couple games here or there, and gets an opportunity to at least play some power play time on the second unit, or put himself in a position where he can use that shot to be successful. Best case scenario for Arthur Kaliev is basically try to do what Adam Gaudette did last year, right? Like, that would be the formula, is have an awesome training camp, slip through waivers, get your chance in the NHL, and then be able to put up big points playing in a bottom 6 role and getting power play time. Like, that would be what the Ottawa Senators and Kaliev would both want.
Yes. I don't know if I have that high of expectations of him.
I mean, we didn't have that expectation of Adam Gaudette, let's be honest.
You're right. Well, he should just pretend he's playing against the Senators all the time, because I mentioned 1 goal in 1 game this year. He has 4 goals in 7 career games against the Ottawa Senators. This is a guy who, when he's on, can score. I couldn't believe when I was doing my research on him that he's played over 200 NHL games and he's 24 years old. Like,
wow. To
put that in perspective, Pilsy, like, you're looking at a situation, and people will remember that Shane Pinto went a pick before Kaliev, and everyone wanted Arthur Kaliev. I mean, why wouldn't you at that point? We rung up his numbers the previous season in his draft year. Arthur Kaliev has played 8 less NHL games than Shane Pinto.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, Pinto has
Same
missed
draft.
a lot of time with injuries and a half-year suspension, but yeah.
Right. But still,
Yeah.
for a guy who played 14 games this past season,
Mhm.
this is a guy who has NHL experience, and we'll see how he does in Ottawa. But I'm with you. I think he's a guy that gets sent down and put through waivers. The only problem is he was put on waivers last year and got claimed. So could that be a situation that happens again for Arthur Kaliev? They are paying him a very, very good AHL salary this season at $425,000.
So almost his one-way money.
I mean, not a math guy, but 775,000 isn't that close.
When you consider like what most guys' minor splits are, like that's pretty good.
And he's going to make a minimum of $450,000 this year. So maybe that scares away teams from making a claim on him. And I guess maybe that could be more hopeful, but we'll see what happens with Arthur Kaliev this upcoming season. It is also worth noting that players who go on waivers and get claimed during training camp have to be on the NHL roster for opening night. So Arthur Kaliev, who makes his debut on our organizational value rankings, comes in at number 26. Final question on Arthur Kaliev, just to wrap up the last two conversations. Who do you have the higher hopes for? Is it Ole Lycksell or Arthur Kaliev?
I mean, depends what you're asking. Are you asking for their NHL potential, Belleville? What's the question?
If they're both playing the full season in Belleville, which I don't foresee, but let's say they both play 72 AHL games, who produces more?
Ole Lycksell, in my opinion, just because I think he has more of a well-rounded game, whereas Arthur Kaliev, like if he's not scoring goals.
Dude, close your eyes though and think of Kaliev with Stephen Halliday. You'd need probably a little speed on the other wing to go hound pucks.
Yeah,
but that could be a fun shooter, passer, or disher combination there. So shout out to Arthur Kaliev. He's in Ottawa. We'll see how he does at training camp. Coming in at number 25, we've made it to the NHL roster. And shout out to Nicholas Matinpalo for making it to the NHL roster, because we've discussed plenty on this show how easy it would have been for him to give up after last season. He had 4 games in the NHL. He got riding the bus in Belleville all year. And he said, no, I'm committed to playing in the National League. And he did that, played half the season, 41 games. He was a healthy scratch for a bunch as well. Like basically, once he got called up, he never went back down. He was an NHL roster player. And then he ended the season great. Like he scored that goal that rung through the National Hockey League. That'll have to be one of the goals in the countdown too. Net front goal from Nicholas Matinpalo. You kidding me? But that was his only goal. 4 points, -2, 20 penalty minutes. But I think there's going to be people who are wondering, why isn't he higher than 25? I think there was maybe a little bit of an infatuation with Matinpalo because, no disrespect to Travis Hamonic, the alternative was so bad.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that he is guaranteed, especially with Jordan Spence. Like, I think him as the 7th defenseman is perfect. And I don't think that's disrespectful to Matinpalo, who, by the way, is 6'3", 212 pounds, 26 years old. I just think he is in the perfect tier. He's NHL depth. He gives you an opportunity that when injuries happen, he can step in and not hurt you.
Yeah, he's a 7th defenseman that can be your 6th defenseman. And look, maybe that sounds disrespectful, but I mean, that's not at all. Like, for him to be in this position and carve out this role for himself is pretty impressive. He got himself a 2-year, one-way deal. At $875?
Yeah. Got a $100,000 raise.
Yeah, like, so he's doing well for himself, and he's earned it because he plays a hard game. He blocks shots. He plays physical. He's a defensive shutdown guy, and he
can skate too. He's got great skating ability.
Yeah, the chemistry that he built with Tyler Kleven starting in Belleville, that elevated his opportunity to play with Tyler Kleven in the NHL, and they work good together as a third pair. So I think Matinpalo and the Senators, I think this deal they signed was a mutual deal where both of them are like, this works great for both of us.
And Matinpalo, I know he's going to be a long shot for Team Finland because Finland was dealing with so many injuries on the back end. That's how he got his opportunity at the Four Nations. But played decent for them there. The numbers don't show that.
Andy.
5, no points in 3 games. But he went to the World Championships,
that's what I was
Pilsy.
gonna say.
And not only did he play well there with 2 points, +3, 4 PIMs in 8 games, but we've seen this, and who knows if it affects the final roster, but we've seen it that organizations love when their players go to the World Championships. So he took that on, and with 41 games played during the regular season, plus 24 in Belleville before the call-up, like, I think it was important for him to play as much as possible this season, and he did. So, look, I think he's going to be a really nice depth piece for the Ottawa Senators and a great find when they got him in free agency in 2023. Just slowly but steadily climbing up our rankings. He went from 32 to 26, and now he's at 25. So Nicholas Matinpalo, the first National Hockey League player on our rankings, which brings us to another at number 24, from Nicholas to Nick Cousins. That is 2 Nicks, 2 Cousins. Well, we got them both in this player here. 32 years old. He's 5'11", 192. You don't need a thesis to figure out what Nick Cousins brings to the league. He's a pest. He's annoying. And he has some skill too. He scored a couple breakaway goals last year. It's unfortunate, the ACL injury that knocked him out for the second half of the season, but I'm happy they brought him back. I think, again, NHL depth. He doesn't have to play all 82 games, but he's a great piece of the puzzle to plug in when needed.
Yeah, I'm glad you don't need a thesis to describe Cousins, Ross, because I did not prepare a thesis, so that I skated by on that one. But what I can tell you about Nick Cousins is in the past 6 consecutive years, he has played games in the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. And I mean, that's the kind of experience you want. Think of how many guys on the Senators, this was their first NHL playoff experience. So he's won a Stanley Cup with the Florida Panthers. He's eliminated the Toronto Maple Leafs in the playoffs. He's an absolute rat, and I mean that in an endearing way. He's a pest. He pisses guys off. Would we have liked to see more of that this year in the playoffs rather than just place a puck in Stolar's direction during warmups, and that caused the Toronto Maple Leafs fan base and universe to lose their minds? Yeah, you could have done a little more, but he was coming back from that injury, and I don't think he was 100% healthy. But I like that they brought him back too, Ross. I think he fits perfectly on that 4th line. I mean, he even spent some time on the 3rd line last season and didn't seem that out of place. So this is a guy you should bring back, a Belleville native. I'm down for Nick Cousins.
Yeah, he's up 3 spots on our organizational value rankings. And Pilsy, AI is scary. I went to Chat GPT and I said, write me a 1,000-word story about Nick Cousins. And they did. The title is Grinding the Ice, the Nick Cousins story. And the last paragraph says, Nick Cousins may never be inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame, but in every rink he's played in, he's left an impression. And in a league built on speed and skill, there's still a place and a deep respect for the grinders, the pests, and the warriors. This is Nick Cousins' journey. It wasn't easy. It wasn't flashy, but it's been one hell of a ride, and it's far from over.
Love it. Couldn't
Nick
have said
Cousins
it better myself.
Comes in at number 24 on our organizational value rankings after being a free agent signing in 2024. He gets a 1-year, $825,000 contract, so a $25,000 raise from what he made last season, adjusted for inflation. Coming in at number 23, the new guy, Lars Eller, 36 years old, 6'1", 207 pounds, and this is a left shot centerman. That's been emphasized by the organization that they wanted to have another left shot down the middle to join Tim Stützle. You got Cousins and Pinto as righties, so now you've got a perfect balance with that. He also brings leadership, experience. He scored the Stanley Cup clinching goal in 2018 for the Washington Capitals. That was a few years ago. Now he's going to be relied on to win key faceoffs and to take 8 to 10 minutes a night off of the top guys and play positive minutes in that role.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why when we talked about the Sens signing Lars Eller, I think you and I had our sights set on other players, but I think you made a good point being like, look, the Ottawa Senators had to find themselves a player that would know they're essentially only going to be a 4th line center. And Lars Eller is the right guy for that. He has penalty killing experience. He's good in the face-off dot. And like, he's had a nice career, 17 years, 1,116 games, and he's played 112 playoff games over 12 different seasons. So, like, this guy's got experience you need. And sure, we've heard from Washington fans that say, oh man, he really lost a step. He's not the same as he was. And that's fine, because he's only going to be relied upon to play 8 minutes a night and maybe be on a second penalty killing unit type of thing. So I think this was a good signing, low risk, only a 1-year deal with bonuses. I was about to say I'm excited to see what Lars Eller can bring to this team. Maybe that's a little much.
How about curious?
Yeah, I'm curious, and I'm optimistic that he can fulfill his role.
Yeah, so am I. And he had 22 points last season. He was traded early on from Pittsburgh to Washington, so he got to be around the Ovechkin goal chase. He got to be around a team that finished first in the Eastern Conference and made it to the second round of the playoffs. And this is going to be a nice locker room piece. I think just as much on the ice, it's what he's going to bring and help the Shane Pintos and Dylan Cousins and Tim Stutzles of the world. Just been there, done that. That's what Lars Eller brings, and that's why he comes in at number 23 on our organizational value rankings. Pilsy, we are officially done the NHL depth tier. So Lars Eller is our number 1 NHL depth piece for the Ottawa Senators, followed by Nick Cousins, Nicholas Matin-Palo, Arthur Kaliev, Ole Lycksell, Lassie Thompson, Mads Sogard, and Zack MacEwen. You know what I like? There's a bit of everything there. There's 2 defensemen, there's a goalie, there's 5 forwards. Like, they've got different pieces that can help out in different ways throughout this season.
Yeah, and I think the Ottawa Senators, the new regime, is responsible in that manner, being like, look, we've got our top guys locked up. We don't need to worry about that. We need to fill in the pieces around them, and we need to make sure if some of those pieces around them get hurt or aren't available or what have you, that we have guys that can step up and that we feel in small sample size can elevate their games to meet expectations. So I think the crew in this depth tier, I would feel pretty confident that in small sample sizes, they can play the role they're asked of.
The next tier, tier 5, is it's not blue chip prospects. That's tier 3, but we didn't have room to write it on there because we already did our prospects tier. This is like the rising prospects. This is a very small tier, but we didn't think it was fair to push them down, and they're not NHLers yet or pros yet. So basically the last 2 tiers have been pro hockey players. These guys have already made it to become professional athletes, but these next 2 guys will absolutely become that. So we're looking forward to getting to those and more NHL bodies, blue chippers. We're going to get to the core of the team and the franchise talent. Back to our organizational value rankings, coming in at number 22. Dare I say, one of the highest risers in the organization in one calendar year. Blake Montgomery had about as perfect of a season as you could imagine. An OHL championship, a Memorial Cup championship, playing all over the lineup, including a stretch of 26 points in 16 games, while all of the top players from the London Knights were at the World Juniors. This guy, he's 6'4", he flies. He really seems like a high probability of being a longtime NHLer.
And Ross, what value getting him in the 4th round, 117th overall in the 2024 draft? I mean, Blake Montgomery, BMO, wherever this guy goes, it seems like he has success. He spent 2 seasons.
BMO, you should have said he's money.
Nice. There you go. Thanks for getting that in there. With the Lincoln Stars, his first season, he had 43 points in 58 games. Pretty good rookie year in the USHL. And then he went 10 points in 10 games to start out last season. But when the rules changed and you were able to go to the CHL, that transfer portal, I guess, not really a portal, but the transfer eligibility, I guess I'll call it, was opened up and allowed. He decided, I want to go to the London Knights, and he was so close to being a point per game there as well. 50 points in 51 games, 23 goals, 27 assists. And then in the playoffs, I mean, that's where he really got great opportunities and great experience with the London Knights. 10 points in 17 games. And as Ross mentioned, OHL Cup and Mem Cup. So an amazing year for Blake Montgomery. And I initially, when he left Lincoln, Ross, I was like, that's an interesting move for a guy that's having and has had success there, because usually you see that type of move when things aren't going well, you're not getting the ice time or the role you want. Maybe you and the coach aren't getting along. Maybe being far away from home is difficult at that age, all those kinds of things, right? But Blake Montgomery makes the change and it works out great. And then he stays committed to the University of Wisconsin. When we had him on, I asked, hey, any temptation about running it back with London after a good year? He said, nope. I knew I wanted to go to Wisconsin. I'm going there. And he's part of the 4 Wisconsins going there.
Yeah, that's so sick that they're all going to be there. Their season, by the way, starts on October 3rd. They've got a weekend series against Linden Woods, and then they start their home schedule against Minnesota State on the 16th. So I think those might be 2 preseason games, actually, to kick things off, because that's a long gap then, 2 weeks between games. So we'll be following the Wisconsins, and obviously Blake Montgomery, a huge part of that. He's up from number 40 to number 22 on our organizational value rankings. He's a left winger, left shot, and like the offense is great, but I think in a perfect world, and you want more offense this season, of course, I think he's going to get great opportunity in Wisconsin, but I think you're hoping to be like a good third line player right now. Like you see the makings of that with the size. Think he could develop into a guy who could be used, whether it's on the penalty kill or a second power play unit. Like to me, he is the new kind of, and I don't mean to say this in terms of exactly their style, but Ridley Gregg in terms of the versatility that you can move him up and down the lineup. He can play with good players. He can play on a checking line, and he can play well defensively. So I'm a huge fan of Blake Montgomery, and because of the way that he went about his move, they drafted him out of the USHL. That means they have his rights basically forever. They've got his rights until the summer of 2029. So there's no rush to sign him, but if he has a great season at Wisconsin, like we're going to be banging the table saying, get this guy to Belleville. He needs another new opportunity that gives him more difficulty, because he's really kind of made a mockery of the last couple of leagues that he's been in. He was also drafted as an overager, Pilsy, so he's already 20 years old. So he doesn't need that extra year of development. He's already had that in the past before getting drafted. Can't wait to see what's next for Blake Montgomery. And there's a reason like that. That's a quick graph right there. If you're watching on YouTube, jumping all the way up 18 spots to number 22. Blake Montgomery, absolute beauty. 3-time recurring guest on Locked On Senators. Go check out our interviews with him. He will guaranteed to make you smile. This guy he loves life. Eh? And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you if you were that sick on the ice? And a Bermuda boy too. I mean, this guy's making waves. We had our first Croatian-born player earlier on, another Wisconsin in Bruno Idzan. But Blake Montgomery, man, he's paving his own path here, and he looks real good doing it. So really excited to see what's to come here for Blake. And that brings us to number 21, Stephen Halliday. This is the Maryland edition of Locked On Senators. That's where Blake's from. And Stephen grew up there, even though he was born in Ajax, Ontario, as a Leafs hater, I may add. He's a 7-time recurring guest on Locked On Senators. And speaking of numbers, talk about jumping up. First year we had him as a 47th ranked on the organizational value rankings. He moved to 27, moved to 18, and then he moved down to 21. And we're like, hey, how do you move down 3 spots? This guy led Belleville in scoring as a rookie. And the answer is external additions above him that came in that weren't there last year, like NHL role players, whether it's Jordan Spence or Fabian Zetterlund coming in. And then you obviously have the rise of Levi Marilainen. No spoilers, but those 3 players would be why he moved down 3 spots. No fault of his own. This guy's 6'4", 212 pounds. His foot speed's getting better, but his game is dictated by the intelligence that he plays with. Then proven last weekend in the rookie showcase, that fake slap shot pass, no look passes all over the ice. He just has a 6th sense out there, and it's incredible to watch. He's also one of those guys though where it's like, hey, shoot the puck a little bit more, man. You got a good shot. Like, I want to see that a little bit more, become a dual threat, because Billsy, we know he's a disher.
Yes, we do know he's a disher. He just continues to impress. I mean, I remember when he got to Belleville in late 2024, when he finished up his time at Ohio State, he came in with 5 assists in 10 games, but he was Belleville's top player in the playoffs. After only 10 games of AHL experience, he had 9 points in 7 playoff games. And every game that I was at, he was the star. He was the standout. The puck was moving through him. The power play ran through him. And that's why Coach Bell really put him in top spots to succeed the next year. And he did that, leading the Belleville Senators with 51 points in 71 games, 19 goals, 32 assists. Now, he did finish a -20, which isn't great, but that Belleville team, that goes towards why his plus-minus was that low. And I think we're going to see a much better improvement there. And I wouldn't be surprised, Ross, if he's in the 60s in points this season. Like, that would not surprise me at all, unless he spends a chunk of time in the NHL, which I don't think is that crazy.
No, I don't think it's crazy at all. I think he's looking to be the first call-up, especially if a centerman goes down. And, of course, there's the caveat they could always slide Ridley Gregg over from wing to center. But if they're looking to bring up a centerman from Belleville, he's your guy. Like, he was at the golf tournament. Like, just that shows the organization is extremely high on Steven. And why wouldn't they be? Like, just such a cerebral player. He brings the game to his pace quite often. And of course, he's working with Shelly Kettles. He wants to get faster as well. But the way that he's able to manipulate defenses is incredible. We also heard from Dave Bell when he was on our show this summer, where he was getting as excited about blocking a shot late in the game and being out there up or down a goal as excited as he was up a goal. Like, these are the professional nuances where you can become an NHL player if you really dive into them. So I love the way that he's developed. He's a 4th round pick as well, much like Blake Montgomery, 104th overall in the 2022 draft. He's already 23 years old, Pillsy, right? Another overager. Like, that's kind of interesting, the parallels between Stephen Halliday and Blake Montgomery, both overagers, both 4th round picks, both USHL kids. Now, both college kids. I know Montgomery took a little detour up to London, but I'm so high on the potential of Stephen Halliday to be a contributing middle 6 centerman in the National Hockey League. He's a guy where when he plays with better players, makes him better because they can finish off the nice passes that he gives them. And that obviously adds to the production. So I'm excited to see who he's going to play with in Belleville this year. I think him and Ole Lexell could be a great dynamic duo. If you throw Kaliev on the other side, that could be, you could steal some wins in that situation. So I'm excited to see Stephen Halliday, man. We're obviously huge fans of his, just as a dude, just a great guy, and really excited to see what's to come for him.
Yeah, and if he does end up spending some time in the NHL, Ross, we talked about how Sam Gagner has been helping him with his faceoffs. How valuable would it be for him to get under the tutelage of Claude Giroux for some faceoff knowledge as well? Like, that could really go a long way. So I'm so excited for Stephen Halliday. I love watching him in Belleville. I hope he gets a couple games in the NHL this season. And he's going to be a guy that I think Belleville or Ottawa Senators management is very aware of how good he can be. Like you mentioned, he was one of the two-way guys at that golf tournament. They want him around NHL players and motivating him with the lifestyle and opportunities that comes with being an NHL player. And there's no reason why he can't get there one day.
No, really, really fired up to see what Stephen Halliday brings. Stephen Halliday comes in at number 21 on our organizational value rankings. And as we mentioned at the start, Pilsy, this was a tier of its own. We didn't want to put them down with the other prospects tier below the Belleville tier, but we want to give a little respect to the actual role NHL players before getting to our blue chip prospects. And we just didn't think these guys were quite there yet, but still incredible growth from both Blake Montgomery and Stephen Halliday. They are tier 5, the rising prospects tier on our OVRs, which leaves 4 tiers. Like Pilsy, we've done 4 tiers already, and we've gone from 21 to 65, and we've got 4 tiers from 20 to number 1. So we still got some intrigue here, and only 2 players that are left out of the top 20 don't play full-time for the Ottawa Senators. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be interesting. I think the debates will begin heating up among the citizens. I don't think everyone's going to be like, "Oh man, you guys had Blake Vanek below Hoyt Stanley. What the heck? We got to fix that." But now we're getting into the stage where it's like, okay, who brings more value overall? It's back to our organizational value rankings. We are into the top 20. Almost all the players remaining, almost, are current members of the Ottawa Senators, including number 20. We're going to have Michael Amadio here. I know he wears number 22, but he is down a few spots, but to no fault of his own. I thought it was a perfectly good season for Michael Amadio. Talk about finding a role on the team.
Yeah, I would say, Ross, the second half of the season was a perfectly good season for him. I think it took Michael Amadio, and I shouldn't put all the blame on him, not necessarily blaming him, but I think it took him and the coaching staff and maybe the rest of the team a little while to find out how he can fit in and play his role with this squad. Anytime you're a player going to a new team, there's going to be an adjustment period for sure, but Amadio played 72 games last year, had 11 goals, 16 assists for 27 points. His third consecutive year of getting exactly 27 points. So if I'm going to FanDuel.com, I might put a couple shekels on him getting 27 points again this season. Plus 12, 18 penalty minutes. And he was the third member of that elite shutdown checking third line of Ridley Gregg, Shane Pinto, and Michael Amadio. Will he stay there with added players to the roster? That remains to be seen, but Michael Amadio, I think, is a really nice, well-rounded bottom six guy. And when you look back at it, Ross, I think initially when Steve Staios signed him to that 3 years, 2.6, I kind of thought, I think maybe he had to add the third year to convince him to come to Ottawa. I don't know if that's true or not. That was just speculation. But now that's pretty good value for what Michael Amadio can bring to this team. And he's got 2 years left on that deal.
Yeah, it's funny because that offseason, it felt like a lot of players were signing for basically $1 million for every 10 points that they contributed. So for the third straight season, he's overdone his value at 2.6.
He's basically doing $100,000 for each point.
For each point.
Is that math correct? Yeah.
Give or take. Yeah. Cost per point. But what matters more with Michael Amadio is his defensive responsibility. And if you talk to any player on the Ottawa Senators, they'll say that he is one of the best players in the league with his stick defensively, having it in the right position, breaking up plays defensively, and turning defense into rush opportunities the other way, which is why it worked so well too, because he had those great skaters in Pinto and Gregg on his line that they were able to kind of turn it the other way. There was a point in the season, like obviously for the majority of it, and especially when that line was together, Michael Amadio was going up against the top 6 players on the other team. He was going up against top lines. He was doing well defending that. Plus 12. I know plus minus is a flawed stat overall, but when you're in that role and you're a plus player, clearly you're doing something right. So for me, points aren't going to be what drives Michael Amadio's value. No. And he's down 5 spots, and so are the other 2 players on today's rankings. I think a lot of that, we talked about this more recently. We valued a little bit more the prospects and the ability for growth. So the players all here, Michael Amadio is actually the youngest player that we're covering today, but we do see a ton of value in what he brings. It also speaks to the depth of the Ottawa Senators that guys are pushing down this list, but also still contributing members of the NHL. So I'm really happy with Michael Amadio in his first season back in Ottawa. We know he had a cup of coffee there earlier on in his career before he established himself, before he won a Stanley Cup with the Vegas Golden Knights and was an important kind of utility Swiss Army knife on that team. I'm just hoping for more of the same for Michael Amadio. And the thing with him, and we talked to Dave Poulin on the show this summer, where he's kind of completely bought in. Like, he moved his family full-time to Ottawa. He's been training all off-season in the nation's capital. So I think that he's kind of one of those glue guys on the team, but it feels, and this from the outside, that he's also an extremely low maintenance guy. Like, we talk about how the lineup shakes out, and it's like, oh, is it going to be David Perron on the fourth line? Probably not. If we really think about how the coaching staff values his experience and the way he ended the season. But you'd also be like, oh man, like, how would a guy like David Perron be on the fourth line? Like, would it affect his morale? Would it affect how he feels his value is the team? I feel like Michael Amadio would just be like, hey, going to work. Doesn't matter whether I'm on the fourth line, first line. He knows what he has to do to be successful out there. And I think that he's willing and able to contribute that.
Oh yeah. Ammo's a great team player.
Great nickname too.
Ammo. I've said it a bunch, but since we're doing his profile, I got to emphasize it here. I want to see Michael Amadio be a key, if not the top penalty killing forward for this team. I think that's where he can really make his mark, because he's got that good two-way play, especially defensively. So let's see a little more penalty killing from Michael Amadio.
Yeah, he barely killed penalties last year, which was a big
Crazy.
surprise. But his March was unreal. And that kind of coincided to Ottawa pulling away from the pack and making the playoffs. Like, their second and third line, and we'll get to David Perron's March, but Michael Amadio's March, he had 6 goals in 15 games, 9 points during that stretch. So 9 of his 27 points came in 15 games. So he has shown that there's an offensive element to his game. That's not going to be his calling card. He does, though, come in at number 20 on our organizational value rankings, and we look forward to 2 more years of Amadio in Ottawa, at least 2 more years, as he's 29 years old. Coming in at number 19, it is Nick Jensen, 34 years old. He's 6'1", 205 pounds, right shot defenseman. And I mean, it's all about the health status of Nick Jensen. We saw what this guy can do when he's fully healthy. He's stable. He can skate extremely well, not overly physical, but just that steady presence on the back end.
Yeah, and the main part about Nick Jensen is what he was able to do to complement and elevate Thomas Chabot's game. I'm not trying to take away from him as an individual. I'm more trying to applaud that he was able to do what so many other guys that the Ottawa Senators had brought in failed to do, and that was just that, be a great D partner for Thomas Chabot, and he had a good season. Now, I know the rest of the NHL, when they saw the trade Jacob Chychrun for Nick Jensen in the third, were like, oh man, the Ottawa Senators did not get good value there. But Sens fans know that they needed someone to play with Chabot. Chychrun was not that guy. Sens fans know they were not going to give Chychrun that massive mammoth deal that Washington did. And Nick Jensen, it was a win-win. He fit in nicely here in 71 games, 3 goals, 18 assists. Doesn't pop off the page, but a plus 18 as a second pair defenseman, that works out pretty nicely. And him and Thomas Chabot did a lot of heavy lifting when it came to the penalty kill as well. So a lot of value for Nick Jensen. Then you throw in, he only had 6 PIMs in 71 games, 3 minor penalties. So he plays a clean, smart, responsible game. And like you mentioned, he uses that skating to really shine out there. So it makes me a little bit nervous that a 34-year-old defenseman has we don't even know the full extent of it, but a recovering hip. So we'll see how that affects his skating and his overall game.
Yeah, if you include his last season in Washington where he had 10 penalty minutes, that's 8 minor penalties in his last 149 games. Yeah. And he's going up against top lines and he's playing a defensive role. He also had 2 of his 3 goals were enormous goals this season. He scored to start that comeback where Josh Norris tied it late. He scored the goal. It was 5-3 with 5 minutes left, and he started it. And the other one was that road game in Carolina where he had a goal and an assist, and it was a shutout win, but it was like 1-0, and Carolina was pressing, and then he just walked off the wall and ripped one in past the goalie. So he's got the kind of knack for big moments as well, and clearly a great support player for Thomas Chabot. He's down 5 spots from 14 to 19 on this list, but we'll see, because a healthy Nick Jensen will be a valuable member of this Ottawa Senators team. Coming in at number 18, another graybeard. As I'm me saying that of all people. I'm a graybeard at 33. David Perron's 37, and he's 6'1", 203 pounds. And you can't talk about David Perron's season without talking about the fact that he battled off-ice turmoil in his life. Obviously, things are doing really well now by his account with his daughter, which is great to see, but clearly that weighed on him through the start of the season. It's already tough getting to a new organization and trying to see where you fit in, but when you're unavailable and mentally drained from what's going on in your family life, you can only imagine how difficult that would be. The stats showed that it was a very tough start to his season, but man, once March came around, like we could almost call David Perron Mr. March last year. He had 16 points in 43 games last year. And of that, 10 of them came in March in 15 games.
And how about in the playoffs? I know 3 points doesn't really pop out to you, but 3 points in 6 games. I think his playoff performance in that round 1 series versus the Leafs really warmed up a lot of Sens fans to what he's able to do, and maybe open their eyes a bit more why Steve Staios thought it was important to bring a guy like him to this team. And the injury that he was dealing with this year was a back injury. So at 37, when you're dealing with a back injury, that can really hinder what you're able to do. But Ross, I want to point to how consistent he had been before he got here. Like with the Red Wings, 76 games, 47 points, 82 games, 56 points, then 57, 58. So like this guy can hit high 40s, 50 points. And if you start penciling that in, like if David Perron plays upwards of 70 games and can get you in the mid 40s of points, that's what we were hoping he could do. And I believe if he stays healthy, now that he's had a year to kind of adjust to this team and being in a new city with his family and stuff, I'm positive that David Perron can do that. Now, the real question is, where is he going to play? I think there's really two options for David Perron. Either he's going to be the left winger on the second line or a right winger on that fourth line. I don't really see him getting in the mix in that third line in place of Michael Amadio, but
I wouldn't hate it.
No, I wouldn't hate it either. But I in my mind, I see either Claude Giroux or Michael Amadio staying there. But good problem to have, right? Like we used to pray for times where we had a respected veteran that can still put up points when healthy, and we didn't know where to put him. So I think David Perron's going to have a nice season this year, and it's his final year on his deal that he signed in free agency last offseason.
Yeah, and he's also quick to say that he feels a lot younger than that number would dictate. So he's going to be playing for that next contract, because I don't think he thinks he's even close to the end of the road. And based on the end of season performance he had, I don't think so either. He's great at protecting pucks and makes his teammates better. He was awesome on that line with Dylan Cousins and Drake Batherson. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to the well, at least to start the season. David Perron, of course, acquired in free agency with that 2-year, $4 million per contract. He comes in at number 18, down 5 spots on our organizational value rankings, which we are continuing to climb. We did that rising prospects tier yesterday with Stephen Halliday and Blake Montgomery. And on today's list, the Roll NHLers tier has begun with Michael Amadio, with Nick Jensen, and with David Perron. So we got 3 more on this tier, Pilsy, before we get to the real blue chip prospects and the core of this team.
Yeah, and ironically for these 3 guys, we kind of got them handcuffed together, because last time on OVR, they were 13, 14, 15, and this year they're 18, 19, 20. So these 3 brought in at the same time. We've got them very similar value tied together. So it's going to be interesting to see how they perform this season.
It's time for organizational value rankings. And if you heard Kenji, defense wins championships. And we got 3 defensemen today as we continue climbing up tier 4, our Roll NHLers tier. And we're starting with a man who's been on all 6 of our organizational value rankings. It is Tyler Kleven. The K-Train has his first full season in the National Hockey League. And it was a good one, man. 79 games played, had 10 points, and really saved the best for last. He was awesome in the playoffs.
Yeah, Ross, anytime you have a guy, Mark Messier, you might have heard of him, glowing about you on national television about how
he played
good.
In Ottawa.
Yeah, there you go.
Not for Ottawa, but in Ottawa.
About how good you've been playing in the playoffs in your first time in the playoffs. That's a good sign. And Tyler Kleven played in 79 games in the regular season last year for the Sens, had 4 goals, 6 assists, finished -11 with 27 PIMs. He earned himself a new contract, 2 years of $1.6 million. I think, again, this is a deal that both sides, it's a fair deal for both. He will be an RFA still after this, and gives him a little bit of a well-deserved upgrade on his money there. And he's only 23 years old, 6'5", 221. The K-Train really settled in with his partner, Nicholas Matinpalo. Will they be together for most of the season this year? That remains to be seen, but you got to like the way Tyler Kleven is progressing here, and I'm excited for what he can show this year. I think, Ross, I'll echo what you said a couple times. I think the one thing we'd like to see him improve on is use that physicality a little bit more. We've seen it in Belleville. We've seen it before. I think he can really raise his physical game, although that reverse hit that he had in the playoffs was pretty sweet.
Well, yeah, and that's just the thing. Like, he dipped his toe into the NHL, and it's about not making mistakes, about making tape-to-tape passes off the boards and out, becoming a legitimate option on the PK for the Ottawa Senators. And I feel like with that, once your feet are now completely soaked, he's knee-deep in the National Hockey League, and it's time to do what you do best, which is rock guys, and he's done it his whole life. I completely believe that will be a huge part of his game, and we call him the K train for a reason, right? Like he's got a bit of Anton Volchenkov in him, where you need to know when he's on the ice because he can come out of nowhere and hurt you. I mean, EP did him so dirty. They haven't updated his dimensions. They have him at 6'4", 201. This guy's 221 pounds. He's got that Midwestern farm boy strength, if you will, and he's going to be an important piece. Like, you need to have these guys on the third pair. Look at Florida with Nico Mikkola, a guy who can play up and down a little bit, but is so big and so mean that he just adds a different element. You've got the great skaters, the puck movers on the left, and I kind of like how it's something different on the left side. Remember back in the day, the left side was your meat and potatoes with Mathot, Phaneuf, and Boro. And now, but then, like, when you're the other team, like, hey, the left side is going to be physical no matter what. Well, now on the left side, you're like, okay, left side's going to skate it out. Like, let's dump it into the left side. And then all of a sudden you dump it in. Oh, wait, there was a line change, and there's this mutant out there who's going to run me over if I try to hit him. I like that kind of element of surprise, if you will, that they can add to that. So Tyler Kleven, like, he's down one spot on our OVR from 16 to 17, but that just speaks to the depth that's been accumulated in the organization. Like, he started out at 33. So if you're looking from that standpoint, he's up quite a bit from when they drafted him. And many people called it a reach at 44th overall. They said, oh, they're just trying to get the North Dakota Sens going. And then,
especially Leafs fans. Leafs fans thought they won the draft with the two picks that they got that have a combined 0 NHL games from that trade.
And they're not even playing in North America anymore. Both of them signed over in Finland. So, sorry.
Yep. Sweet job there. Last thing I'll say about Kleven is, similar to Michael Amadio, I would like to see Kleven take a major step as a penalty killer as one of his expanded roles this year. I'm not sure who he would play beside him. I don't know if I fully trust Kleven and Matim Palo to be killing penalties. I think I like the idea of Kleven and Zub as a unit. I know you want to keep Sanderson and Zub together. That's fine. But
Kleven Jensen could work.
Yeah, Kleven Jensen also could work. And who knows, maybe those two could be a pair just regularly as well, depending on how this lineup shakes out. But yeah, Tyler Kleven entering his second full season. You kind of forget, Ross, that he played 8 games in 2023, 9 games in 2024, and now finally had a full year in the NHL. So he had little cups of coffee, and then he got the full venti last year.
Yes, he did, and continued growth is expected for him. I think Jordan Spence, we talk about partners at 5-on-5.
Yep.
It's the perfect yin-yang where he's going to be able to keep things smooth and steady and be the net front box out guy in his own zone. And he's also got a sick shot. Just go look at his first NHL goal against the San Jose Sharks. That was an absolute bomb. So hopefully there's more offense in there as well. But he's growing into a very steady, reliable player that you're excited when he jumps over the boards, because anything can happen. And maybe spend a little time with Chris Neal this offseason as well. I know he took on a real tough customer in Adam Lowry for his first fight, but the way that we're expecting him to grow into his play and be more physical, he's going to have to get into a few more fights with that style of play. So we want him to be ready and able to take care of those when the time comes. Coming in at number 16, it is Jordan Spence, 24 years old, 5'11", 180, and man, I'm excited to see what he's going to add to the 5-on-5 offense for Ottawa, because his big calling card is moving the puck out of his zone quickly, tape to tape with speed, and he's going to allow for some more rush chances for the Ottawa Senators when he's on the ice.
Yeah, I think a lot of Sens fans are very excited about Jordan Spence, the classic born in Australia, grew up in Japan, played hockey in PEI, LA to Ottawa route. I mean,
yep. Everyone does it.
Yep. But at 24 years old, 5'11", 180, right shot defenseman. Last year with the LA Kings, 79 games, 4 goals, 24 assists, a plus 23. You love to see that. And all reports were that the LA Kings the coaching staff didn't necessarily feel that they could trust him in bigger moments, and there was other guys that they wanted to give opportunities to on the right
Ottawa
side.
Boy, Brant Clark.
Yep. So that's why they decided to move on from him. And the Ottawa Senators, I mean, oh my God, talk about a great trade and finding some insurance, if you will, for Nick Jensen if he's not healthy at the start of the year, like we expect will happen. But I don't like Jordan Spence for me, Ross. I'm not viewing him as just like an insurance guy that's like a throw in and like, hey, if he's got to play some games, so be it. Like, I think this is a guy that could really work here in Ottawa, and I think he should be excited to get here. And like you mentioned, I love the idea of him on that third pair with Tyler Kleven, if that's the way things go, because with Kleven and Matinpalo, you didn't have that puck mover, whereas 28 points in 79 games as a young defenseman, and I assume he's defensively responsible as well with a plus 23. Obviously doesn't tell the whole story, but this is a guy that could make a lot of sense, and I think Tyler Kleven would benefit from having him beside him.
And even though he's not the biggest guy, from the clips I've seen of him defending, like he is a guy that can angle really well and is so smooth with his skate that he defends kind of like Nick Jensen does, where he's not going to overpower you, but he's going to be kind of sneaky in a way. And he's playing for his next contract. He's an RFA after this year, but he's on his last year at $1.5 million. Last year, he averaged just under 17 minutes a game. Big reason for that was Drew Doughty missed the first half of the season, so that elevated Jordan Spence in the lineup. His two previous seasons, well, only one was a real sample size of 71 games. He averaged 14.26. I'm going to bet he's closer to the higher end of that. I really think that if he develops the way the Senators hope, he's going to force their hand to maybe make that move of putting Nick Jensen with Tyler Kleven and allowing Spence to be a top 4 guy. Now, we can get into whether it works with Shabbat or if it's too much of the same thing, but I think he's going to bang the door down and say, we're going to need more ice time here. And I think he's a motivated player. The boys seem to be really excited that he's coming in. So he's definitely one of the guys to watch this training camp to see how he immerses himself into what the Sens are doing.
Final question for me, Ross, is do you see a world where he could be on any special teams?
I wouldn't start him on the PK. And I know the Senators go 4 forwards on both power play units, so it's Sanderson and Shabbat. But look, knock on wood, but injuries do happen throughout the year. And this is why he's in the role NHL. Like, he's got a role here as a guy who's going to move pucks, but he also has kind of an untapped ceiling that we could see elevate more and more. And the fact they got him for a 3rd and a 6th round pick. I mean, come on. And both picks that were acquired in trades, one for Kevin Mandolese, the 6th round pick, and the 3rd from just trading back 2 spots in the draft. Like, come on. Really excited to see him. He comes in at number 16 on our organizational value rankings. As we teased, this is the defensive show. Coming in at number 15, it's Artem Zub, cult hero for the Ottawa Senators. 6'3", 200 pounds. He's going to turn 30 years old in 2 weeks' time. And what a find. Like, for all the talk about Ottawa's pro scouting during the Pierre Dorion era, getting Artem Zub out of Russia as a 25-year-old undrafted free agent was magic. Like, this guy is climbing quickly the all-time games played list by the Ottawa Senators. And I know that he had some injuries last year that kept him down to only 56 games, but what a perfect stabilizer for literally whoever he plays with.
Yeah, it's crazy that they found him from Russia. And I think people forget just how much pro experience he had. Like, Ross, he's got 6 years in the KHL, 256 regular season KHL games. And get this, I kind of forgot this, 52 KHL playoff games. So, like, him coming to North America, he was not some, inexperienced guy, although the Ottawa
Olympic gold medalist.
Yeah, like Olympic gold medalist. The Ottawa Senators seem to think that, as remember, he was a healthy scratch.
Oh, for Josh Brown.
For weeks. And then they finally figured it out. And
their right side had Erica Branson and Josh Brown, but not Artem Zub.
Yeah, crazy to think of at the time. But last season in 56 games, 2 goals, 11 assists, 13 points. What was it? The jaw or no, it was concussions this year that hit in LA, right?
No, well, in Ottawa, but that crazy
Thanksgiving
game. Tanner Jeannot put him into next week. I think he broke his foot later on in the season, though.
Yeah, so he didn't have the best health, but when he's healthy,
fractured foot.
He's the guy for Jake Sanderson. Remember Jake Sanderson when reporters asked, hey, what's the difference between playing with Zub and Hamonic? I mean, I think there's a lot of differences, but Sanderson just joked, one of them understands English, the other one doesn't. So Artem Zub is certainly a guy that whether him and Sanderson can communicate effectively in their language or not is not relevant because they can communicate and work together really well on the ice. And I know there's some ideas that maybe you put Shabbat with Zub because that's a pair that have worked in the past. But for me, I'm putting permanent marker Sandy Zub. You want those guys up against other teams' top opponents. And I'm hoping we can get a full season from Artem Zub this year.
And I know that I've said this for probably 4 years because he's been with the team for 5. I do think there's more offense. And he took a huge step, not this season, but the year before. He had 25 points, 5 goals. And I just like, if you look at his numbers in the KHL, like he was always a guy that like had at least a bit of pop to him.
Yep.
So I do still think that could be a possibility for the Ottawa Senators. Like I'm thinking like 7 goals, 23 assists, something like that.
Yeah. For me, Ross, as long as he's in the 20s in points and is a plus player, works for me.
Yeah, and he's obviously getting some of the most defensively heavy minutes in the Ottawa Senators. Like in the playoffs, he started 78% in the defensive zone. Like, he is your shutdown defenseman, and he does a great job at it. So big year for him too. He's got 2 years left on his contract at $4.6 million, but it's about staying healthy and staying consistent. As he has, slow and steady wins the race. He's got 2 more games played than Mark thought. He's 36. If he plays 82 games this season, Pilsy, and obviously this is a little bit dependent on Tim Stützle, Drake Batherson, who are ahead of him in games played, more so Stützle. Batherson would still be ahead slightly on a full, if he plays the full year, but like he's going to be top 30 in games played. If he plays 82, he'll have more games played with Ottawa than Mark Stone. Like,
that's crazy. Wow.
It's wild to think of. And he's obviously been on the OVRs now for 6 seasons. He started out at 24, quickly jumped up to 11, and he's been in this range ever since. He went from 11 to 12 to 14 to 12, and now he's up at 15 on our organizational value rankings. But he's a cult classic for a reason, man. He just seems like a very like shy. I think even if he knew English well, I think he just seems like a shy personality overall, and very low maintenance player. And every team needs those that's going to have success. So we're big fans of Artem Zub, and that's why he comes in at number 15. We turn our attention back to our organizational value rankings. And Pilsy, we've passed our role NHLers tier, and we're on to the blue chip prospects. 2 former first-round picks and a player who's just skyrocketed his value over the course of 6 seasons on our list. But coming in at number 14, it is one of the newest members of the Ottawa Senators, the 2025 first-round pick, 23rd overall. It's Logan Hensler.
Yes, the Wisconsin Badger from this draft, or one of them, I should say, the first one drafted, a 23rd overall first-round pick in 2025. He's a right-shot defenseman. We've got him sorry, I lost my place here. 32 games played last year with the Badgers, 2 goals, 10 assists for 12 points, minus 13, 27 PIMs. And Logan Hensler was a guy that a freshman in college defenseman. He had a lot of responsibility put on him with the Badgers, and it took him some while to get adjusted. And that's very common when you're a new defenseman in a new league of any competition level, to be honest. But it's that second half where he really figured things out. And all the scouting reports and all the articles we read and videos we watched of Logan Hensler, you can see a clear progression from the first half of the season to the second half. And he really impressed a lot of people. The name of the game for Logan Hensler is his skating. Very Jake Sanderson-esque in that way. He does a lot of his good, positive things on defense and offense due to his foot speed and his ability to be a smooth skater. So you get a good size right shot defenseman that can skate. If you can develop him properly, I've got high hopes for Logan Hensler. I know famously I was lower on Hensler in a prospect profile, but it's just because he didn't have that dynamic pop that I was so desperately looking for in the Sens first rounder. But now with time and after seeing the Sens trade back, get assets, acquire Jordan Spence with part of that package that they got for trading back, and still get Hensler at a great value at 23rd overall, I'm all in on the Sensler.
Yeah, and this is going to be a big year for his offense to pop. That's what I want to see. And he told us this summer when he came on the show that he's really feeling like being in control, taking the puck across the offensive blue line, making plays in the O-zone. That's going to be a big part of his next development. And then you add in, and they've got a big-time returning team in Wisconsin. So guys are all a year older, a year stronger. Plus the recruiting class that's brought in 2 other Sens prospects, Blake Montgomery, we just covered, and Bruno Idzan. Those are guys that can put the puck in the back of the net. So I think that this is a team and a program that's been kind of starved for offense over the course of the last number of years. So naturally, his offensive numbers aren't going to pop. He's also one of the youngest freshmen in college hockey, as a late birthday, a guy who went through the USNTDP, but then played his draft year in college. I think this is going to be a big sophomore year. So he's a guy that I think could move down 6 or 7 spots if it's not a great season. Whereas I think so, because we've got do you think he's better than Artem Zub right now? No.
No,
but we've got him ahead of him. So we're banking on the potential. So this to me is a year for him to show the potential offensively, or he might be the top prospect in the tier that we had below with Blake Montgomery and Stephen Halliday.
Okay,
but
fair.
I also think he could be up a spot or 2, but I think this is a bit of a sweetheart ranking for him in terms of the production so far. There's reasons why. We just brought up a few of them, but I think that this year he needs to prove offensively that he can be a two-way guy and not just a great skater that just kind of moves around the ice. Even if he fell back 5 spots, it's still high up on the overall rankings, but I do think 14, when I look at the names below and Zub and Spence, those are good NHL defensemen, but one day Logan Hensler could also become a very good NHL defenseman. Obviously sucks that he can't be at Sens training camp based on the rules with the NCAA. He's already getting ready for his season over there. But Logan Hensler makes his debut on our OVRs at number 14. Coming in at number 13, a man who took the NHL by storm this past season. It is goaltender Levi Merilainen. He earned himself a 1-year, $1.05 million contract. That is a one-way deal. Make that money in the NHL or the AHL. He has no waiver requirements this season. We've got his AHL numbers up because he played many more games down there, 37 versus 12 in the NHL. Everyone knows he went 8-2-1 in the show and had 3 shutouts in that time. Ridiculous. Would have had a 4th. Lost 1-0 in overtime. Took an Ovechkin shot to beat him. But even the AHL, Pilsy, it wasn't like a Hamburglar flash in the pan. He was all season consistent wherever he was.
Absolutely. Yep. 37 games, 2.37 goals against, a 913 save percentage, 4 shutouts, and an 18-12-7 record. And keep in mind, that Belleville Senators team last year was not exactly a top tier team, and not a lot of it due to injuries in Ottawa and guys being moved around and called up. But the Finnish firewall stood on his head, whether he was in Belleville or in the NHL.
Yeah, and I think something that needs to be noted here, that's 49 overall games, and he had 7 shutouts in 49 starts last year in the NHL and the AHL.
And I mean, math guy, his record would have been 26-14-8.
Yep, math guy.
Oh,
good addition. Nice.
Thank you. So I mean, that's a great record overall for a year.
Just turned 23 years old. He's 6'3". He covers a lot of the net. He's super athletic. He's got a compete level that is unmatched in the organization, according to Belleville Sens head coach David Bell. Says he's just so even keel. Told us a great story about coming back from the NHL. They were going to give him a day off to rest. He goes, no, I take shots. Why aren't you putting me in the net? I don't want to be a third goalie. It's his job, dude. He's here to do a job. And he's one of the biggest risers, up 19 spots, Pilsy, on our organizational value rankings. He was 32nd last year.
Look at that graph.
Oh, man, that's beautiful. 26th the year before, 33, 29, and 44. The rise of Levi Merilainen is incredible. And I know Askarov is going to have something to say about this, and there's some other good goalies from that draft, but there is a real possibility the Sens left the 2020 draft with the best forward, the best defenseman, and the best goalie.
I mean, yeah, it definitely could happen that way. And Levi Merlianen was a complete unknown when he was drafted. He was on nobody's radar, 3rd round pick. And we got to talk about it. His ability to be so effective one-on-one, whether it's breakaways, penalty shots, or shootouts, is so key. And it gives you so much faith and confidence. If there's a defensive breakdown and a breakaway happens, we got Levy back there. We're good.
You got him back there. You also have to give him some credit, too, about just coming in the way he did. Like, his last NHL game was a shutout against Minnesota.
6-0 win. Decent. Head back down to the AHL, buddy.
Amazing. Amazing. And that brings us to another amazing talent. Coming in at number 12 on our organizational value rankings, it is Carter Yakimchuk. He wowed last preseason. There's no way around it. The photo on the graphic is from his overtime goal against the Toronto Maple Leafs. You can see Jake McCabe, NHL veteran, top 4 guy, turning around like he's going through into, a subway where you got the turnstile. He has no clue which way to go. Mitch Marner was chasing him on the back check, and Yak says, "Don't care. I'm going backhand and put it in the back of the net." He's down 1 spot, though. That just speaks to depth. You can look at the addition of Fabian Zetterlund as why. No spoilers. But when you look at Carter Yakimchuk's season, less than a point per game. He was over it the year before. The goals, less than 20 goals. Like, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, he still had 17 goals last year. But it almost feels like Yakimchuk gets better when he plays with good players because they can find him in the right spot to give him a little extra time to pull off the maneuvers that he wants to do.
Yeah, like my brain is burned with watching the highlights of last season of Ben Kindle and Carter Yakimchuk on the power play for the Calgary Hitmen. Like, they just work so well together. Last year in 56 games, 17 goals, 32 assists. Now, was it a broken arm or leg that he had? He broke a bone last year that caused him to miss a bunch of time. We'll get the stats department on that one. +6, 82 PIMs. And Sens fans and Sens haters kind of clowned on this, being like, wow, your top prospect got less points in his D+1 season. And it was like, look, he had a monster season his first year, or I should say last year, 2023-2024, with 71 points in 66 games, 30 goals as a defenseman. But that was a bad Calgary Hitmen team, and they were not winning many games. So I think the coaching staff was just like, hey, let the ponies out of the stable, let them run, get your points, get your slap shots, get your big hits. And if we lose 6-2, but you got 2 highlight reel goals, good on you, kid.
So be it.
Whatever. Yeah. But this year was a different story for the Calgary Hitmen, and it was a different story for Carter Yakimchuk's development goals. He wanted to be a more well-rounded player. He wanted to make sure he was able to play better defensively. And this summer, he knew, I should say, that he's playing pro no matter what, whether it's NHL or AHL. He is now a pro hockey player. So he added 10 pounds of muscle, and he's doing everything he can to be ready for that big adjustment. So despite the drop in points and, the excitement about Yakimchuk being a point-getting right-shot defenseman that can play physical, I'm not worried about this at all. And I'm so excited, especially after watching him dominate in the rookie tournament like we assumed and hoped. If this kid reaches his potential, it's hard to find players like him. And that's why the Ottawa Senators, I don't want to say took a chance or reach when they drafted him, but it needs to be said there were very good other right shot or even left shot defensemen available for the Sens to take, but they like the prototype and the vision that Carter Yakimchuk, if he reaches his potential, couldn't be.
Yeah, he dangles everybody. 6'3" defenseman. Not many, if any, move like he does with the puck on his stick at that size. It's a short list. So Carter Yakimchuk, what if he plays, let's say 60 games in the AHL this year? What kind of stat line are you hoping for him?
I'll say 15 goals, 25 assists.
15 goals, eh? Like what? 3/4 of them on the power play?
Oh yeah, almost all of them on the power play. Yeah. Yeah. Like, wait, what's the math on that? Is that I said 15 and 25?
Yeah, it's 40 points.
Yeah, 40 points in 60 games. I don't think that's insane.
That'd be good though.
Yeah, that's high, and maybe my expectations are a little high, but you got to consider he's going to be playing top line with Sebrango,
Likely.
Almost definitely.
Yeah.
I guess that's similar to likely. I just wanted to put a little more oomph on it, Ross. He's going to be playing top power play, and I have a lot more faith in what the Belleville Senators will be able to do offensively. Like you mentioned, when he's playing with good players, he's able to change the way he plays, and he doesn't have to play that risky defenseless game. But I think he's going to be able to stack up points. I thought about this, Ross, and maybe you can tell me if this is not a good question at all, but who do you think could play more NHL games, Carter Yakimchuk or Levi Marilainen?
It's a good question.
Okay, thank you.
Allmark is hoping to play more. Steve Stais on 1200 this morning kind of made it seem like Allmark. They're asking about Lev. They're actually asking about Matt Sogard, which is a very interesting conversation. We'll see how he looks in training camp first and foremost, but he basically said there's obviously a battle there. They're both on one-way contracts, and Sogard needs waivers. Levy doesn't, but Allmark wants to play more as well. So if Allmark
makes me nervous though, but
he had 44, I believe, games last year. If Allmark's around 50 would be ideal. So let's say 25 games for Levy. I love the idea of Yak playing 9 NHL games and getting all 3 years of his entry-level contract starting next season.
How important is that contract slide to you?
A lot.
Yeah. Okay.
Because especially with the cap going up, like having a guy at $940,000 for 3 years, if he can potentially be a top 4 defenseman for all 3 of those years, you have Sandy. Like you'd have 2 top 4, and in Sandy's case, one of the top 15 defensemen in the league at $9 million. How many teams are paying one top 4 defenseman over $9 million? The list is growing, it seems like, every week. So it's very important to me. Now, if he's ridiculous and you got to go based on merit as much as you do contracts, then by all means, if he's helping the team. But unless he's like, I wouldn't just play him 12 minutes a night just to get him experience at the NHL level.
Agreed.
The experience isn't worth it. It would have to be production that would be worth burning a year off his contract.
Yep, that's fair.
Good question, Pilsy.
Thanks.
Any final thoughts on today's show? Actually, before we get to final thoughts, we will pull up where we're at right now, because this was the entirety of the third tier. That's 14, Logan Hensler, 13, Levi Marilainen, and Carter Yakimchuk, number 12. We got 11 left, including 3 core franchise pieces, and then the rest of the core makes up the other 8 spots. So I'm fired up for this. These are all obviously NHL players at this point. Yakimchuk was the last guy who we've done that is not a full-time National Hockey League player yet. We look forward to continuing our organizational value rankings tomorrow and then wrapping them up in the middle of next week. We are into the top 11, and the top 11, that's basically top 10 in Sens terms, right? Because hashtag praise Alfie. Exactly.
Yep.
So coming in at number 11, it's a Swede, just like Alfie. We got Fabian Zetterlund, and there was some debate internally here in the LOSP stats department, the graphic department, the content department. We all got together and said, is Fabian Zetterlund a core piece of this team already? Or is he the top of the NHL role tier? The stats, they weren't there with the Ottawa Senators last year. They just weren't. But overall, he still had 41 points in the season. Now, he played 2 extra games, a very rare case where he played 84 regular season games, 19 goals, 22 assists. But as Steve Stais was mentioning yesterday or 2 days ago on TSN 1200, like, the thing with Fabian Zetterlund is, despite not producing points, the scoring chances were there. The effort was there. The consistency of getting to the right spots was there. He just couldn't buy a goal, which gives you a lot of hope that he's going to pop off this season.
Yeah, I know, obviously, Fabian Zetterlund, the idea was to bring him over for 5-on-5 scoring. We talked to Dave Poulin about that. That was the one really metric that they targeted in their trade deadline acquisitions, along with another player we'll get to.
Did he tie Yeah, he did. He tied Nicholas Matinpalo in 5-on-5 goals with Ottawa last year.
Yeah. I mean, that's not great. But overall, as a player,
Yep.
he brings 5-on-5 strength. And speaking of strength, Ross, oh my God, if Pierre Dorion was here, remember he called Mark Kaslik what did he call him, the strongest man in the world or something like that?
Probably call
Fabian
him a Greek
Zetterlund,
god.
This guy is a beast. Martian likes to call him a cigarette machine. I like to call him the Swedish snus machine. But deadlifting 660 pounds, 3 times your body weight is absolutely insane. So there's no lack of physical attributes from Fabian Zetterlund. He hits hard, he plays hard, he goes hard for loose pucks, and he battles in front of the net. He's going to be able to get to those hard areas where Timmy can hit him with the pass, and he can rip that little black thing past the line like Travis Green is hoping the team can do a little bit more of. And he plays a clean game, like only 14 PIMs here. And I think now that he's got the contract, he likes being in Ottawa. He wanted to commit here. Staios and Travis Green obviously see the potential in him more than just the 5 points in 20 games he had with Ottawa. Keep in mind, this is a guy that scored 24 goals. Not last year, obviously, but the year before with the San Jose Sharks. So put him in positions to succeed. And I don't see any reason why Fabian Zetterlund can't live up to his 4-year, $4.275 million new contract extension.
Just the fact that they gave him that contract shows the confidence that the organization has that he's going to become a 25-plus goal scorer and really be that shooter that they're looking for in the top 6. To be a +7 between San Jose and then Ottawa with his lack of production last season, I think is pretty impressive, despite plus minus obviously not really mattering in the grand scheme of things. When there's outliers like that, I think they are worth mentioning, but he's a straight line player that is more physical than I think the player profile. Like when he was with San Jose, if he was coming into Ottawa, we wouldn't be like, hey, move the puck quick when Fabian Zetterlund's coming in on the forecheck, but he does bring a bit of a physical element to his game. So I think that you're looking for him to just kind of build on what he is as a player. And I think that Sens fans can also, I know it's been much discussed, but he went through the exact same thing when he got traded from New Jersey mid-season in the Timo Meier trade to San Jose. He sucked offensively. He just could not produce. What do you have, 1-1 in 20? Like basically identical stats to what he had with the Ottawa Senators last year, and then popped off for 24 goals the next year. So there is history that would show that Fabian Zetterlund could be a rebound bounce back candidate for the Ottawa Senators. And our ranking here reflects that, because it was either 11 or 15, right? For us, or 14, I guess, because everyone else would move up. We're between putting him before or behind the blue chip prospects tier of Yakimchuk, Maralainen, and Hensler. And his play is either going to make us look really smart or really stupid this season, but I hope he makes us look smart.
Yeah, I'm a Zetterlund guy, Ross. I really like that trade. And I've mentioned, once those new jerseys, the alternates come on sale, I'm going with the Fabian Zetterlund on that 3rd jersey.
That's spicy. I actually like that, though. Fabian Zetterlund is going to be a fun player to watch. That we know for sure. And if we had, no disrespect to him, but if we had Zach Ostapchuk on this list, he would not have been in the top 11.
Nope, definitely not. Yeah.
So good trade.
It's just crazy that Staios got this done with 37 seconds left in the deadline. And Mike Greer of the San Jose Sharks, he wanted Norris to be a part of some sort of Fabian Zetterlund deal. That was the original thing on the table. Steve Staios was able to look another way, get the Cousins deal done, and then circle back to this and get a Fabian Zetterlund deal done as well. So just an excellent job by Steve Staios and the staff.
I would love to have either been a fly on the room or to have a documentary style show come out of the trade deadline of the Ottawa Senators, just how Staios was able to manage and finagle his way into getting both Dylan Cousins and Fabian Zetterlund for injury-plagued. Great player. We love Josh Norris, a player and a person. Yeah. Yep. And we hope that he bounces back and can play all 82 games. But if they didn't have Dylan Cousins down the stretch, I don't know if they make the playoffs. Like he was a big part, 16 points in 21 games. And no spoilers, we might get to him later today, but him and Fabian Zetterlund coming in and having this full training camp and potentially even playing together. Like, that's not out of the question, as Zetterlund did start training camp at left wing on a line with Dylan Cousins and Michael Amadio. So we'll see how things shake out, but Fabian Zetterlund makes his debut on our organizational value rankings at number 11. Drum roll, please. It is time for the top 10. And coming in at number 10 for the second straight year, it's riddle me this, riddle me that. Ridley Gregg is a pest. He's awesome as a fan to follow him because there's never a dull moment when he's on the ice. I still remember watching him when he was with the Brandon Wheat Kings. They'd come into Winnipeg when the ice were still a thing there. And I would just laugh every shift because, on TV, you can see him when he's in the play. But when he's behind the play, he's either tapping a guy on the back of the legs, rubbing, like moving past the guy, but just nudging his shoulder. Like, the word I would use to describe Ridley Gregg is engaged. All over the ice, he is engaged. He's got a fierce competitive spirit in him, and he's awesome, man. Like, he's a fun player. I think we're going to start seeing more and more Ridley Gregg jerseys around the CTC as the years go on, especially with all the other movement last year. What kind of gets lost is that contract extension that Ridley Gregg signed early on in the season that is just kicking in now. Pills, you got 4 years at 3.25 with the cap going up. That has potential to be extremely valuable.
Yep, I think it's a good deal for both sides. If there's Toronto Maple Leafs fans listening, maybe close your eyes, plug your ears, because this is going to be a hard segment for you. In 78 games last year, Ridley Gregg had 13 goals, 21 assists, 34 points, dash 11, 60 PIMs. For me, Ross, I think if Ridley Gregg can be in that 35 to 45 point range, that's where you want him to be. I don't expect too much more point-wise from him, but mostly you want him to be that agitator. You want him to be getting other teams' skin. Like, scoring an empty net goal and then having Morgan Rielly lose his mind and getting a 6-game suspension. Like, that's the type of thing that Ridley Gregg is able to do. And hopefully with a longer playoff run, he's going to be able to really show his talents in that way. And I love that he has the perfect mentor in being a rat in Nick Cousins. That guy can teach him a thing or two about that. So I'm excited for Ridley Gregg. He's only 23 years old.
Just 23. I think it's an August birthday.
Yes, August 8th. Yes. So
him and Roby Arventi had the same birthday. Don't ask me how I remember that stupid stuff.
Okay. There's no reason to be anything but excited and hopeful for the potential that Ridley Gregg can have this season.
I have a little bit more hope in terms of the points, and I'll go out and say that I expect him to have the same point increase that he had year over year from last year to this past season as he will this upcoming season. He had 8 more points this year.
That's in my range.
That'd be 42 points.
45 points.
Yep. 42 points, but that to me is the floor. If he doesn't hit 40 points, I mean, he gets opportunity. I mentioned earlier in the show, he's second on the team among forwards in ice time in the final 24 games. He's a very valuable penalty killer, had 2 shorthanded goals last season. And what I really loved as well is where he took the biggest stride was in the faceoff dot. I know he's a left winger. He's a natural center, though. And if he can be what he was last year, which was a 54, almost 55% faceoff guy, he's just going to give you more puck possession. And we know how often these linemen get horny to throw players out of the faceoff dot. So if you have a second a second natural center on a line, you're just giving yourself a better chance. And there's so much talk, Lars Eller coming in to be that left shot center. They are right shot heavy with Pinto and Cousins down the middle. And Giroux obviously can take faceoffs as well, or does take a lot. He's another right shot. So to have this kind of mix and match and versatility of Ridley Gregg, I think it's going to be awesome to see him continue to develop. But if he can be a 45-point player that wins 55% of his draws, you're looking at extreme value for $3.25 million. So I'm really excited to see what this season brings for Ridley Gregg. He was also one of those guys when he was drafted where he was like 155, 160 pounds. And it was about how is he going to grow into that frame and be able to become a sturdy player, because at the start of his career, he was getting pushed off pucks a little bit. He's kind of becoming that guy who can He's not David Perron. He's not Claude Giroux, obviously, in terms of puck protection. But that, to me, is another part of this next step. He's going to play with good players, whether his centerman is Timmy, Cousins, or Pinto. He needs to be able to hold on to pucks low in the offensive zone and make guys tire out trying to deal with him. And then he can use that to create more offense as their line can start buzzing in the offensive zone. So I have very high hopes for Ridly Greig this upcoming season. And I think we're going to see him in and around this range. Is that a hot take? Read off where he's been on our OVRs the last 4 years.
Yeah, he started in 2020 at 27, then 16, then 10, then 11, then 10, and back to 10. So he's a big part of this team. And again, 23 years old, and now he's got a 4-year deal.
Yeah, so that's going to take him right into the prime of his career. And I'm excited. Let's see what's next for Ridly Greig. That's a nice looking graph, though, if you're following along all 6 years, just pulling up on YouTube right now. Slow and steady wins the race, and I think we're looking for a big year for Ridly Greig, who comes in at number 10 on our organizational value rankings. He was a 2020 draft. Forgot to update that part of the graphic there. 28th overall. He was acquired with the pick Ottawa got for JG Pageau. And much like Pageau became a fan favorite, Ridly Greig's on his way to doing just that as well. Coming in at number 9 on our organizational value rankings is Dylan Cozens, 24 years old. He was the 7th overall pick in the 2019 NHL draft. He's 6'3", 207. Big boy, big contributor down the stretch for the Ottawa Senators in terms of point production. A lot more apples than goals, and that's kind of, I would say, off kilter for his career. You think back to that 30-30 season that he had with the Buffalo Sabres. Call me crazy, but that's my expectation for him. 30 goals. That, to me, would be the number one thing. 30 goals, 60 points would be what I'm looking for Dylan Cozens this season. Do you think that's realistic?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ross, he did that with the Buffalo Sabres in 2022, 2023, when he had 31 goals, 37 assists. So I think, first off, let's read his stats last year. In 82 games, 16 goals, 31 assists for 47 points, a -17 with 68 PIMs. But look at these splits. In 61 games, he had 11 goals, 20 assists for 31 points, and had 62 PIMs. And then in 21 games, he finishes with 16 points, so like fairly close to point per game, and only 6 PIMs. So I don't see a reason why he can't get back to 30 goals. I think I'll set the floor at 25 for him and 30 assists. The floor needs to be more than 20 goals, more than 50 points, but I think he can get closer to 60. And look, I hate to dunk on the Sabres, and if you're a Sabres fan listening to this, you can just quickly ricochet it as, well, the Ottawa Senators couldn't beat the Sabres all year last year. Fair point. All right, touche. We got over that quick fan-to-fan battle. But this was a guy that was clearly losing his passion for the game. And again, hate to dunk on the Sabres, but how many times have we seen it? I mean, Ryan O'Reilly at the end of one season was basically crying and being like, I don't know if I want to play hockey anymore at all. And then he goes on to win a Conn Smythe and a Stanley Cup the next year and reinvigorates his entire career. It's the Buffalo Sabres curse. It happened to Sam Reinhart. It happened to Jack Eichel. So Dylan Cozens hopefully can have some of that fairy dust and bring that luck, leaving Buffalo and gaining his passion back for hockey and bringing a Stanley Cup to Ottawa. So I think it's an amazing trade that the Ottawa Senators were able to pull off. Similar age as Josh Norris, similar contract, same amount of years, but $700,000 less. He hasn't had the health issues that Josh Norris has had. He fits in perfectly as a second-line center. He's got that chemistry with Drake Batherson. I really like the way he plays. Dylan Cozens fits into this team so well.
Played all 82 games this past season. He missed 3 games the year before, 1 game the year before that, and 3 games the year before that. Math guy, he's missed 7 games in the last 4 seasons. He's durable. He's going to be a guy that I'm expecting to take a big step forward, though, still. And I love the term, and we're going to start using this on the show because Steve Stajos kept going back to it on TSN 1200 with JR and Steve Lloyd. The Sens have these players. We always talk about the prospect age, but the Senators core they're at a ripe age. It's the 24 to 28 kind of range where you're still getting better, you're getting stronger, you figure out the league at this point. And now, like, Dylan Cozens should be, I'll go and say he should be a dominant player at times this season. I want to see him control the tempo of when he's on the ice. I want things to run through him when he's on the ice. And look, he had been labeled by Sabres fans, so bit of a grain of salt, or I'll say a bit of a salt and pepper to this.
Okay, chicken wing reference, nice.
Thank you. He had been labeled a bit of soft. He got the S word thrown at him.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, much like Tim Stützle, decided in his first playoffs that he was going to be an absolute animal. He had 27 hits in 6 games. And sure, there was one hit that he should have had that he didn't, and the puck ended up in the back of the net in overtime in game 2.
I'm putting that one on Batherson more than Cozens, though.
But he got dangled, too.
Yeah.
He could have run right through him.
Batherson had Domi in the train tracks and let him.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. But overall, he was physical in the playoffs, and I want to see that continue because when you're 6'3", 207, you have the physical edge on a lot of guys you're going to be going up against every night. So that, to me, is my goal for Dylan Cozens, is be dominant. Like, that would be my message to him in training camp. Be dominant, control the pace of play, control the flow of the game when you're on the ice, be steady defensively, and shoot the damn puck because we're expecting 30 tucks out of you.
Would it be fair that you're asking him to be a workhorse, Ross?
Yes. I heard he's from Whitehorse. Any truth?
Workhorse from Whitehorse.
Whitehouse?
Yeah. Shed that soft label and get back to the workhorse label.
Yes. And Dylan Cozens, man, 5 years left. This isn't a, hey, maybe he'll figure it out. It's, hey, we need you to figure it out. You're getting paid like a guy who needs to be a top 6 contributor. Rich Cuz. Let's go. Acquired in the trade that sent Josh Norris to Buffalo. Ottawa also with a second-round pick in 2026 in that deal that sent JBD to Buffalo. Dylan Cozens makes his debut on our organizational value rankings at 9th overall. No spoilers on the organizational value rankings, but Pilsy, the core tier will take us all the way up to number 4. And then tier 1, the franchise tier, 3 dudes. We all know who they are, but I think there is a lot of intrigue into how those players will be ranked.
Yeah, I think, yeah. And any way people, Sens fans, want to rank those top 3, I will hear the arguments for all of them. But I will say we have the correct order. So other orders are not as correct as us.
Yes, you're right. So who will be the remaining 5 players in the core tier? Billsy, we've been telling people about the organizational value rankings forever. Somebody should go back and do a counter of how many times I've said the words organizational value rankings in the last month. I feel like it's like my most commonly used words, but for good reason. This is setting the stage for the entire season. There's risers, there's fallers, but this is what the expectations should be for all these players. And we're on tier 2. We started that on Friday with Fabian Zetterlund, with Ridley Gregg, and with Dylan Cozens as we continue the countdown, which brings us to number 8, and it's Claude Giroux. There was some humming and hawing about where we should be putting Giroux on this year's list, but it just felt wrong to put him any lower. I don't know if it's a respect thing for what he has done and what especially he did in his first year with the Ottawa Senators. The guy at 35 years old set a career high in goals, for crying out loud, but now it feels like he's settled into that third on a line complementary player that wins faceoffs and does little things to help kind of make everybody a little bit better.
Yeah, 2 things can be true, Ross. You can respect what Claude Giroux has done and what he brings to this team, while also acknowledging the fact that he's 37 years old and inevitably is going to be slowing down, and you can't expect that similar production to be there consistently. Although 81 games. He's only missed 1 game in his entire tenure, 3-year tenure in the Ottawa Senators jersey in 81 games, 15 goals.
Could have played.
He could have played, yeah. 35 assists, 50 points, -8, 18 PIMs. In what Claude Giroux called the hardest contract negotiation of his career, the Ottawa Senators and him agreed to a 1-year deal worth $2 million, but there is, of course, bonuses added on there. I believe if he hits all the bonuses, it becomes, 4.5?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, so like he could double his money, more than double his money with the bonuses. A bunch of them are easy ones he's going to tick off, and then the big ones are playoff related.
Yeah, I got him right here. He gets $250,000 each for 20, 30, and 60 games. He gets $250,000 for playoffs, and if he plays 50 games, he has to play 50 games, and they have to make the playoffs. Then he gets $500,000 if the Senators win round 1. He gets $250,000 if they win round 2. Then it's back up to $500,000 for round 3, $500,000 for round 4. That is the Stanley Cup. And to qualify, the player must play in 50% of the playoff games. So I don't know how round 2 is worth less than the other rounds, but maybe that's part of the tough negotiation. But Pillsy, obviously it's going to be a tougher negotiation. In this guy's prime, he was probably making $2 million a month.
Yeah, and I mean, it was probably pretty easy for the Philadelphia Flyers to bring back their longest serving captain and make that an easy deal for sure. So, and look, it was a little nerve wracking because when did he sign? Was it 2 days before free agency?
Yeah, I was at the zoo. I thought it was going to be a quiet day.
I was at the zoo. Classic. Where were you? Moment right there.
The polar bear exhibit, actually.
Nice. Oh, yes. I do remember that, actually.
Yeah, the polar bear helped me announce the news.
Good. That's what they do. But it's like, you got to respect that the Ottawa Senators made this difficult. And I think it's a sign that they wanted to show Claude Giroux the respect that, hey, we value you and we want you here. But at the same time, we can't just be like, oh, you know what? We respect you so much. Whatever you want, here's a blank check, sign it, and we'll move on. Because they have to grind contracts because they're close to the cap and they're not just comfortable or satisfied with just being a team that makes the playoffs and gets bounced. They need to make every dollar count, and they have plans for what they want this roster to do. So I think it's a fair contract overall. I think Claude Giroux obviously agreed that this is a contract that can work and make sense for him, especially in the climate that we're in today. A lot of these veteran guys, the bonus heavy deals are common practice nowadays.
Yeah, especially with Pat Brisson. He had worked on the Jonathan Taves contract.
That one was insane, though. Oh, my God.
So bonus heavy. So he probably was, a little high on his own supply after that one. He's like, I got bonuses for days. Let's go. But no, this works out for both sides. And hey, 2 hometown kids from the standpoint of Taves with Winnipeg and Giroux with Ottawa. Shout out Hearst, Ontario. I know he's from there, but grew up in Ottawa. Claude Giroux's down 3 spots on our organizational value rankings. He's 5'11", 188 pounds. He's a right winger. And the quickest way you can point out someone who's not a Senators fan is people who are quick to move Giroux to the middle of the ice when there's an injury. He is not playing center. He'll take faceoffs, but he's playing right wing. You knew that because when Pinto and Norris were out of the lineup, you could have used a guy like Giroux in the middle of the ice, but certainly wasn't the case. And Giroux is great along the wall as well. So he does have tendencies that would make him and does make him a very good winger. Also, nobody's going to work harder than him. You hear his teammates talk about his work ethic and the game face that he's got 364 days a year. I'm giving him Christmas off. But when he does come to the rink, he sets the standard, which is the standard for this entire team. So there's a reason he wears a letter. He's never played a game with the Ottawa Senators without a letter on his jersey, and that's going to continue until the day that he hangs them up. And in Claude Giroux's mind, this is not an Anze Kopitar situation. Hey, I'm going to do one more tour of duty, and that's going to be it for me. This guy wants to play until he can't play no more. Makes sense. He's got young kids that love the game and can understand, hey, how cool is it that dad's playing in the show? Yep. And he wants to show them that he's still got the goal scoring ability, which obviously took a huge step back. He was at 15. I'm not going to say 20 goals, but I think if he could beat last year's 15, it'll set himself up for a real nice season. I'd like a nice 15 to 17 goals and let's say 38 to 42 assists.
Okay,
I think he can beat 50 points.
So just a slight uptick on what he did last season.
Exactly. How many matinees do the Sens have this year?
Yeah, we need to be looking at that because Claude Giroux seems to thrive on matinees. And we have to mention it. The faceoffs is arguably one of the highest value points of Claude Giroux's game. I believe he was at 61.5% total. And as I like to mention, sneaky thing, he was one of the top faceoff leaders in shorthanded faceoff opportunities as well. So there's a lot of value there as well.
Yeah, there is a lot of value. I'm just pulling up the face-off leaders last season. The problem with NHL.com is when you just click that, it's all the guys who took one face-off, and it's like, can we please at least like
you got to set your filters and yeah.
I know. It's like Instagram when you're trying to look good. Like, come on, like how many filters do we need here? Claude Giroux, yeah, like they have him at 35th in the league, but nobody who's ahead of him took more than like 10 face-offs. So yeah. I'm going to go out and crown Claude Giroux as the number one face-off man in the National Hockey League last season, and I would expect that to continue. The wily vets often get a little bit of cheating ability, for lack of a better term.
Respect.
Yes. That's a RESPECT.
Reputation. Yeah.
And that's how I feel like Sens fans need to show Claude Giroux a ton of respect for the way that he's been able to continue playing well. And you look at the overall numbers with Ottawa, we talked about how that first season was so incredible, like unrealistic to duplicate. But in his Senators career, he's played 245 games. He's got 193 points. This guy brings it, and he brings it all the way up to number 8 on our organizational value rankings. I mentioned he was down 3 spots from number 5 last year. He was up to number 4 the year before. And funny enough, when he came to Ottawa, we had him at number 8. So he's right back to where it all began. It's his 4th appearance on our OVRs after being acquired in free agency in 2022. Coming in at number 7 on our organizational value rankings, it is Shane Pinto. Start the car. Let's get these contract negotiations on the road. 6'3", 204 pounds. He's 24 years old. He's a right shot centerman, pure centerman, has always played down the middle of the ice in the National Hockey League. Even coming in, was so sick right off the bat. And we know the stats, Billsy. Maybe I'll pull them up in the middle of this, but when he scores, the Sens win. And he's doing more and more of that. I know that there was that big stretch when he wasn't healthy at the start of the season. I remember the game in Utah where we're like, okay, now this has to be the game. It was like 19 straight games where he hadn't had a point even, let alone a goal. Second half of the season, he was unreal, especially really from, like, he missed those games right after the game right after Four Nation. He missed a couple before as well. But once he came back, remember he scored that shorthanded goal. Ottawa was getting dominated by the San Jose Sharks when we were boots on the ground. And then he scored that shorthanded goal that just trickled across the line. It felt like from that moment forward, his season just skyrocketed from going up against other teams' top players, but then still producing points on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, Shane Pinto is so valuable to this team. In 70 games, 21 goals, 16 assists, 37 points, plus 10, 26 PIMs. As Ross mentioned, he is eligible for a contract extension. He's got 1 year left on that 2-year deal at $3.75 million. And I know he's technically a third line center, but as far as importance and roles go, he has an elevated role than your typical third line center would have, as he's relied upon by Travis Green to defend some of the opponent's top opposition offensive players. He's good in the faceoff dot. He's great playing alongside Ridley Gregg. Him and Claude Giroux have good potential chemistry when they're together for the short amount of time. I like Shane Pinto's game a lot, and I think he has more offense to give. I mean, 37 points, it doesn't pop out at you, but when you break it down the way Ross did, you take out that insane Sahara Desert drought he had for a while, and then you look at the splits, there's more to give. Like, what would a reasonable points expectation be for you this year, Ross? If let's say he plays around the 70 game mark again.
Dude, I'm so high on Shane Pinto. Like, I'm too high on him. I understand that, but I think he's a 60-point guy this season.
Okay. Well, what are the splits there?
I think he scores 30 goals.
Wow. Well, I mean, he had 21. It's not that crazy. Yeah. And hardly any power play time. I mean, how many of those were power play goals? Can't be.
I can maybe tell you right now, I don't think He had 1 power play goal last year.
Crazy. So 20 even
He had
strength.
3 shorthanded goals and
Yes,
1
true,
power
true,
play
true.
goal.
Yeah.
And the rest were all at even strength, which math guy, that is 17 goals at even strength throughout last season. And of course, Locked On Senator Stats Department is on the ball for this one and has been since day one of his career, because when he came in, it was when they had that faux run at the end. Remember where Gustafsson was unreal and Pinto came in from college, and I think Pinto had like 8 points or 7 points, and they just kept winning. They were 9-2-1 when Pinto came in at the end of that season. Last year, when Shane Pinto had a point, they were 26-1-1. 26-1-1 when Shane Pinto had a point, and they were 7-0-1 when he had 2 points in a game. So unreal overall. Obviously in the playoffs, they were 1-1. So they had as many losses in the playoffs in 2 games when he had a point as in 28 games during the regular season. But I just believe that there's so much offensive capability with this player. He flies, first of all. He's extremely fast. He's good on the puck. He's got a great shot. He's a good playmaker as well. I just don't see any reason why Shane Pinto can't pop off offensively. And you talk about 37 points. He had 15 points in the last 24 games of the season. Yeah. So he keeps that up, and we're looking at an absolute stallion. Like I was of the mind where it's like, do we rank him a little bit lower than, let's say, a Dylan Cousins because of the contract, and Cousins is locked in for 5 more years, but there's just too much value with Shane Pinto, especially you could even use that against me saying that $3.75 million for a player like this is incredible.
Yep.
I think Shane Pinto is going to have a hell of a year. And I hope he does, man. And I hope he gets paid. I saw some people say that my projection for him, which would be about $6.8 million on a contract extension, is way too high.
You have to mention how many years is on that. Otherwise, it sounds crazy.
For a 7-year contract.
Okay, there we go.
I would go up as 7 times 7. I think he's that valuable, and the cap going up. It's all about percentages of the cap. And obviously, Staios didn't sign the Cousins contract, but Pinto's camp is going to look at that and say, look how valuable my player is to your organization. So there's a reason why he moved up 1 spot from number 8 to number 7 on our OVRs this year. And this is just the beginning for Shane Pinto, who we didn't even mention yet, Billsy, how unavailable he was. Obviously, the BS suspension last year, missed 41 games, played all 82 the year before that, but before he had 12 games played with coming out of college, and then only 5 games when he had the shoulder surgery. So it feels like even though he's 24 years old, he's really just going in to his 3rd full season in the NHL. So that to me just means there's even more room for growth.
Yeah, and I often find myself forgetting about the shoulder injury woes that Shane Pinto has had. So like he's kind of moved past that for me in my mind. Maybe this is a conversation we should have later, Ross, but I think we should get into a discussion or have an idea of when we would like this contract to be extended by. Like what are some deadlines where it's like, okay, if this deadline passes and we don't have an extension, are we getting nervous? I don't think here is the right place for it, but I do think that's a discussion to be had.
Hey, maybe before he makes the Olympic team, because then the price goes up. No, obviously, jokes aside, it's just great that he was invited to that orientation camp. But Shane Pinto at number 7 on our OVRs. He's up from number 8 previously. He was at 10, 9, 9, and he opened at number 13 way back in 2020. Shane Pinto, the 32nd overall pick, which would now be a first rounder, but he was the first pick in the 2019 draft's 2nd round. Coming in at number 6, a player who was once the number 1 player, 2-time number 1 player on our organizational value rankings. It's Thomas Chabot. Hell of a season for Thomas Chabot. Probably overall the best season of his NHL career. A plus 18. The first time in his career he's a plus player. And the fact that he played 80 games, Pilsy, is probably my favorite part of that. He had been so snake bitten with health issues. It felt like he was always hovering around that 50, 60 game mark, missing 20 games here or there. Not anymore, and we hope that continues, because when Thomas Chabot has a stable partner and is out there each and every night, he's a hell of a player, man. And I feel like there was a narrative that kind of got around him that maybe he was overpaid, or maybe it was this, maybe it was that. This guy is extremely valuable to the Ottawa Senators.
And Ross, more importantly, he was able to be healthy at the end of the season, right? Because that was the issue. And to know, I'm not trying to put blame on Thomas Chabot for this, but the consistent trend was him getting injured at the end of the year when the Ottawa Senators were hoping to make a push for meaningful games. Now, that's a low bar to set, but let's be honest, that's where the organization was, and he wasn't available for those times. So it was great he was available for this. He was able to get to the playoffs where, I mean, 4 points in 6 games is pretty decent for a defenseman. And I think, like you mentioned, this was arguably the best season of his entire career, partly because they finally found a partner in Nick Jensen that really complemented and elevated his game. He cleaned things up defensively. He looked a lot better in the offensive zone. I think there was a lot of Sens fans that got used to Thomas Chabot slowing things down too much in the O-zone, especially on the power play, when really he should be keeping the pace of the play going, or a lot of shooting pucks into shin pads instead of finding ways to get them through. So a great year for Thomas Chabot, and he's been a good soldier for this organization, the longest standing player in this organization that's left right now. So I got nothing but good things to say about Thomas Chabot right now. I'm hoping that Nick Jensen can be healthy sooner rather than later. Although I want to say I don't want them to rush Nick Jensen back. I want him playing when he is healthy, because those two worked really well together. And I think Thomas Chabot would also like to see Jensen back.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Stop me if you think this is off base a little bit, but I think that the best thing to ever happen to Thomas Chabot was Jake Sanderson.
Agreed. I've been saying that for years, is he just had too much weight and responsibility put on his shoulders. And it was more than he could bear and more than almost any other defenseman in the league could bear. He's playing 25 plus minutes a night with an anchor partner defensively. He was just getting absolutely gassed and caved in his own defensive zone with not a lot of help offensively from the players that were on this roster for most of his time here. So definitely I would agree with that, Ross.
The first game Thomas Chabot ever played for the Ottawa Senators. Now, the caveat is this was the only game he played that year and then got sent back to junior. But you know who else was on the ice in that lineup? Chris Neal and Chris Kelly.
Yeah, wow.
That's how long Thomas Chabot has been a member of the Ottawa Senators, and he began our organizational value rankings at number 1 in 2020. This was right after the draft, but he was the only guy who was signed long-term. We hadn't seen the other players. And then the next year, Brady was in his contract holdout. So that was our way of saying, hey, Brady, we got to get you signed before we can pump you up to number 1. And then he fell to number 3, then 5, then 7. He was going the wrong way, but now he's up 1 spot back to number 6. And if he replicates the exact same season that he had last year, we're in for another great season for Thomas Chabot. So love that. Longest serving Senator from the 2015 draft, 18th overall. Just a glue guy too. You talk to any of the players, you talk to anybody around the team, this guy, especially during those poor seasons, you need guys that can still find a way to put a smile on their face, make everybody else feel good coming to the rink. And there's another, just like we said with Giroux, there's a reason why Thomas Chabot has a letter on his jersey, and a huge part of this team. So Thomas Chabot comes in at number 6 on our organizational value ranking. So the countdown continues. We're still in the core tier for the Ottawa Senators. So we are adding Claude Giroux at number 8. We are adding Shane Pinto at number 7 and Thomas Chabot at number 6. Just 2 more in that tier. We're into the top 5 now, Pilsy. This is the real deal. And I like how our list is shaping up here. We spent a decent, I would say, amount of time on it throughout the summer. So we're looking forward to the top 5. We're looking forward to any sort of feedback or whether or not you agree or disagree with our list. Let us know in the comments how you feel about the organizational value rankings. Do you think that many people could guess the order of our top 5 before it's unveiled? Do you think it's obvious from here on out?
I mean, I think the players left are obvious. Now, the order, I could see people switching up. But again, I've said this, I think, and it applies to the top 5 just as much as the top 3. You could place these in, well, no, I shouldn't say that. Because if you placed players 5 and 4 into the top 3, I would have an issue with that. But the order is interchangeable for the most part.
From each tier.
Yes.
Because tier 1 is the franchise talent tier, and the core tier will continue. Our organizational value rankings are back, and we are up to number 5. And no surprise here, coming in at 5th place, Drake Batherson. 2 years left on that contract that pays him under $5 million, just barely.
Mm-hmm.
But what a season it was for Drake Batherson. And I think to begin this conversation, the way he's been able to, ever since that goofball Aaron Dell took him out with a high ankle sprain 4 seasons ago, he hasn't missed a game. 3 straight 82-game seasons, and last season was a solid one for Drake, especially offensively. 26 goals and 68 points.
Yep, number 5 is the highest we've had Drake Batherson in our organizational value rankings for the now 6th year that we've been doing it, and he's earned it. I mean, I'm sure Drake Batherson has been really working to be like, I got to get better than 6th on the Locked On Senators podcast organizational value rankings. Congrats, Drake. You did it. Number 5. Yep. And 82 games, 26 goals, 42 assists for 68 points, a -930 PIMS. I know there's highs and lows to Drake Batherson's game. I feel like when he's on, he's getting multiple points a night. He looks good. He's a dual threat, a passer, shooter. He's got that size. And the lows can be low as well. Obviously, the playoffs, not his best showing. A couple spots where you'd really like for him to have better decision-making, we'll call it, in a couple different areas. But overall, you cannot overlook how good Drake Batherson is. I mean, 68 points in 82 games on this contract is incredible. He's a great top 6 player. It'll be interesting to see where he ends up playing on what line this year. But Ross, I'll hand it over to you because I know you're more confident in Drake Batherson, and correct me if I'm wrong, probably than you've ever been.
Yeah, well, last season I was pretty confident in him because I had in our hot take episode that he was going to be a point per game player. He has not gotten there yet, but I might just leave that in this year. I do see 82 plus point upside for Drake Batherson. This will be the last year he has the opportunity to do 82. It'll have to be 84 points for a point per game after that when the NHL adds 2 extra ones. But I just see so much talent, so much patience. Like, how many goals has Drake Batherson scored where he hangs on, and then makes the right decision? We know that he's one of the most dialed in players on the power play. He does a lot of his damage with the extra man. But what happened at 5-on-5 when Dylan Cousins came in cannot be understated. Those two need to start the season together. 19 points in 21 games to end the regular season for Drake Batherson, including 10 goals in those 21 games. The Senators went 14-5-2, and that was a big part of it, with David Perron needing some credit as well. He did a lot of the dirty work on that line. But when Drake's on, he is a hell of a player. He's a disher. He can shoot the puck too. I'd actually like to see him shoot it even more this season. Would be kind of a step in the right direction for me. He's got a great shooting percentage. He's averaging over the last 2 seasons a goal on every 14 goals on every 100 shots. So that's a real nice percentage. I'd just like to see it enhance a little bit. Like last season, he had 192 shots. The year before, he had 196. Pretty similar, right? Well, that first season that we alluded to where he played 82 games, he had 249. So I'd like to see him back up over 225 shots. And I see 30 goal, 52 assists. Let's get it right to 82 points. 30 goals, 52 assists. That's my projection. That's my hope. That's my belief in Drake Batherson. The guy's still only 27 years old. Feels like he's been playing forever. Eh? This is his 8th season, year 8 for Drake Batherson. Now, year 1 and 2 were call-ups where he played 20 and 23 games respectively. But, man, I've always been a big fan of this guy's game, going back to our time watching him in Belleville when we were covering the B-Sens, and I just see the upside in this player. So I'm glad that the rumors were nothing but. We were quick to say when that came out in June, like, you're not going to trade Drake Batherson and get a better player than Drake Batherson for the value of the contract that has 2, not just 1, 2 years remaining on it. This has the opportunity to be a breakout season for him offensively. And it's funny to say that when he's had career highs in points 3 straight years, from 62 to 66 to 68 this past year. But I'm telling you, that first number, if he can stay healthy again, and knock on wood, we hope he does, that's going to start with a 7 or an 8 next season.
So I'm gonna focus my attention in a different area, Ross, because for me, if Drake Batherson's getting in the mid 60s of points, I can be satisfied with that. More for me, I'd like the shots to get back up over 200, and I'd like them to hit 30 goals. But Drake Batherson, I want to see him get back to that two-way ability that we know he can do, especially with the size, because having a career, oh boy, I don't even want to, Ross, if you had to guess, what do you think Drake Batherson's career plus minus is?
Minus 80. How about that? Right on the dot.
Okay, so you obviously cheated, but it is minus 80. Minus 80, guys. Minus 9, 2 years, which isn't crazy. Like, plus minus really is only an important stat if it's egregious. Minus 9 isn't that crazy, but the year before is where things were tough at a minus 35. He was
playing with Alex DeBrincat.
Yeah, he was in the running for the Masters Green Jacket trophy for the NHL there. But we know, Ross, you and I have seen him be able to be a good defensive player. And I need to see him get back to that because he's got the size for it. He's able to use his body in a better way than he should. I'm so haunted by him letting Max Domi walk and score that overtime goal when he had him in the train tracks, and he should have blasted him. And that shouldn't have even been a shot. It should have been Max Domi on his backside and a puck turned over and them going the other way with it. But I guess I'll try to make this the last time I talk about that. But I want to see him be a positive plus minus player. I think that's an important goal.
Yeah, the only time he has been in his career was that season that got cut short where he was about to be named an all-star, where he had 44 points in 46 games, the closest he's gotten to a point per game in his career. But he was defending with his body for the most of the year, set a career high in hits with 149. And much like Timmy, he got the juices flowing in the playoffs. You wish it would have been 28 hits, but 27 hits in 6 games. Like, he was physical and was hitting, but of course, the one that didn't stands out. It's like when you're doing chores. You can say, like, oh, look at all the things I did, but if you didn't do something important, that's the one that you're going to hear about at home.
Ross, I'll clean the entire house, and then one dish I forgot to put away, and all that goodwill, all that work, gone immediately. And you're like, but I did this and this. And then this is the classic line: we're not talking about the things you did, we're talking about the things you didn't do. Oh, come on. Drake Batherson is a stud for the Ottawa Senators. It seems like he loves Ottawa too. I wouldn't be surprised if, much like the conversation has been centered around Shane Pinto this offseason, I wouldn't be surprised if something gets done early next offseason to keep Drake Batherson as an Ottawa Senator. Am I getting ahead of myself? Yeah, you might be getting ahead of yourself a little, but I love the optimism. I'm with you, Ross.
Dude, 2017 draft pick for the Ottawa Senators. 9 years ago, the Senators selected an overage player in the 4th round, 121st overall, and now Drake Batherson, his highest mark on our organizational value rankings. He began at number 8, jumped up to number 6, then 8, then back up to 6, and now he's up 1 spot to number 5 on our 2025 OVRs. Coming in at number 4, it is Ellinas Ullmark, coming in at number 4 for the 2nd consecutive season after being acquired in the 2024 offseason. 32 years old, which many say is the prime of an NHL goaltender. He's 6'4", 215 pounds. And Pilsy, I hate that last meaningless game was so high scoring. The Senators won the game 7-5. And it really screwed up his save percentage towards the end of the year. Because if you don't count that game, his numbers from basically December on were spectacular.
Yeah, I was trying to follow along with where you were going. Read me those numbers without that game then, because I'm confused why you're emphasizing it.
So with that game, in his final 31 games of the season, he had a .918 save percentage. That goes up to .921 if you take out the last game.
Okay. Overall for the season, he played 44 games, a record of 25-14-3, goals against of 272, save percentage of .910, and 4 shutouts. Look, say what you want, but this is the goaltending the Ottawa Senators need. And if they would have had that the year before, they probably make playoffs. Is this amazing? No, but it's better than good, better than average. And I think with the offensive firepower and the way that the D-core is much more well-rounded than it has been in the past, honestly, if Linus Ullmark repeats these numbers, I'm fine with that. Now, I know maybe some Sens fans are being like, Pilsy, he makes $8.25 million. We need better numbers than this. And that's a fair point. He's getting paid the big bucks to be the number one guy. He's a former Vezina winner. He's got 4 years on this extension that kicks in this year. I am a little nervous. Sometimes I feel like he can really get down on himself, as we're already seeing. I mean, to have your star goalie be down on themselves in training camp and then allow 3 goals on 8 shots in 1 period of play is not great. Does it mean a lot? Does it mean everything? Does it mean didn't come to camp prepared? Does it mean he's going to have a bad start of the season? No, not at all. I think we all need to calm down a little bit, but I would like to see Linus Ullmark have one preseason game where he shuts the door. I don't care who the opponents are. I don't care what the situation is. I don't care how long he plays, just because I really do think he's a confidence guy, because you look at some of the stretches where when he was confident and feeling it, he was the guy that's worth this money. He was the guy that Ottawa Senators fans and management expected when they brought him in. So I'm still a Linus Ullmark guy. I believe that this year he will be the number one guy. I don't think it's going to be a tandem split between him and Levy, but I don't want them to overwork him for 2 reasons. That back injury last year scared me, because that did occur when he was playing every game and put the team on his back. And also, I don't want Levy Merlainen just sitting, hanging out on the bench for most of the year. If you're going to have him as the NHL backup, he's got to play games, because he's still a young goalie that needs opportunities to continue to develop.
I couldn't agree more. Pilsy, since Craig Anderson joined the Ottawa Senators in the 2011 season, 9 times has a Senators goalie played more than 40 games, started more than 40 games, I should clarify. And Linus Ullmark had the 6th best save percentage of any of those goalies. It's Anton Forsberg during that unreal year, and he started 44 games that year before the double knee injury took him out. And then it was Craig Anderson 1, Craig Anderson 3, Craig Anderson 4, Craig Anderson 5, Craig Anderson 7, Craig Anderson 8, and then Jonas Korpisalo at the very bottom with an 890 save percentage. But what I'm getting at is Ullmark for the next 4 years needs to be on this list. 41 games is half. And again, that's going to go up to 42 after this upcoming season when they add 2 games. But he needs to be the starter. He needs to have a majority workload. And he did that barely this past season. And I would like to see him play 48 games is my expectation. I
was going to say 50.
I would like to see him play 55 in a perfect world. 55.
That's the max, right?
That would be the exact number.
55 is the max for me. I don't want him playing more than that, because I know his playoff numbers aren't great. And that's arguably Linus Ullmark's biggest downside, is the playoffs, and it has to be noted. And last year it was nice, Ross, because we could say, well, you got to get to the playoffs to worry about his playoff numbers. But now that is no longer the standard. The standard is the standard, and Linus Ullmark knows his standard has not been up to standard. But Ross, in 16 playoff games in the NHL, a 328 goals against and an 885 save percentage and a 5-10 record.
How many shutouts?
1.
Yeah, and that happened in Game 5 in Toronto. Basically, when this season, when he had a above 865 save percentage, they won both their games.
Yeah. For me, expectations, I'd like for him to be below a 275 goals against and above a 910 save percentage. I feel like that's fair.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And looking at the other goalies in the National Hockey League last year, 9 goalies played more than 55 starts last season. So it's a lot. One of them was Filip Gustafsson, interestingly enough. And then 3 goalies played exactly 55, including, interestingly enough, Joey Daccord. But he needs to be in that 45 to 55 range for the Ottawa Senators to feel really good. Look, Levy Merlainen was great, fantastic even, fantastic even.
Yeah.
But 12 games is a small sample size to hang your hat on in the National Hockey League. But it's his job, and he'll do what he can to do it again this season. But I like setting the expectations high. I mean, he's 4th out of 65 players on our organizational value rankings, so he better be good. Otherwise, he's going to make us look bad, and we can't have that, right? Can't.
No, and we've never looked bad, so it would be tough for that to start now.
So Drake Batherson comes in at number 5, Linus Ullmark at number 4 on our 2025 OVRs, and that brings us to the most contentious part of this list. Let's be real here. How are we ordering the 3 franchise talents that the Ottawa Senators have? You can find out tomorrow on Locked On Senators. We're looking forward to bringing you that, and then we will put it out on social media, and you can have your say. How do you order the top 3 players in the organization? But the core of this team, in order from most to, I don't want to say the word least, most to 11th most important in the organization: Linus Ullmark, Drake Batherson, Thomas Chabot, Shane Pinto, Claude Giroux, Dylan Cousins, Ridley Gregg, and Fabian Zetterlund. All right, Pillsy, we have counted down from 65, and we've made it to the top of our 6th annual organizational value rankings. And in this tier, this is a tier of its own, the franchise tier of the Ottawa Senators. All 3 of these players have been with the organization for the entirety of this podcast journey. I should say the organizational value rankings portion of the journey. We obviously started this show November of 2019, which led to one of the worst seasons in franchise history and 2 top 5 picks. Thank you, Martin Jones. Thank you, San Jose Sharks, for that. With that said, coming in at number 3 is the player they got in the trade from the San Jose Sharks. The 3rd overall pick from the 2020 draft. We're going to go with Tim Stützle at number 3, even though there's an argument that he's the most talented player on the team.
I think everyone would agree he's the most skilled and or talented, depending what word you want to use there from the thesaurus. But I just think that Tim Stützle, there's more for his game to grow. And we saw growth last season. Sure, the points aren't at the highest they've ever been for his career, but he just looked like such a better, well-rounded player. He was playing better defensively. He was being more physical. I mean, especially in the playoffs, Timmy was an absolute animal when it came to hits. And I think once he continues to round his game and get back that scoring touch that he had a couple of years ago, where he hit 39 goals, 15 more goals than he had this year, and shooting the puck more, we got to get him over 200 shots again. There's a real chance, and it wouldn't surprise anyone, that he becomes this franchise's most valuable player as a number 1 center with 6 years left on his deal at $8.35 million. Last season, he played all 82 games, 24 goals, like I mentioned, 55 assists, 79 points, finished even with 46 PIMs. Ross, why does it make sense for you that Tim Stützle is 3rd here?
Because the other 2 are so different and unique, I would say. There's other players like Tim Stützle in the league where they're high offensive players, but I think where Tim Stützle needs to get more league-wide credit is his defensive game. If you look at expected goals against per 60 minutes when he was on the ice, he was right next to Sam Reinhart in terms of forwards, like a reliable 2-way guy. He is getting so much better, and there's still so much more room to grow at only 23 years old. But I think now it's about, okay, the commitment to defense is there. And you couldn't have said that in the first couple of years of his career where he was trying to, be that offensive player that got him to the level that he is. And it makes sense why. But Travis Green did a fantastic job of getting Timmy to focus on defense first and then let the offense come through that. This is still almost a point per game player. And he's also set a career high in assists every single year in his career, from 17 to 36 to 51 to 52, and then 55 this past season. But with that, we've seen a dip now in goals. And sure, it bounced back from 18 to 24 year over year, but I still see that 39 plus goal upside that he showed in the first season where he was with Claude Giroux. I see that back, and I think that Like if he can get to that level, he's going to go right back up because he's down one spot. He had that number 2 spot locked in on our OVRs for 4 straight years, but he's down one spot. And I think that's just because we know there's more there. We just want to see it. And again, this entire conversation can be 1, 2, 3, however order you want it. And I agree that Tim Stützle is the most naturally talented player. And he's right up there, with these other two, as the most competitive players in the organization. He's not satisfied. He's a very good, I would say, scout of his own game. He knows what he needs to do to get back to that level. We just need to see it in practice. So we're splitting hairs here saying like, oh, why is he lower than the players that are to come? It's fantastic that he's an Ottawa Senator. We're huge fans of his. He's also just an absolute beauty, great guy to be around. And the Sens are so lucky to have him for 6 more years at the cap hit that they have him at. $8.35 million is a complete steal, but now it's about the projection for this upcoming season. I want to see him be a plus player. He was right at even last year, but I want to see for him the goal scoring, the shooting. And you said over 200 shots on goal. I want it to be over 225. When he scored 39 goals, he had 228 shots on goal. This past year, he only had 162. Like, it just cannot be that case. His dynamic ability gets him into shooting positions so often. He just needs to commit to getting it on net and understanding when you're playing with Brady Tkachuk, he's going to go to the net. So even if you don't score, which he does have the capability of beating goalies clean, you can create rebounds for Brady to go in and jam away. So that's the one thing that I need to see more of from Tim Stützle.
Yeah, I agree. And it's just about tinkering with the decision making, right? Like I talked about it in that first preseason game. 15 seconds in, he gets gifted a pizza in the slot, and instead of just ripping a shot, he tries to do a fake wraparound and tuck it in behind the goalie. Like, don't get me wrong, sick play, great idea, creativity. He's a dynamic player. He can pull those things off potentially. But once in a while, you just got to be like, I can't believe I'm in this good of a shooting position. I just got to take advantage of it. And it would be different if he didn't have a good shot. But he has a good shot. Use it. So I'm excited for Timmy this year. I think he knows. We don't need to tell him. He knows he needs to shoot more. Travis Green's been telling him. He's been saying in the media that he knows the coach and everyone else wants him to shoot more. So we're going to see that. I'm not as high as you, Ross. I don't think Tim Stützle will ever score 40 goals, and I hope I'm wrong about that. But I think he should be a consistent 30-goal scorer.
Okay, so what's your projection then for this season for him?
Let's go 31 goals, 59 assists for a clean 90 points.
Yeah, really?
You're disappointed by that?
I'm disappointed by just 30 goals. I want him.
Oh, yeah, then you weren't listening. I said 31 goals, Ross.
No, I said, 30. We can round down. I want over 35 goals for him. I'm high on him. I'm high on all these players. But for me, like, let's beat 39. Let's shoot the puck. He scored at a 14.8% clip last season. He can score.
Yeah.
So why don't you? Just do it. Just shoot the puck and it'll go in. So I got 41 goals for Timmy this upcoming season.
Hey, again, I hope I'm wrong. I hope he can score 40 goals. That would be sweet. But
we're right on it in points. Like, I got him at 94 points and you got him at 90.
Yeah. I think he can consistently be above a point per game guy. I think he's going to rely on his playmaking more. He can't help himself, Ross. I know he knows, and we know he knows. We know he knows. But I just think he's always going to be a pass first guy, similar to Jason Spezza. Like, Spezza never hit 40, did he?
No.
Yeah.
No. No, he definitely didn't. Highest Spezza ever got was 34, 3 different times.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I think Timmy can be in the 32 to 38 range consistently every year. Okay,
well, one other note on Tim Stützle, if you check out NHL Edge, the skating, tracking, that sort of thing that they have, Tim Stützle had the 6th most 22-plus mile-per-hour bursts last season of all players in the National Hockey League. And if you go to 20-mile-per-hour bursts, which is, the burst, self-explanatory,
Yep.
only 3 players had more 20-mile-per-hour plus bursts than Tim Stützle. Would you like to try to name the three of them? I think you can get two.
McDavid.
Correct. Number one. Number two is McDavid. And there's a huge gap, over 100 more bursts between number one and two.
Cale Makar?
Nope. Close.
Oh, Close.
Nathan MacKinnon had 547 20-mile-per-hour bursts. McDavid had 442. I'll just say he's in the division. I don't think you're going to get this one. Centerman in the division.
No, just give it to me. I don't want to pain people.
Braden Point at 422.
Oh, yeah, I never would have got that. Okay, interesting.
And then Tim Stützle, 380 bursts at over 20 miles per hour. For defensemen, by the way. Coming in at number two, it's Jake Sanderson, who in 20-plus mile-per-hour bursts was second behind Cale Makar last season. Makar had 206. Sanderson had 199. Third was Zach Werenski at 162. So if you're in a conversation with Cale Makar and Zach Werenski for how well you skate, you need to be recognized league-wide. And it felt like this was the season last year that Jake Sanderson started getting the recognition league-wide, finishing 10th in Norris voting, showing up on a number of ballots there, and he comes up one spot here. So we're flipping Tim Stützle and Jake Sanderson here. And the second half, if he can replicate that, and he's been on record saying that that's his goal, is to play like that, if not better, for the entire season, sky's the limit. Because basically, once Artem Zub got healthy and he didn't have to be paired with Travis Hamonic last year, the numbers skyrocketed, and he's just an incredible talent. And I'm glad that people are waking up, because we've been on this train now for a few years that he's going to win Norris trophies, and it's not just going to be a blip on the radar. It's going to be consistent year in and year out for basically his entire prime.
Yeah, I mean, I would love for him to get multiple Norris trophies, but that's when you're in the era with Cale Makar, that might be difficult. And usually it's easy. The voters just look, okay, sort defenseman by points. Okay, he led, given the Norris trophy, which is unfortunate. But I do think he will consistently be in the conversation for the Norris trophy. That is for sure. Last year, 80 games, 11 goals, 46 assists, was a -14. That minus is mostly from the start of the season. He was in the -20s for pretty much from October to the new year, I think. And if it wasn't for that bad start, I think we might have seen Jake Sanderson not be number two. And only 12 PIMs for a guy that plays as much as him. That just goes to show you that he very rarely puts himself in a position where he has to cheat, hook, trip, or do anything like that to catch a guy, because his skating is just so elite. Even if he is out of position, he can find a way to get back to the position he needs to be. And of course, we got to mention it, the most electric moment of my live Ottawa Senators viewing experience was the playoff game in overtime, where he skates from the bench, keeps the puck in at the blue line, scores that goal to stop the Leafs from eliminating the Ottawa Senators in a sweep. Absolutely electric. So yeah, Jake Sanderson is, when you draft a defenseman high, especially in the top 5, this is the peak of what you're hoping you can get. And we love Jake Sanderson, and we respect his game, both defensively and offensively. And I'll pass it over to you there, Ross, because I know you believe there's more offense to give here.
Yeah, Jake Sanderson was 5th among defensemen in the National Hockey League in points after the Four Nations, like from March 1st on, which is basically when the Four Nations ended, because those first 2 games that Ottawa played, they didn't have like half their offensive weapons coming back from that. But from that San Jose game on, he was 5th in the league in points by a defenseman, and we know how great he skates. We touched on that. He defends with his feet without taking penalties. He's just an all-around super talent, and the 11 goals for me is what's going to get the biggest boost. I got him at 16 goals, which would have been 4th in the league among defensemen last year. Cale Makar had 30, by
Insane.
the way. Yeah. 30 goals.
That's why I hesitate on the Norris trophies, plural, because Cale Makar is just so damn good.
insane. Then it was Zach Werenski had, I think, 23, and then Rasmus Dahlin was right there with 17. I think he can get to that level. He's obviously unlocking more and more of his toolbox as things go on here. I got him at 55 assists as well. So I got 71 points for Jake Sanderson this upcoming season. I think he pops off. I think he makes the Olympic team. That should be another goal for him. But that's going to be a product of the way he plays. And he said that maybe it was on his mind too much getting onto that Four Nations team. He ends up being an injury replacement, and he ends up scoring a goal in the championship game there. So big game player, scored the OT winner, as you talked about in game 4, where they needed a hero, and it was Jake Sanderson. The fact that he just turned 23 is outrageous to me. Defensemen typically take longer to develop than forwards, but he basically came into the league and he's just getting better and better. So the sky's the limit for Jake Sanderson.
Yeah, I mean, we can remember, Ross, back in the day when he was drafted, many online scouts saying, look, Jake Sanderson, great player, but wow, did the Sens ever reach on him at 5? And you and I held strong because we'd been following Nodak and we had been getting all the info of the work ethic that this guy has. I mean, going to bed disciplined at 8:30 at night when you're in college, that's a guy that takes it serious. And Jake Sanderson said himself, he likes to consider himself an everydayer. Every day he works up. He's got that discipline. This is a guy that isn't satisfied with just being a good player. He wants to be great. He wants to have international success. He wants to have playoff success. And if he can have a consistent year, start off the year the way we know he can, there's no reason why he can't have a career year this year.
Yeah, and he's obviously, without wearing a letter, a big part of the leadership group for the Ottawa Senators. You could say the same about Tim Stützle. Those guys are the first players to wear one when Thomas Chabot or Claude Giroux are unavailable. And, or I guess when Brady Tkachuk was out, that's when they also got a letter on them. And it's so sick. They got those two guys on the same day. The exact same day. Not one franchise talent, but two. So shout out the 2020 NHL draft. Shout out Jake Sanderson. And people might have said, wait, why was there a year where Jake Sanderson was down at 7? That was an injury-riddled year at college where he went back for that. We quickly readjusted back. So Jake Sanderson up one spot. He was at number 3 last year, number 3 the year before. He was at 7 prior, and then began at 4 for the first two seasons. I got the hiccups right now. I'm really struggling through this, but no more hiccups in November for Jake Sanderson. And we're going to have a heck of a season with him coming in at number 2 on our organizational value rankings. Pilsy, there's no spoilers here. Everybody knows number 1. And I think there's going to be some debate about it, but it's Brady Tkachuk. To be the man, you got to beat the man. And we still have Brady Tkachuk for the 3rd consecutive season at number 1. What was the separator? Because I think many people would say, myself included, that Tim Stützle is the most talented player on the Ottawa Senators, and that Jake Sanderson is probably the best player on the Ottawa Senators. So why is Brady Tkachuk the most valuable?
So the way we gauge value was kind of, for lack of a better way of describing it, but like in the NHL video game, your trade value meter, like how valuable are you to your team and to other teams? And I mean, all you got to do is go on Twitter any given day. Ross, it popped back up again about people talking about this team would love to have Brady. This team's going to trade for Brady. Brady's going to go here, blah, blah, blah. We shut it down every time. It doesn't bother us anymore. Brady has made it clear that he wants to have success here. Still got 3 more years on his deal. He's the face of this franchise. He's the captain. All you have to do is look at where the NHL puts value in players. Sam Bennett. This guy doesn't pop off in the regular season. He doesn't have a lot of points, but in the playoffs, when push comes to shove, he's the guy pushing and shoving and scoring goals. He won the Conn Smythe Trophy this year for the Florida Panthers. It's that style of game that is so coveted, to have someone that can play physical, that can lead your team into the battle, that can score goals. Brady Tkachuk led the Ottawa Senators in goals again this year. He's done that multiple times. He scores 30 goals pretty much every single year. If he was healthy for all 82 or even a couple games more, he finished with 29 this year. He would have had 30 again. He just brings an element to this team that there's not many people in the league like him, and there certainly isn't anyone on this team that can do what Brady Tkachuk does. And then off the ice as well, I know that's less valuable, but he's a community leader. He is a guy that gets it, as two people that have had the privilege of getting to talk to him off the ice and in more casual settings. He's just such an amazing person all around. And at 6'4", 225 pounds, he's arguably the best power forward in the league. So there's just so much value to Brady Tkachuk, and I know maybe a lot of people have switched to putting either Tim Stützle and Jake Sanderson first, and that's fine. I think, Ross, no disrespect to Brady, I hope that he's not number one next year, because I hope one of those guys can pass him. But at 26 years old, Brady Tkachuk still is the most valuable player for the Ottawa Senators.
If there was an expansion draft of every player on the Ottawa Senators, Brady Tkachuk, to me, would be the first player that any other GM would pluck off their roster, because he changes the dynamic of any team that he's on. And I love the way that he stepped up in the playoffs. Like, everybody had a poor game one, and he was a part of that. Didn't play great and took a minor penalty. That was kind of the par for the course for the Ottawa Senators, many of them playing their first playoff game. But after that, he scored a goal in game 2, scored a goal in game 3. And then when the chips were down, facing elimination on the road, the Sens win 4-0, and he has 3 points, a goal and 2 assists in that game. He, to me,
and he wasn't even fully healthy, Ross. Like, we all said, we can't wait to see Brady Tkachuk in playoff hockey. And I would say he would probably tell you himself that he didn't fully unleash the beast in those 6 games, because he just couldn't. He was still dealing with that injury that was kind of nagging on from the Four Nations, and then he kind of got re-injured again later. So a fully healthy Brady Tkachuk is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and he missed the last 8 of the last 9 games of the regular season, came back in that last game and was dashed 2, which sucks, because he told us last summer that he wanted to be a plus player. He was +2 going into game 82.
Hey, Ross, I'm a glass half full kind of guy. He was a +0 this season.
I love it. I love it. And I know you said that the off-ice stuff is lesser. I just think that this guy encapsulates what it means to be an Ottawa Senator, the passion, the dedication, everything that he brings to be his best every day. He, to me, is the perfect leader for this team. As he goes, the team goes. And that's why Brady Tkachuk, the most unique player in the National Hockey League. He's got the most hits before turning 26 years old in NHL history. He's always among the league leaders in shots on goal. He scores, he fights, he does everything that you want a leader to do. That is our rationale for why Brady Tkachuk, for the 3rd straight year, comes in at number 1.
Yeah. And let us know in the comments on Twitter how you feel. Did we get it right? Is there a better order? Do you agree that Brady Tkachuk is still the most valuable player? Every day I wake up, Ross, I'm happy that Brady Tkachuk is the captain of this team.
What is your projection for Brady Tkachuk this season?
He's going to get back to 30 goals, obviously, as long as health permits. I would say high 70s. So let's say 35 goals, 42 assists. That's what, 77 points for number 7. Lock it in. Let's go.
The 7 horse is humming.
Yeah, the 7 stallion.
I got 32 goals and 43 assists for 75 points, over 300 shots on goal, and over 250 hits. I think that he's just going to bring it all across the score sheet this year. And I'll say it. He was +1 2 years ago. He was even last year. I'm going to say plus double digits, Pills.
Ooh, love it.
And I know plus minus isn't everything. It was probably like the 7th stat that I named there. One thing I could promise you, and Brady will tell you too, we're not going to be talking about his name on the NHL's edge stats for most speed bursts over 20 miles an hour.
That's okay. Speed's not the name of his game.
Yeah, the 7 horse, you might not bet on it in a straightaway race, but when you need to get into the mud,
if he's a fucking Bronco, you're looking out for that one.
So we have completed our 65-player organizational value rankings, and the franchise tier comes in at number 3, Tim Stützle, number 2, Jake Sanderson, and number 1, Brady Tkachuk. From Brady Tkachuk to Nicholas Van Tassel, we have completed the organizational value rankings. We hope you learned something from it, whether it's the background into each individual player or how we view the value of these players against their peers. It's a great setting of the stage for what will be another season where players can either jump up 20 spots like Levi Merilainen, they can fall down a number of spots. Every day is a new opportunity for these players to impress, and we're excited to see what this upcoming season will behold for them all.
Yep, absolutely. It's been a journey to get to number 1 all the way from 65, but we love doing this, and it's important to keep tabs on all the players in this organization because you never know. There could be guys, we've had high risers. There could be guys in the 30s and 40s where you're like, I don't really know if they have a lot of potential, if we'll be hearing about them. And then all of a sudden they're a major part of your team, like Levi Merilainen comes to mind. You got to make sure you're keeping a watch on all players because everybody's got a chance here.
Final question for me, Pilsy. Which one of these players do you think has the potential to jump the highest next season when we do this?
I'll go Carter Yakimchuk. If he has opportunities to play a good amount of time in the NHL, and if he's paired with Jake Sanderson when he gets here, I could see him jumping at least 3 or 4 of those guys. Now, I guess number wise, that's not the biggest, but when you're talking about jumping guys in the second tier and in the teens of overall value rankings, I would say that's a big deal. As far as numbers go, maybe I'll go Javon Moore. I think he really could have an opportunity to jump a lot of those Belleville guys that are ahead of him.
Yeah, I like that. And yeah, it's obviously harder to move higher once you're already where Yakimchuk was, which is at the top of tier 3 there as a blue chip prospect. For me, I'm going to go with a guy who, like, in terms of sheer numbers, I just think that we had him too low overall, is Jackson Parsons. I think if he has a good season, like we had him in the low 50s, right? Like, I think that he could be a guy that's in that near the top of the Belleville tier. So that would be jumping about 20 spots from where he was. So that'll be my lower end player rising up. Whereas for higher end, I'm going to go with Dylan Cousins because he's signed. He's got that under his belt. If he gets back to a 30-30 player, Pillsy, like why wouldn't he be ahead of Claude Giroux at least, maybe ahead of Shane Pinto? Although
I was going to say, I didn't think you'd ever put him ahead of Pinto.
Well, I wouldn't personally, but if the numbers show after this year, then we might have to have that conversation. But I'm looking for Dylan Cousins as a player with plenty of opportunity here to make his mark with the Ottawa Senators. So that concludes our organizational value rankings for the 2025 season. All right, Pillsy. So that wraps up our organizational value rankings. What kind of emoji do you want people to put in if they've gotten all the way here?
Ooh, let's do, I think there's one where it's like a pencil on a list, like as if you're like writing a list. That's the emoji to use this time.
I think you search note and it will come up. Yeah. So there you go. Put it in the comments, and we appreciate everybody for checking us out. Enjoy the weekend, the Senators game Sunday afternoon in Quebec City, and we'll be back for a full episode. New content, Locked On Senators on Monday. For Brandon Pillar, I'm Ross Levitan. Thank you so much for watching this bonus content. We really appreciate it. And make sure to give that 5-star review everywhere you get your podcast and on YouTube. And don't limit yourself to just giving a 5-star review on Apple. You can do it Apple, Spotify, and make sure to hit that thumbs up and the subscribe button on YouTube. This has been I don't even know what to call it, a monstrosity of an episode. We love doing it for the NHL draft, the mock drafts, and we figured, hey, this will just be a one-stop shop when you want to learn anything going into the 2025-26 season about the Ottawa Senators. We're a part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.